Good morning. Is April 24th, and we're starting our planning, the official part of our planning board meeting. The unofficial part was having 90 children here this morning celebrating Bringing Your Child to Work Day. So that was so enjoyable. So this is the official part, and our first item is item 1A, adoption of resolutions. We have 5 this morning. Addition to Glen Hills Section 3 Preliminary Plan, addition to Glen Hills Section 3 Final Forest Conservation Plan, PLD Lot 25 Redevelopment Preliminary Plan, PLD Lot 25 Redevelopment Site Plan, and PLD Lot 25 Redevelopment Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the resolutions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Yeah, 5-0. The next is item 1B, approval of minutes. We have 2 this morning. All board members can vote on the first, and Mr. Bartley and I have to abstain on the second one. The minutes of April 3rd, do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, I'll move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And you're aye in that, Mr. Bartley?
You said we had to abstain.
You can vote on that one. The second one you can.
Aye.
Okay, aye, 5-0. And the next one is April 17th. Do I have a motion for approval?
Yeah, move to approve the minutes of April 17th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
3-4, and 2 abstain. Next is regulatory extension requests. We have 4 this morning. The first is 2811 14th Street Northeast Gospel Hall Church Preliminary Plan and Forest Conservation Plan. This is the second extension request. The next is 8676 Georgia Avenue Site Plan Regulatory Extension Request number 2. The third is Woodside Park 9006 Colesville Road Administrative Subdivision Plan Extension Request number 3. And the fourth is Garrett Park Administrative Subdivision Plan Extension Request number 3, where staff is recommending approval of the extensions of all 4. Do I have a motion for approval of the extensions?
Yeah, move to approve the extension requests.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it, 5-0. And now we're starting item number 4, roundtable discussion with our planning director, Jason Sartori. Welcome, Mr. Sartori.
Good morning, Chair Harris and members of the board. For the record, Jason Sartori, Planning Director. And for today's Director's Report, we're going to touch on a couple of, well, first a big initiative we have going on, our Wheat and Placemaking Initiative, but then we'll come back and circle back on a couple of things that we've talked about over the last couple of weeks that we wanted to give you some additional updates and news on. And so with that, I'm actually going to begin by turning it over to Atul Sharma.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the Planning Board. For the record, Atul Sharma in the Director's Office. So one of the things we just wanted to re-highlight to the board before we get into the details of the very exciting project that's coming up in about a month here is that we have been using the placemaking strategic plan that the department developed over the past 12 to 18 months. This strategic plan document does several things. It, more than anything, it provides clarity around placemaking for us and how we define it. You can read the definition in the big blue text here on the slide. But it also lays out very clear goals for us, why we are doing placemaking, and includes things like supporting a competitive local economy, improving the mental health and physical well-being of people in the communities we serve, and using placemaking to foster a sense of pride of place throughout the county. So we have been using this document to do a number of things, which includes guiding the discussion around where to spend our very limited resources on placemaking, which neighborhoods to serve, how to align this really well with our master planning work. And part of that also has been, if we go to the next slide, one of the things that we're very happy and to share that we have set up a placemakers working group in the department that includes our very talented staff, except one person on that slide, that meets regularly, just like we do for master plans and regulatory work, and has really become a brain trust for advocating placemaking projects that our team is doing. And really, that's the essence of what I wanted to highlight, and I'm going to turn it over to Carrie Sanders, because her team and Sophie have really been doing the lion's share of the work this year on a very exciting placemaking project.
Thank you, Atul. Carrie Sanders for the record, Mid-County Planning Chief. Wanted to turn it over to Sophie, but just mention one of the really exciting parts of the Wheaton Placemaking Initiative is it enables us to show the community in a pop-up demonstration way how we can implement our master plans. And specifically, in this instance that we're going to talk through, we did a study in 2022 for Wheaton, and one of the outcomes of that study and our community engagement and our work with agency partners was Wheaton really needs more of a placemaking focus. And so we're hopeful that this project really gets that focus started and helps it become sustained over a longer period of time. So this is a demonstration we're excited about, but really we're hoping this catches on and becomes more of an ongoing activity for the county. And I wanted to also thank our agency partners that have been really instrumental in helping us move this forward, specifically the Montgomery County Department of Transportation, Montgomery Parks. I'm sure I'm forgetting others, but those two have been instrumental. And of course, the Wheaton Urban District has been our partner all along in this project and really is implementing it with us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sophie. I did want to also mention this project sort of highlights the overall goal that we have of activating our public spaces in the central business districts of the county, what we call parking lots to places. So, you're going to be familiar with this site because it's right next to our building, and it's a place for cars right now. And we understand that it's also a place that's really instrumental for the local businesses alongside. So we hope this demonstration is supporting those businesses, creating some activity near those businesses, and also creating a public space for the community in a temporary way. So with that, I'll turn it over to Sophie.
Hi, everyone. For the record, Sophie Kotzker. And as Carrie mentioned, this project was born out of the Wheaton Downtown Study. And as we've been working on it and as we got started on it, our main goals were to repurpose underutilized space, support Wheaton's existing sense of place, improve connectivity and safety, and showcase the possibilities for future investments or improvements. Work on this project began a little over a year ago and really kicked off last summer with our workshop with community leaders. Last fall was our main outreach and engagement phase, including our parking day pop-up, which was in the lot as well, a survey, and our open house. At the beginning of this year, and really continuing on today and over the next couple weeks, we've been doing more targeted outreach to local artists and businesses to see if there are opportunities for their involvement. And we're actually, we will be working with some of the local artists during the event that we're really excited about. As of now, we're about a month out from our upcoming event, Wheels in Wheaton. This will take place on May 31st and June 1st, June 1st being the Taste of Wheaton as well from the Urban District. We are just now pushing out some promotions, finalizing our event programming, and getting ready to implement the event. Input from this project came from various sources. We were really building off of what was already collected from the Wheaton Downtown Study work in 2022 and aiming to create a more targeted approach. And as I mentioned before, we did a workshop with our community leaders last summer, a survey. We tabled at a lot of different Wheaton events and still are. We had an open house. We've had various individual conversations with businesses and local artists that are still ongoing today. And we've had a lot of coordination with the Wheaton Urban District and the Mid-County Regional Services Center, and they've been a really, really great partner for this project. From the input, we've come to a few conclusions, and the community has told us that they want more gathering spaces, outdoor dining and shopping, to feel safe and comfortable walking around, and to enhance Wheaton's existing sense of place and small business community. So all of our work so far has led to this upcoming event, Wheels in Wheaton. Again, will be May 31st and June 1st. We'll be activating and reimagining parking lot 13, which is right behind the building, and turning it into a roller skating rink, gathering space, and beer garden that will have all types of activities, of course, including free roller skating, skateboarding, group instruction for kids, and arts and crafts, and a couple other programming things that are still kind of being worked out. We'll also be doing a large temporary mural over the whole lot. You can see the mock-up for it at the bottom of the screen. And we're really excited about this coming together and think that it's going to be a really great opportunity to highlight how a central location in downtown Wheaton can really be functional for the community and bring people of all ages together to enjoy the space. For example, as I mentioned before, we're excited to have the involvement of local artists and businesses. For example, we'll be having a arts and crafts station being led by a few local artists, and we're hoping to have QR codes on all the picnic tables that link to nearby restaurants that are interested in having their information shared, that visitors can then go order food and bring it back to the event. Like I mentioned before, the Wheaton Urban District has been a really valuable partner in this. They've played a really huge role in the design, promotions, maintenance, and operations of this event. And we've also been supported by the Regional Services Center, Montgomery Parks, MCDOT, and the Wheaton community as a whole. We will be having volunteers, both staff and community members will be able to sign up for slots from Thursday through Sunday, and I think there are a couple slots on Monday as well. Lastly, we're still thinking through how to really build on this and make a lasting impact for the community. All the materials, tables, chairs, umbrellas, decorations, games, and so on will be left with the Urban District for their use in downtown Wheaton as they choose. And we're hoping to create a toolbox of specific strategies and recommendations that local organizations like the Urban District can use to have a game plan for continuing to do pop-ups like this long-term that support local businesses, enhance sense of place, and encourage safe connections throughout Wheaton. And that's all I have.
And here's the QR code that you can learn a little bit more about the event. And I just want to thank the team because they've done an outstanding job with this. And just generally, you could see the value of these types of events in helping people connect with their communities in different ways, and also being able to envision what is possible for some of these spaces that we only view in one particular way right now as, you know, parking lot for cars. And obviously we do a lot of these bigger type of big scale type of events, similar to Damascus and Fairland that we did a few years back. But then we have a lot of other smaller things that we try to help out with. And I just want to kind of give a quick update from our budget discussion with PHP yesterday. There's still a long ways to go with the budget process, but we got some favorable news from the committee in terms of support for a placemaking position that we would add to permanently to our staff, which is great and just kind of shows our commitment to this effort and the council commitment as well. With that, I'm actually now going to turn it over to Matt Folden, also from Mid-County. Thank you, guys. So last week, we had a couple of projects that were in the North Bethesda area, and there were some questions about the amount of development that we've seen there. And so I'm going to pass this over to you. You can go ahead and take the mic.
Good morning. As Jason said, Matt Folden, Regulatory Supervisor, Mid-County Division, and this is specifically in response to Vice Chair Pedoeem's question during the Tevis Place hearing last week about how many affordable housing units and how many total housing units had been approved within the vicinity of that project. And so you can see on the screen, within the immediate vicinity, there were 2 other projects in addition to Tevis Place, the details of which are provided on the screen for the total number of units, the MPDUs, and the percentage of MPDUs. And so what I wanted to just point out is that these 3 projects represent 682 total dwelling units within the block and 242 MPDUs. And altogether, that's 35% MPDUs for the area, which is really a remarkable achievement considering that this is a high-cost area within the county. And wanted to just zoom out a little bit and show you a little bit of context for both the White Flint and White Flint 2 sector plan areas. There are 8 projects, including the 3 that I just touched on, that were approved within the last 5 years. These are site plan approvals for residential projects. So this doesn't include things like sketch plans or local map amendments, although we've had a few of those in the area as well. And so all told, within these 2 sector plan areas, the active site plans for residential developments comprise about 1,400 dwelling units and 307 MPDUs. So I think that's quite an accomplishment.
That is really amazing. Do we know when they're gonna actually be realized?
Yeah, absolutely. So a number of these projects are actively coming out of the ground right now. And so these are not necessarily projects that are in the pipeline and aren't moving forward. And I can go through them real quickly. Number 1 on the screen is Loman's Plaza. That just got site plan approval for its first phase just a few weeks ago, I think.
I remember
Yeah,
that.
within the past few
I
months.
remember it, yeah.
And so they're starting to do some site work out there.
Okay.
And then number 2 is the Chimes at North Bethesda. That's the MHP Neville project when it came through here. That one is actively under construction. Number 3 was Tevis, which was just approved
Yeah,
last week and
just
is on a
about
fast
that
track.
maybe
right?
couple of years, yeah.
Yep. And number 4 is the North Bethesda Parcel H building that's on the WMATA site. That one is actively under construction and it's above grade. Number 5 is North Bethesda Market 2, NOBI 2, we call that sometimes. There's active site work out there now, demolishing the old buildings, clearing, grading, getting ready to move
wonderful.
forward with that approval. Number 6 is the Grand Park development. That's a senior building right at the corner of Old Georgetown Road and Old Georgetown Road. That one also is above grade. And then number 7 is 2115 East Jefferson. That was the conversion. It was a site conversion. It wasn't a building conversion. It was knocking down an old office building that was functionally obsolete, clearing the
I
way
remember
for
that.
about 100 townhomes, slightly less than
Yeah,
100.
I remember that actually.
Yep. The building is down. They're doing site work to prepare it for the townhomes. And then number 8 is the North Park Phase 1, and that one also is actively under construction. It's got townhomes coming out of the ground. So lots happening in this area.
That is fantastic. You know, it would be good that we know that when these are ready, how fast they are being filled with tenants or buyers. I don't know which way they are. I think that they're combinations. And, you know, how fast they go. That shows that what is the trend in the market. Because the way I see it, it has come, it is moving. So hopefully it's time that we get the fruit of many of the work. And we will see that how it's being eaten, actually, how people are using it. Yeah, that's really good. Thank you.
I would add, in response to what you just added, I think there's a good mix of ownership and rental in the area. Some of these are ownership, the North Park and the 2115 East Jefferson, ownership townhomes. But number 1, Loman's Plaza is anticipated to be rental townhomes, and so a new product that's coming onto the market. And then, you know, a number of the others are rental apartment buildings, and so I think there's a good mix in this area. One thing that I touched on just briefly, and I want to put a finer point on, is this market remains strong, I think, given everything that is happening in the larger economy. The board recently, just last week, saw a rezoning for Pike Center, which is up at the top of the, if I can just borrow the mouse. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Pike Center, which is an old strip shopping center right here on Rockville Pike, came in last week for a rezoning to do a multi-phase, high-density residential project. And so that's at the very early phases. And then also back here in this corner is Federal Plaza West. This is back behind the Micro Center. And so that also will have new open space, retail, residential apartments. That's early phases. It's got preliminary plan approval. So I didn't include those because they're not as far along, but I think that shows the continued interest in this area.
That is really good. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to
Mr.
compliment Mr. Folden because the Tevis Place last week, which I know a few of us are away, but Mitra, you, Vice Chair Pedoim, I know you were here. Mitra's okay. that is a great example of how the team has really advanced these mixed income housing community plans, but other types of processes like that are new, that allow these applications to move forward in a timely manner. So I just wanted to give kudos to Mr. Foldman, because that was a really big accomplishment, also for Ms. Tettelbaum, who led that project, to see that project go through so quickly, and given that process went into place very shortly. The mixed income housing community plan is a new process that has only been in place for about a year. So I just wanted to
And
highlight
for,
that.
because Chair wasn't here, I'm sure that he knows, it was 100% MPDU, and we were asking them that, how can you do that? So they gave us some explanation, and then we talked to them afterwards also. That's why I had such a
I'm
good
sorry.
time.
I'm
It was
sorry.
an amazing project.
Mr. Folden, can you go back to the previous one that shows so just from a technical point of view, it's even better than what you see, because many times the Tevis Place, it shows 100% affordable, but the Chimes in North Bethesda, it's also 100% affordable. And so sometimes technically, when they're looking at how many MPDUs there are, it's sometimes, if it's a nonprofit doing it with tax credits, if it's a tax credit deal like Chimes or like Forest Glen, Forest Glen, as I recall, it may show up as 30% MPDUs, because that's what the developer will put the minimum, technically MPDUs, in order to get whatever favors, like tax, like a pilot or some of the other things. But so I just want to tell you that this is untechnically, that Chimes is 100% affordable too.
Could you explain? I don't know. I didn't know that. I don't know how
Yeah, and
how
Forest
could
Glen
it
is
be? Because it says 25%, but is it really 100%?
From a site plan perspective, it's 25%, but from actual affordability, it's 100%.
But is it following all the MPDU regulations? So I think it would be good, because it's MHP, I understand that, but I didn't think that way. So that's good to know.
Yeah, and so the regulatory approvals tell part of the story, and especially on projects like the Chimes, where you have a codified MPDU requirement. And I was trying to find a really quick way of summarizing how are we doing from an affordability standpoint, how are we doing from a unit standpoint. So MPDUs was a real quick thing that I could grab, but absolutely in exceedance of the 25% MPDUs are the affordable housing programs that Chair Harris and could explain far better than I could.
Yeah, it's because of the financing, they're required to have a certain percent below a certain income level. So
Yeah, they're still income restricted.
yeah, it's income restricted. So it's a better story than, this is a great story, and it's even better than you think. Okay.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
It's over 300 units. It's really great.
Well, and I want to thank Matt and Carrie for talking through this morning. I also want to say, this is an area we've talked about before when we were looking at the local housing targets, and we looked at the pipeline, and this is where we know that there's a lot in the pipeline that hasn't come through. So to see these 8 projects all in kind of this process of actually being realized is great, especially with the high levels of affordability. It also gets to kind of this question of like the chicken or egg, which came first. And when you talk about wanting to invest in an area from a transportation perspective, here we've got 355 BRT, we've got improvements to and investments around these metro stations by the county. But you want to make sure that you've got BRT and transit appropriate densities here to support those so that they can be successful. And so, do you try to get the housing and the residents and the businesses there first, or do you try to get the BRT? And, you may have a similar discussion around this today with the University Boulevard Corridor Plan. And the timing of BRT versus the changes that we might be proposing from a zoning perspective. So it's great to see activity happening here, and we want to continue to see this area build up.
Can I just add one more thing? I'm happy you brought it up, because I was going to ask, in addition to look at see how fast these are being occupied. I think this is how we can check to see if our master plans are doing what they're supposed to do. You call it reality check, okay? So I think it is important that when we are looking at how these things are being occupied, we are also looking of how the public facilities are being turning out. Is it the same way that we thought is going to be? Is it enough parking? Is it enough parks? Is it really people turning out to public transit, and is the public transit delivering that people can use it and they don't turn to their private cars? How are schools, how are the walking shed, how are the shopping done? I think this area would be a good example to see that if what we thought is gonna happen is happening, and if it is not, why not? And what we can do to make it happen. Because this is a question a lot of people say, well, you're gonna bring 1,400 units in here. How is the adequate public facilities? How are the schools? Now, do we have enough for them? We don't want to have it be built that they come. We want to probably make sure that we have it available for people to come. That's my thinking. I don't know.
So thank you, and it reminds me that as you're familiar with the Bethesda Downtown Monitoring Report that we do on an annual basis, we're actually required on a biennial basis to do a monitoring report for the 2010 White Flint Plan, which is the blue area here, and that is due this fall. So you'll be getting, a monitoring report highlighting the progress that's been made in that area, and we can kind of try to incorporate some of the thoughts and comments that the questions that you've had here today into that.
Great.
Sure. Okay. So I had one more thing that I wanted to touch base on. When I was here 2 weeks ago, we had our Forest Montgomery team here talking about the 5 years of that program and how successful it's been. And just yesterday, and kind of as a wrap up for us here on Earth Month, the Washington Post had an article called "Which Cities Have the Most Trees? See How Yours Stacks Up." And I encourage you to check this out. It gives you have the ability to look at different metropolitan areas across the country and the amount of tree cover. And you see that there's a difference in, based on climate, based on development, based on a lot of different things. But one of the maps that they had allowed you to switch between existing tree cover to change in tree cover. And so this is a map showing the change in tree cover over a 5-year period, and the darker the green, the more green is the larger increase in tree cover. And it's just really and the darker the red is the larger the decrease in tree cover. And it's just fascinating when we saw this to see what really amounts to like the results of the work that we're doing, not just through programs like Reforest Montgomery, but in what we require of developers and as they work on their projects. And you could just see kind of a distinction between the Maryland side here and the Virginia side, and the DC's kind of similar to us there. So it was just kind of fascinating. I thought I'd share that, and I encourage you to check out this article.
Yeah, I have to check why in my area that I live, North Potomac, it's red.
We'll send some inspectors your way, actually. If you yeah. So, thank you.
Yeah, no, great. That we always love hearing your reports. Placemaking, Wheaton placemaking, it's wonderful. I love to attend. Do you have to have? Are they going to rent skates so that or do you have to have skates already?
We'll be having skates that folks can rent for free.
Okay,
So
yeah,
that's part of the event. And then there'll be activation, like a little cafe area as well, where folks can get snacks. So welcome for you. We will be sending more of a formal invite via email. We expect the Sunday to be quite well attended because it overlaps with the Taste of Wheaton. So 2 o'clock on Sunday is kind of what we're picturing as the peak time.
Right.
But we'll send you something more formal, and we really hope that you can all attend. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's so important for, placemaking helps people visualize what their community could be, and I know the importance of how it turned out at Damascus, placemaking. It so energized the community and the council members, and so thank you for planning it for Wheaton, and we're hoping it has a positive turnout, but I know it will energize the folks there, and then the climate, the trees, and it's great, any data we could have to also tell stories as we go out in the community, you go out in the community about what we're doing, what the county's doing in order to increase the tree capacity. So thank you so much. Any other questions or comments from you? So thank you again, and we're going to take a 2-minute break and start on our next item, which is the bus rapid transit briefing. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 5, bus rapid transit briefing by planning staff David Ansbacher. Welcome. We appreciate this was requested by the board, and I appreciate you accommodating us and providing it. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is David Ansbacher. I am the Chief of the Countywide Planning and Policy Division. Today, I'm going to provide the Planning Board with a high-level overview of bus rapid transit, or BRT for short, what it is, how it fits into Montgomery County's transportation vision, and how the county is advancing BRT projects. In the coming months, the Planning Board will be reviewing various aspects of 3 BRT projects. This will include planning studies for the New Hampshire Avenue and the North Bethesda BRT projects, as well as the design of segments of the Maryland 355 BRT project. So in advance of those discussions, and then after today, we'll be scheduling a second BRT briefing for you that will be conducted with MCDOT staff, in which they get into a greater level of detail about BRT and how they are approaching the planning, design, and implementation of their BRT projects. So these are the topics that I'm going to cover today. What is bus rapid transit? What's the relationship to Thrive Montgomery 2050? What's the role of master planning and project implementation? And what's the planning board's role? And then we can, of course, open it up to discussion. But first, to start, what is bus rapid transit? So BRT is a high quality and high capacity bus-based transit system that delivers reliable, comfortable, convenient, and branded transit service. Because BRT contains features similar to light rail or the metro rail system, it is more reliable, it's more comfortable, and it can be more convenient than local bus services, and can avoid the causes of the delay that oftentimes slow down our metro buses and ride on, and the reliability issues that can make some of these bus services often less desirable than metro rail. BRT is intended to improve transit service for 2 markets, for existing bus riders, but also to attract new riders. These include people who have the choice to drive, but can be persuaded to switch to transit if the service quality is high enough. High quality BRT service makes travel predictable and reliable and is and this is one of the main advantages of BRT service over travel by private vehicle, and is critical to encouraging motorists to switch to transit. The main feature that achieves reliability is the dedicated transitway. These are bus-only lanes that ensure bus travel times are predictable from day to day by reducing delay to buses caused by congestion, excessive traffic volumes, roadwork, collisions, and vehicle breakdowns. There are 2 main types of transitways: median running transitways and curb running transitways. Median transit lanes, as shown here, are usually the most effective means to ensure reliable BRT travel and faster travel speeds. Where the direction of travel is heavily peaked, meaning, at least in Montgomery County, the vast majority of travel occurs in the southbound direction in the morning and the northbound direction in the evening. A 1-lane median BRT may be sufficient. Where the direction of travel is more balanced, a 2-way median transitway is needed to ensure that reliability and travel speeds. The image in the upper right shows a 1-lane median transitway in Eugene, Oregon, and the image on the left shows a 2-way median transitway just across the river in Alexandria. Median transitways are physically separated from traffic by a raised curb or a median. To avoid conflicts with BRT vehicles, general traffic is typically only permitted to make turns at signalized intersections. So at locations where an intersection is unsignalized today, the intersection would either need to be signalized with the left turn lane, or left turns would be prohibited. This is the same with the Purple Line. The Purple Line is a median transitway and will be operating in much the same way. Median travel lanes usually require greater right-of-way at station locations and at intersections than curb running and transitways, and oftentimes are more costly to construct. Curb lane transitways are another approach to providing dedicated transit lanes. With curb lane transitways, the bus is located directly adjacent to the curb and can be used by BRT vehicles as well as local buses and right-turning vehicles, general traffic vehicles. The roadway surface may be painted or otherwise marked to reinforce the lane designation as bus, as shown here in curb lanes in the District of Columbia at the bottom right. Curb running transitways tend to be less costly and less impactful than median transitways, but bus speeds and travel time reliability could be less because they are shared with local buses and with right-turning vehicles. And if not enforced, they are susceptible to use by general traffic. So here's just a short video. I took this the other day near my house, Pennsylvania Avenue, southeast in DC. In this location on Pennsylvania Avenue previously had 6 lanes of traffic and on-street parking. DC removed the on-street parking and a lane of traffic in each direction to create both separated bike lanes and a painted red bus lane. But in off-peak times, the on-street parking or vehicles can park in the red bus lane. High-quality BRT service includes amenities that reduce the stresses of travel and enable people to use their time productively while they're in the bus. This includes features that create a high level of comfort and include premium transit vehicles where people can enter and exit from multiple doors just like they can on Metro Rail, bring their bikes on board, and that offer Wi-Fi. They also have enhanced stations with greater weather protection than you might find at a typical bus stop, design features that include public art, and real-time information displays that show when the next vehicle is arriving. High-quality BRT service transports passengers to places quickly and provides high-quality service so that passengers do not have to consult a schedule. Upon arrival at the station, they can expect the BRT vehicle to arrive within a few minutes. Features that help to create this high level of convenience include the dedicated transitway, as I mentioned previously, frequent all-day transit service, again, so that people don't have to consult a schedule, and fewer stops, greater spacing between stops to speed up the travel time of the vehicles. Off-board fare collection allows people to pay before they get on the bus to reduce the amount of time that it takes for people to board. Level boarding, you see the photo on the right, to allow easy access for everyone, whether you are using a mobility device, pushing a stroller, or just carrying heavy bags. Additionally, all-door boarding speeds up service by reducing the amount of time it takes to board. So instead of just boarding at the front of the bus, like we do on many local bus services today, passengers can board at other doors as well. Again, all of this is intended to speed up the vehicle. Some of these things are saving a few seconds here and there, but it does add up to a much faster and more reliable service. 2 additional ways to speed up the bus are transit signal priority and queue jumps. So transit signal priority are adjustments to traffic signals when certain conditions are met that extend green lights or shorten red lights for the transit vehicle. Transit signal priority is often paired with queue jumps, which provide a short section of widened roadway or an existing right turn lane to allow BRT vehicles to bypass congestion or delays at intersections. So this is another video in DC that shows transit signal priority and a queue jump lane. So as you can see, the bus is queued up to the right of the traffic lane. The special bus signal is highlighted with a red circle at the top. The horizontal line in the signal acts as a red signal for the bus. Once the signal changes to a vertical line, the bus can go. The bus gets the go signal while regular traffic still has a red light so that the bus can get a head start and get around. The triangle indicated that the bus only phase is ending. And then here you just saw a second bus that just squeaks through. Bus drivers are very adept at using this technology to their benefit. I turned off the volume because it took me a while to get that video actually, and there was a lot of honking when that happened.
Yeah, I was trying to understand how this one works. So this is like regular cycle, but the cycle gets green earlier
Yes.
for the buses that they can go before other ones.
Right.
Okay.
And the signal is differentiated. It uses shapes, and it's a white color, which is different than the ball for general traffic and the colors for general traffic. So again, you'll see that the bus gets to go. The bus pulls around, then general traffic gets to go, and the second bus is just tailing right behind.
This is a great example, thank you, because when you were talking about queue jumps in that, I couldn't understand it, but this is, thank you so much, yeah.
But I just saw a bike passed right before the bus. That's scary. Did you see
Yeah,
that?
I will say, I stood there for a long time trying to get the perfect video, and like, there was always something that was happening, but that's the nature of urban operations. so.
Can you go back to that for one second? And so I think the key thing to notice here is that you're going from, maybe was that a dedicated bus lane where the bus was originally, and then on the other side of the intersection is just the single lane in that direction?
Yes, sorry, there is just a single lane on both roads, except where the bus is right now is a right turn lane. So the bus is getting around, is bypassing the gray vehicle that's queued, getting around it and then going in front, and it gets to go before the car does.
I think that's a key
That's
point
the
of
key.
this, is not just that they get to go first, but they've, by doing this, they've actually jumped ahead of the other vehicles that are continuing the same direction.
High-quality BRT also creates a distinctive transit service. Again, much like Metro Rail, it's recognizable as reliable, comfortable, and convenient. And, some of the features that I've already talked about help with this branding. That's the dedicated transit way, the premium vehicle, the enhanced station, and the buses running back and forth quite a bit. These are all things people see and helps to brand that service. But why do we need a BRT service in Montgomery County? In much of the county, the only way you can efficiently and reliably get to the places you want to go, especially for longer trips, is by car. Of course, if you're traveling on the Red Line corridor, you do have another option, but for most longer trips in the county, the alternatives aren't great. So fundamentally, BRT is about providing more high-quality travel options in more areas of the county. Second, BRT helps to improve equity. While BRT is not the solution for everyone or every trip, many people do not have access to cars or cannot afford to own a car or are not allowed to operate a car. So BRT provides another choice, a high quality and lower cost choice for people to get around. We also, of course, have a climate crisis, and our climate action plan calls for a 15% reduction in private vehicle trips. BRT is one of the best options for helping to reduce private vehicle trips and for reducing vehicle miles traveled. Again, bus trips tend to be longer. So by providing this alternative, we're helping to provide an alternative to driving a car for longer trips. And then finally, the number and speed of auto trips is directly related to the safety of our transportation system. The more cars we can take off the road, the less exposure there are to crashes, and the safer that our roadway system will be. So developing a BRT network is central to realizing the vision in Thrive Montgomery 2050 and is addressed both in the transportation and compact growth chapters of Thrive. In the transportation chapter, one of the policies is to build a frequent, fast, convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit system. And that policy is followed by several practices. I don't think I'm going to read all the words here, but generally build a network of rail, bus rapid transit, and local bus infrastructure that make transit the fastest, most convenient, and most reliable way to travel. Convert existing general purpose traffic lanes to dedicated transit lanes. Connect historically disadvantaged people in parts of the county to jobs, amenity, and services by prioritizing investments in increasing access and ensuring safe and comfortable access to transit stations via walking, rolling, and bicycling. Building out a BRT system must be paired, of course, with high-quality walking and bicycling infrastructure that allows people to safely and efficiently access transit stations. And then the policy is in the compact growth chapter of Thrive is to promote and prioritize public investment in infrastructure and activity centers and along growth corridors, and leverage it to attract future private investment in a compact form. So this policy is supported by the practice to establish high-quality transit infrastructure along growth corridors through capital investment and ensure reliable, frequent service through operational investment. So BRT and the concept of BRT and better transit service is woven through Thrive. So now I want to talk little bit about the role of master planning. While Montgomery County has had some form of BRT in its master plans for decades, it was only with the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan that a comprehensive BRT network was first envisioned. That plan did and does the following things. It established an overarching vision for BRT in the county. It identified whether transitways are to have dedicated bus lanes or not. It identified the location of BRT stations and established the master planned right-of-way needed to implement BRT infrastructure. It was fully recognized that the 2013 plan would be amended over subsequent years to shift station locations to match evolving land use visions as a part of area master plans. For example, an area master plan may identify a new activity center where it is appropriate to locate a BRT station. To confirm or revise the master plan right-of-way, to identify the alignment, whether curb running or median as appropriate. That can be obviously hard to do in a master plan. To modify, add, or remove stations to reflect MCDOT facility planning studies, and to modify transitway alignments to reflect MCDOT's facility planning studies. By my rough count, nearly 10 master plans have made changes to the BRT network over the years. Some are minor, some are more major. For example, the Corridor Forward, the I-270 transit plan in 2022, removed the Corridor Cities Transitway from the master plan and replaced it with shorter corridor connectors. Those are not BRT, but they are intended to have dedicated bus lanes that connect communities and feed into the Maryland 355 BRT corridor. Another one was the Viersmore Corridor Master Plan, which further defined the busway alignment, reflecting the council's direction from 2 years before that the corridor was to have a curb running transitway. And other plans have added, removed, or relocated transit stations. You just transmitted to the council the planning board's draft of the master plan of highways and transitways that made a number of changes reflecting decisions that have been made both by the council and by MCDOT. This is the current master planned network. There are 8 corridors. The network spans the county's activity centers from Clarksburg to Friendship Heights, from Burtonsville to downtown Silver Spring. Today, one corridor is operational. That's the US 29 Flash, though it's only been partially implemented. A second phase will bring with it dedicated bus lanes to the corridor. So I want to now just turn a little bit to project implementation. Master planning is one thing, but it takes substantial time, money, staffing to make the master plan vision a reality. So the next few slides are going to show how that vision results in an operational BRT network and the planning board's role.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
The previous slide, are you going to go, or do you have another slide to show us what is actually running now, or you're going to have another one
I
showing
do have
it?
another slide that shows
Okay.
you the status of each of the projects, yes. So just, again, this is a general approach, or 5 steps to project implementation. So the first step is developing the master plan. So the planning board, of course, transmits the vision as its draft to the county council for their review and approval. The next step is to include the project in a funding program for major projects that could warrant inclusion in the regional constrained long-range plan, potentially in the state's funding programs. Smaller BRT projects can be included in the county's capital improvements program. In the third step, different alternative approaches are identified for the BRT. A few common, often these look at a few approaches. One might be where the bus runs in traffic, one where the bus runs along the curbs, another where the bus runs in the median. The cost, benefits, and impacts of each alternative are evaluated in this phase, which often results in a hybrid alternative that tries to combine different features of the alternatives to come up with a balanced approach. Typically, the planning board and the county executive recommend their preferred alternative to the county council, but it's the county council that will select that preferred alternative. Once the preferred alternative is selected, it undergoes detailed design and engineering to refine the project, to minimize costs and impacts. It's at this point that the planning board conducts its mandatory referral. That's the detailed review of the design, and you all have the opportunity, of course, to make recommendations for how you would like to see different aspects of the project changed through the design process. And then finally, the project is implemented.
Can I ask a question? Sorry. I just talk about it. I'm a little bit confused in this, that what is major and what is minor, because it looked like that from your previous slide. Everything is on a state road. So any functional plan that is any kind of change to a state road, it's not going to go into the county capital improvement program. So when it doesn't do it, then when it comes to review, I guess that in either case, it's going to be under mandatory referral. So in regard to funding and implementation and priorities, nothing is in our hand. Looks like that everything is in the hands of state because they're on the state roads. But then county scheduled the BRT, the bus. So deciding that what we're going to do short-term or long-term still is not in our hand to implement. So I don't know how that one works. And even though if it's a minor change of lining to have changed the lines or the street surface lining, how that one works.
Yeah, I'll take a crack at answering that. When we have MCDOT here, you might also want to ask that question to them as well. But you're right, all of these, the BRT corridors are on state highways, so at the end of the day, the state has to agree and approve any changes to the infrastructure that they control. Fortunately, the state is on board with a lot of these projects. I mean, you see changes happening right now in which the state themselves is agreeing to removing lanes and painting them red for bus. So the state is more and more on board with these plans, it feels like every year. But yes, they will approve this at the end of the day. I do think, and again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong here, but for example, the US 29 Phase 1 project that I think was largely grant funded. So I think that was in the county CIP, but yes, most of these are going to be major projects.
Can I ask a question on the pre-construction pieces of this process? And I know it looks different, or the time frame may be different for different projects. But first, focusing on the constrained long-range plan through, that's TPB, like the regional COG. Are there, so currently we have 355 under design, moving to construction, Veers Mill similarly. 29 has kind of moved through phase 1 as you've described. I think New Hampshire is under design, North Bethesda, so about 5. I'm assuming that all of those had to be in the constrained long-range plan for some period of time before they even got to like the other pieces of this process. Are there other corridors, other corridor BRTs in our master plan, such as University or other BRT lines that are currently included in the constrained long range in the regional plan in some form? And if not, are we aware of conversations to put them in there, considering that is kind of so critical to moving those forward?
That's a very good question. I don't know the answer to that. There are the three other BRT corridors, as you said, University Boulevard, Randolph Road, and Georgia Avenue. I'm not sure. I can get back to you on whether they are in the constrained long-range plan.
Okay, yeah, maybe we could also ask MCDOT this in the next few months when we talk to them. And then just another question on the process. Do we have a rough sense of, for projects like BRT that involve multiple partners like the state, often require federal funding, how long, at least, focusing on maybe US 29, like Flash there, and Veers Mill to the extent that it got through various pieces of this, and I guess 355 now too. How long did it take to go through the NEPA process to kind of get through that early alternatives analysis? And then how long from that point did it take to kind of move through the design phase before we even get to construction? And I know that some of these questions are probably better for MCDOT as well. They probably have more details. But kind of what was the package of funding required to move through those early pieces before we even got to construction? And how much control does the county have to prioritize the early stage kind of NEPA and design funding? Obviously, the construction piece is the larger piece that likely will require federal grants. Hopefully, those will still exist in the coming years. But I'm just curious, like, what do we know about the experience that we've had thus far?
Yeah, I do think some of those questions are better addressed by MCDOT, but just taking Veers Mill Road as an example and trying to think back, my recollection is, well, we've had, frankly, studies along Veers Mill Road in one form or another, looking at bus lanes or BRT for a long time now. The current project, my recollection is that it started in 2015. And that by 2017, the county council had selected their preferred alternative. They got to, for that project, they got to 30% design and mandatory referral by 2023, and they're now at 95% design and are pursuing their federal funding. So these can take a while.
Yeah.
They're big cost projects.
So when you say they are, you mean a state? State is getting the funding and everything, and the state is going to build it, or is it the county?
I think there are some state funds.
Isn't it Veers Mill Road a state road?
University Boulevard is a state highway, yes. But that is not a project that is advancing at this time. That's just a master plan vision at this time.
No, I was talking about Veers Mill Road. All of these that we are talking about would be implemented by state. So we are at the mercy of their capital improvement and their priorities for these projects, correct, for the whole state of Maryland.
I think the funding of the project is, there are some state funds, if I recall. There's county funds, but there's also federal funds are the bulk of the investments. But yes, I mean, again, these are on state highways. The state has to approve of the designs at the end of the day, and of course, the state is a partner throughout these projects.
Have county fund be used? Does county in any way augment some of the construction?
Yes, there's a lot of county funds going towards project design. And we can get you more information from the CIP
Okay.
on.
Yeah, I think that in my understanding is that the funds can be used through the CIP for various pieces of these projects, and I think there's a difference between who is sort of, for lack of a better word, kind of owning the project and who will own it afterward, which is obviously MCDOT and Flash or Ride-On, and who is a necessary partner for different stages of approval, and then who is a partner for funding. But even though they're on state roads, the county is sort of the owner manager of the service, and because of that, we're the ones who are sort of driving the process of trying to pursue these partnerships and the funding.
Except there might be one, New Hampshire Avenue, that passes through multiple jurisdictions, including the District of Columbia, Prince George's County, and Montgomery County. That ultimately, I would presume, is the state's gonna at some point need to take charge of that one. But
Yeah, so I have a quick question. So is it the timing or that it takes to get these done, is it compared to other jurisdictions, are we on similar types of schedules? It just seems like it's taking a long time. Is it because there's so many routes, or the lengths of the routes, or what's going on here? Because, I'm interested. Should we just chosen one or two and really put a lot of emphasis on getting those implemented, or, I don't know, I'm just, based on your experience as a transportation person, and maybe others as working in other jurisdictions, what do you feel that's going on here?
Yeah. Can I jump in and add something to that too? I mean, a very similar question that I had is how do we make sure that this doesn't go the way of the Corridor Cities Transit Way or every other, or the Purple Line that takes 50 years to implement? We've got plans, but we don't have, even the bus that's running doesn't run the full route of what it's supposed to. How do we take these BRT options and keep them from becoming the Purple Line and the Corridor Cities Transit Way and 100 other things that we've tried and haven't worked, and not haven't worked, but just haven't been implemented? And they're perfectly reasonable plans and they're perfectly good. How do we keep the MD 355, BRT option, which I think is probably going to be the most impactful one of them, and stop it from becoming, every other transit thing that's never gotten built?
These can take a long time, jurisdiction, I frankly would prefer MCDOT to respond to time questions. But, and I'm gonna get at this more in a later slide, but, one approach is you can wait to do the full thing.
Yeah.
Or you can make incremental improvements along the way. And I think initially Montgomery County had this idea that I remember this back from, 2013 when we were first developing the master plan. We were gonna implement a two-way median transit way on all these corridors in 4 years. And that's, that's a lot. And so, maybe more in the past 5 years, the county's taken more of an approach of incrementalism, which I think is good.
Yeah.
Build, it's a lower cost way to get real improvements on the ground, to build your ridership, to build your constituency, while you're still planning for the full thing, but you're making those incremental improvements. And I think that's what US 29 is doing.
Yeah.
We would love to see US 29 fully implemented, but there is value.
No, and I think that's interesting because it's the way that's the way Metro was built. Is the original was from Union Station to Metro Center, I think was the first block of the Metro, and then it was added on. This is not a criticism of the incrementalism aspect of it. It's just more of a question of how do we keep these moving and going, and we've had a lot of plans that have not come to fruition, and I understand that that's not, we may be barking up the wrong tree here, but.
But, the way I think, I guess I'm not a transportation engineer, but this is how I think that this kind of BRT, it works as long as it has been looked at regionally, holistically, because we don't want to just be contained in Montgomery County. It works if it connects us to the adjacent communities that people can go back and forth. And I understand why it's in the hands of state, because they have to look at it regionally. We cannot just do it as, okay, we want to just improve it in Montgomery County, because what's going to happen, you're going to make it and you want to encourage people to use it, but when the ridership doesn't get to this full potential, it's not going to have the effect. And people think that, oh, you spent all of that money, you created all of those hardship and for drivers or other things, but look, the ridership is not up yet to the point that it has to be. So, and the concern is that if you look at, and I have been there, I had seen it when I was at the Parks Department, when it comes to allocation of the funds, Montgomery County, they look at it as a rich county, and there are, and in reality, it's true. There are a lot of other, municipalities in the Maryland that they probably are more in need of, providing, the public transportation for the reason that you just brought it first. So it's something that I could see why it takes time if it is a regional thing. At the same time, if we want to just push it at the county level, it is good. I agree that, segments is better than nothing, but it's not going to take us to the full potential if we don't do it regionally.
Yeah.
So if you want to do this, we're running a little behind, but
Yeah,
if
I
you
just got a
can
couple more
finish
slides
your,
if you want me to.
yep,
Okay.
great, thank you.
So this is the slide that's showing the 8 planned BRT corridors, and 5 are in various stages of implementation. So phase 1 of the US 29 Flash opened in 2020 from Silver Spring to Briggs Cheney with weekend service to Burtonsville. The service currently has premium buses and stations. Phase 2 is under design and will introduce dedicated bus lanes along the corridor. And additionally, there is funding to extend the route to Howard County. So talking about regionalism, it would go to Columbia. For the Maryland 355 BRT, the County Council did select a preferred alternative in 2019. MCDOT completed preliminary engineering in 2022, and the Planning Board's mandatory referral should be sometime later this year. For the Veers Mill Road BRT, the County Council selected its preferred alternative in 2017. The Planning Board conducted the mandatory referral in 2023. The project has completed 95% design, so almost fully designed, but implementation, both for Veers Mill Road and Maryland 355, is contingent on federal funding. And then both New Hampshire Avenue and the North Bethesda BRTs are in the planning phase, and MCDOT is currently evaluating alternatives. So later this year, the Planning Board will review the alternative designs for the BRT projects. You'll need to weigh the costs and benefits of providing median lanes versus curb lanes versus no bus lanes in segments of these corridors, and then make your recommendation to the County Council. So BRT is expensive. The federal funding outlook is very unclear at this time. So what can we do to advance transit with lower cost improvements? A lot of these things we've talked about, most of these things that we are doing in some form. Curb bus lanes are emerging everywhere. You see them outside the window here in DC. We have them on Georgia Avenue, Veers Mill Road, around Germantown as well. Transit signal priority is implemented at over 250 locations in the region, mostly in DC and Virginia, but we do have some in Montgomery County. There's, I think, around 50 queue jumps in the region. Real-time bus information, like the signs at the bus stops, you're seeing that pop up everywhere. Bus lane enforcement is emerging. DC has its clear lanes programs with cameras on buses to find people that are driving in the bus lanes when they're not supposed to. And then limited stop service is provided throughout the region. On Metro Extra, for example, we have the K9 bus service on New Hampshire Avenue. And Ride on Extra has the 101 route on Maryland 355 and just opened the pink and lime routes in the Great Seneca area. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Ansparger. This is just a wonderful 101 on BRT, and thank you for doing that. Thank you. And we look forward to the next session where we can have DOT here and ask about some of these other questions. Okay. Thank you.
Great.
Can I just say for the next time, a few questions that I have that maybe we could answer, and that is when we do, or we have some of them in planning or design, what is the projected ridership and what is the projected reduction in traffic? These are important because we want to measure it and see if it is actually working. And if that is something that they look into the impact of the existing traffic, because what happens that if you take the curb line, you're going to create impact to existing traffic, so hopefully it's worth it with the reduction of the traffic. That's something that it has to be compared. Again, I had talked about it, that how realistic it is to get people use, are we give accessible stations, what is the walk shed or the time shed, And is it compared versus the cars that people be encouraged? I don't think we can force people to take unless that we give them the choice. And if that choice is something that makes the life easier for them, they would do it. But if it makes it more difficult, they wouldn't do it. That's how I see it. And if we make the traffic really difficult that people cannot have the choice, they're going to move out of the county. That's how I see it, if it makes it very difficult for them. So we have to be cognizant of all of these choices that we have. Thanks.
Yeah, and if other commissioners, feel free to, I have questions and comments from a number of you. Feel free to send those to me, and I can share them with MCDOT.
Yeah, thanks so much for this presentation. I think that, you know, BRT is something that I think we should all be really excited about for a lot of reasons. I think Montgomery County, with the corridors that we have and the planning that's going on and will continue to go on around those corridors, there's an extremely high potential here for BRT to be a well-used, valuable, not even alternative, but potentially preference in a lot of cases to connect a lot of these different centers, connect with other high-quality transit options like Metro. There's a reason why it's extremely obvious why in 2013 we put in all this effort to plan for this system, because this county and the regional environment we live in, I wouldn't say it's like tailor-made for a BRT type system, but it's certainly BRT can certainly serve it extremely well. So I'm excited about it, but I'm also happy to hear kind of this additional focus on interim solutions, and not just because BRT is hard and expensive, and our own experience here has proven that it takes a long time. BRT is great. Regular bus service is also great, and in a lot of cases, people will take whatever is most available to them, and regular bus service can serve a lot of the same needs that BRT can serve if it incorporates some of the design elements that BRT often has. You know, there's nothing that is inherent to kind of a BRT or a BRT branded service that says we can only use, for example, you know, bus lanes for that, or queue jumps, or signal priority. And you provided lots of good examples of that. Elsewhere, you know, the example we saw in DC where there was the queue jump, that was on 8th Street. That was not a BRT service. It was just a regular Metro bus service going across 8th Street. And taking advantage of that little reliability benefit, and there's probably other examples of that. And to your point, all these little things do add up and create a more reliable, faster, regular bus service too. And I know that here on the board, we think about BRT from a planning perspective, because we have our master plans and we try to plan around these station areas and imagine a future where that great service exists and how the land uses can support it, to the point that Director Sartori made earlier, like how these can sort of be compatible and mutually support each other over time. And we should plan for that. But I'm also interested in the meantime, you know, what can we as a board do to make recommendations, knowing that we're not operationally in charge of Ride-On, or certainly Metrobus. But what can we do to kind of push the ball forward with improving regular bus service, both on corridors but also countywide in different communities where we're planning right now, that can provide real benefit, that can speed it up, make it convenient, accessible, like all the things that we talked about. And I think a big piece of that is, and we haven't touched on it here, it's sort of implicit in the BRT kind of idea or vision, but the idea of service and, you know, frequency. And you mentioned earlier, like, one of the real benefits of BRT, you go to the station, you don't necessarily even have to check your clock when you get there. You know that the next bus is going to come pretty soon. To be honest, although Ride-On is, I think in a suburban environment, Ride-On is probably one of the, you know, most extensive networks in the entire country for this kind of environment. While it's great with coverage, it really lacks in frequency and service in a lot of places. And people can't just show up to a bus stop and expect the next one to come in 15 minutes or 20 or even 30 minutes most times of day. Service requires funding, and it's obviously Ride-On's a service that's operated by the county and MCDOT, and it's outside of our purview. But I do want us to find opportunities to maybe try to make more recommendations in line with that. Those are obviously budget conversations. We're going through a budget cycle now. We won't have an opportunity to do this again for another year. But I thought about this a lot with, University Boulevard, for example. One of the pieces of testimony that we heard was, I'm sort of paraphrasing, but BRT is great, but we don't need to wait for BRT to dramatically improve service along this corridor to accomplish a lot of the goals that the plan is trying to serve. And that really resonated with me. And I think that, we obviously have, the state put in bus lanes, red painted bus lanes there. Now, I think those are providing some benefit. But thinking about kind of from a planning standpoint, what additional recommendations can we make that are agnostic toward BRT or regular bus service, but all buses can benefit from now and in the future? I want us to continue to try to find opportunities for that, and to the extent that we can, provide more recommendations to council and even the executive about prioritizing the things that we know drive ridership increases and that we know improve experiences for existing riders, which include both the things that you talked about, those operational pieces, but also just more service, better service, more frequency. And I think, although it's out of our purview to sort of implement that, I would love us to find more opportunities to express that preference and make it clear that as ridership increases and as bus service is more attractive, it benefits our planning exercises too. It's sort of, all of these are mutually beneficial things. So thanks for your presentation.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to quickly, if I may, agree with all of that. I will say there's also the land use component, right? We have strong ridership on a lot of these corridors today, BRT appropriate ridership levels, but you all are also approving developments, and you're approving developments that provide better station access. So all of that helps to build the ridership.
Yeah. So all great questions, and maybe that would be, that's something to tee up. I mean, questions for DOT when they're here, because maybe you can ask, how can we help them help create? And so all great. So any other questions or comments?
I really appreciate putting this together. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're going to we're running behind a little bit, a 1 minute break, and we'll start out with our next item, which is item number 6, Good Hope Road Shared Use Path Extension between Rainbow Drive and Spencerville Local Park, mandatory referral and water quality plan. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 6, Good Hope Road Shared Use Path Extension between Rainbow Drive and Spencerville Local Park. Mandatory referral and water quality plan where staff is recommending transmitting comments to the Montgomery County Department of Transportation. And this morning, we have Sophia Aldridge presenting this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Sophia Aldridge from the Countywide Planning and Policy Division, and joining me up here today is Doug Johnson from Up County Planning Environmental, and Doug Stevens from Montgomery Parks. In addition, the applicant is here today. We have the project manager, Gene Kapuznik, and Dan Sheridan. And they can come up here a little later if you have some specific questions for them. So we'll just go right on to the presentation. All right, so I'm going to give an introduction to the project, and then we're going to go through the regulatory item, which is the preliminary and final water quality plan. And then we'll move on to the next part of this, which is the mandatory referral. So this project originally started as a sidewalk project that I believe either a council member or the Montgomery County delegation had prioritized and acquired funding for. And it only went from Windmill Lane to Rainbow Drive, which is curious because there's a local park not that far away. And so obviously once the project was rolling, there was that comment, why not extend it to connect to the park? You know, in terms of connectivity, I think that's something that maybe we need to start looking at as the collective of agencies a little bit more carefully than when we're setting up projects, because you know, that can help make or break a project. And certainly through both the bicycle master plan and the pedestrian master plan, connectivity is extremely important.
Why just that part? Does it have sidewalks other places? If it's not, why just that?
So north of there, Good Hope Road has no sidewalks or side paths. And so the idea of this extension was simply to provide that last connection up to the local park. But from Spencerville Local Park up to Spencerville Road, Good Hope Road does not have sidewalks.
But does the rest of Good Hope Road has it? The rest of the road has shared path? Yeah,
It's a shared use path.
okay.
So the subject project you can see here, and we'll talk about the water quality plan first. You can see it's a pretty short segment, and you can actually see on the graphic, you can see the existing path, which went through mandatory referral, I think, back in 2020, and has since been completed up to Rainbow Drive on the west side of the street. This project is completing a side path on the east side of the street, essentially through park property, and connecting into the parking lot at Spencerville Local Park. So the water quality plan, which is presented as section 6 in the staff report, concludes with some recommendations, which essentially is that staff recommends the approval of the preliminary final water quality plan with the following 4 conditions. And I can read them off if you want me to, but I don't have to. And what you can see on the right of the graphic, this is the Paint Branch Special Protection Area, which is quite large and extensive, and Paint Branch is a very special watershed. You know, this does have an impervious cap, and so coming up with transportation improvements within this watershed and special protection area can be difficult. I'll show a couple more slides, and certainly, you know, as part of the water quality plan, it's actually a 2-stage part. There's a Department of Public Services. They review the water quality plan to ensure that, you know, it really helps to meet the goals. and which is something that DPS does on a lot of projects, especially a lot of municipal projects. And for this, they found that the special protection area preliminary final water quality plan was acceptable from their perspective. As part of this, the applicant prepared a impervious area analysis of the proposed action and identified, square footage of area of impervious surface that was going to be provided with an accompanied mitigation that was identified as well. And elements of this certainly, trying to address the environmental guidelines to make sure that the impacts to essential features such as wetlands and stream buffers take place primarily on parkland due to existing stream crossings, and of course mitigation has to be coordinated with the Parks Department. Impervious levels have been minimized while maintaining the public improvement purpose of the project. Mitigation for excess imperviousness will be mitigated by the applicant within the special protection area specifically. Okay, and that's that, and we will come back in recommendations asking for your vote. In fact, I'm not sure if.
While you're looking that up, what is the applicant going to do to make sure there's no net loss in impervious area? Like, so if you create this shared use path, then you have to remove some imperviousness from somewhere. Where will it be removed from? And is there a game plan for that, or?
The land the area where the impervious surface will be added is shown on this plan. Mm-hmm. The applicant has developed a proposed impervious mitigation plan, which I can show you, but it's not part of the water quality plan itself, and could be subject to change. Uh-huh. But I will.
No, you're not. But is it in this? Is somewhere on this map here, or someone's going to verify, but it's off-site somewhere.
It is off-site, but
Okay.
within the SPA. And
Great.
and I'm just going to take a quick break and go over to that. At one point, Jason taught me how to move within a presentation, and I forgot how to do that, so my apologies. All right, so this is the Paint Branch SPA, and you can see the different streams and creeks, et cetera. And I believe Good Hope Road, I may have it wrong, but I think it's about this area here. And the mitigation that's proposed is in these little areas of green. And you can see the zoom in here. They're actually cul-de-sacs. And the specific cul-de-sacs mentioned so far, and again, right now, these are just proposed. The devil's in the details, as we say, sort of like once the water quality plan is completed, they have to move forward with their design, and then the mitigation for imperviousness needs to be inspected by Montgomery Planning to ensure that the details of the water quality plan are in conformance. So some of the details could change, especially if construction things happen a little differently.
Thank you.
And this is just sort of an example of what is being proposed. All of the cul-de-sacs that were highlighted currently are completely paved, and the mitigation is essentially removing the donut hole. A really easy way to come up with an impervious solution. I kind of wish we had done this on the previous plan, because we spent a lot of time looking for good little scraps of pavement that we could remove. and here's something just right in front of us. And there's probably more within the Paint Branch, SBA where we could do this as well.
I'm just curious, did they select, it looks like those are all like clustered in an area that's near one of those little branches coming off it. Did they intentionally choose that area because it's like particularly important or sensitive?
I don't know the answer to that. We could ask Gene Kapusnik, the project manager, to come up and speak to it.
Good morning, Jean Kapusnik. I work in MCDOT. These areas are in one, if you see that as one development that was built and was not built with the pervious areas in the middle of their cul-de-sacs. Just about every other community in this watershed was built with that impervious area because these developers are subject to those rules as well. So this is clustered because they were available here to do that. And I think there'll be an amenity anyway to the people that live there. It's just, it's a wide open, hot, blacktop impervious area there. So that's why they're in that area. It's not a particularly sensitive area or anything like that. This entire watershed is.
Yeah.
So we found something within the watershed.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just add one thing, Doug Stevens with Montgomery Parks. You do see that little blue tributary that's kind of right below those green dots. So that tributary actually does have some previous work that was done there. One thing that is unique about this SBA is it was created to protect the cold water tributaries, so trying to keep that water cooler within these streams. And so there is actually already a bypass system out there that bypasses some of the storm water in that area to keep it cooler. Actually, so a lot of times we're trying to remove pipe, but in this instance, a pipe was used to try to preserve and cool that water before it got into the main stem of Paint Branch there. So there actually is already some features out there to, again, kind of protect the cold water features of this, of the SPA and of this watershed in that area.
Yeah, that makes sense. And this is mostly just out of curiosity, but does that sort of mean that, this tributary, there used to be more forested in this area, and it was sort of, there were more natural abilities to protect the cooling elements of the water, and now it's just more exposed?
Yeah, that is correct. And also, just the development is a huge driver in the temperature of the streams, because especially if you think in the warmer parts of the year, especially asphalt can get very warm, and so there's a rain event, and that water, that's hitting the asphalt and other hard surfaces, that's a warmer surface than if it was hitting natural ground. So not only is it not going into the ground naturally and then being, as it moves through the surface, ground is generally relatively cool, it's actually hitting a much warmer surface so that the temperature of that is warming the water, and then that water is flowing in. And so that's why, like I said, there was a project in that tributary to try to reduce some of those effects. There are stormwater management facilities out there. Actually, on the right aerial, you may see what looks like a little pond kind of right in the center. So it's a stormwater management facility. Does a lot of work to remove pollutants, but also it's a pond sitting out there in the sun, so the water can actually warm up there too. And again, so that's why this one system was put in to try to cool some of that water before it gets down into the main stem.
Gotcha, thanks.
This is such a smart idea. I really like it. I had not heard that as the first time. It's something that does good, and I'm sure that the development is very happy because instead of that asphalt, they're going to see some planting, and I think that's really smart.
But the pipe, you said you pipe it because to give it time to cool down? Is that what you said the piping was for?
Yeah, it's like a bypass system, and
Okay.
so it takes some of that warm water, puts it on a pipe, and because that pipe is underground, it can actually help to kind of cool that water off as it's moving through the system.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, I think it's maybe your preference. I'll defer to one of your opinion. You could actually make a motion now on the water quality plan, and then I could continue on with the mandatory referral, or we can wait to the end and do both separately. It's your discretion.
Why don't we wait, because Commissioner Hedrick isn't here, and so, but why don't you go in and then we could do it all at the end, but thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, so moving on to the mandatory referral. Oops, Good Hope Road. Good Hope Road is a two-lane neighborhood connector in the master plan of highways and transitways. And this section of Good Hope Road carries less than 10,000 vehicles per day, the area north of Briggs Cheney. To the south of Briggs Cheney, the volume on that road is a little bit higher, and likely because it connects Briggs Cheney with Bonifant Road further to the south. The speed limit on this road is 30 miles an hour for its entire length. And currently in the master plan of highways, there is no master plan target speed for this road, but in the planning board draft, which will be submitted to the county council next week, we have a recommended target speed for this section of Good Hope Road of 20 miles an hour. And I will mention that the area south of Briggs Cheney Road is going to be recommended at 25 miles per hour. Again, this is the project area showing the shared use path or side path extension. And, you know, don't have the best aerial and information to show you about how the project starts, but I'll show some of that in a second. This is from the design plans. This is the plan view of the proposed improvements. And what you will notice here is there's an existing sidewalk at this location, an existing crosswalk. The project will add a new crosswalk, which currently does not exist, across Rainbow Drive, essentially with curb ramps. And then we'll start the shared use path, which is 8 feet wide. And I believe it has some elements along it, and it gets to past Foster Road and connects right into the Spencerville Local Park, right on the corner of the existing parking lot.
I'm just wondering why it couldn't be on the other side of the road, that to be on the same side and not impacting the park. I know that there are houses, but people, they had to get right away, I guess, from those people, or did it fit there on the other side?
I think the answer to this, when the first project was run through, part of the idea of the extension came from the planning board and Montgomery Parks, which was a connection would make sense. And so when they started looking at how can we complete a project, probably with limited funds, it was easier to cross the vehicles to the other side of the street. What I believe the side path project on Good Hope Road to the south actually crosses to the other side at one section too, so it's not continuously on one side or the other. It was basically made to connect to either high pedestrian or bike generators, like for instance, further to the south, it's right alongside the mosque. And then I think there's a community center on the other side of the street, which it connects to when the side path is on the other side of the street. So, you know, in an ideal world, yes, it would be great to have pedestrian and bike facilities run along the same side of the road the entire way. But, you know, especially, you know, on an incremental level, that doesn't always happen. And I think the reality for this SPA is, you know, in this SPA, this project is the project. I doubt there will be a sidewalk or a side path on the other side of the street anytime in my lifetime. But in terms of why we
Yeah,
couldn't put it
I
on the
was
other side of the
just
street,
wondering
I
which
think
one was a better design rather than just coming to the park. It still would provide connection to the park. I don't know, but I don't have the whole project in front of me. I'm hoping that it was a good reason to put it in the park.
Yeah, we certainly, thought about that early on. And like Sophia mentioned, the side path, that is, the portions of it that are complete and in construction now, they do move from side to side based on various constraints. It's kind of hard to see here, but if you look between the private residences and Good Hope Road, there is like a drainage swale that runs through there. So there is, drainage aspects to it that would have been difficult to do it on the other side of the road because we have to manage that water. Also, again, it's kind of hard to see here. There are actually numerous trees on the other side too that would have been impacted. So from that perspective, not park trees, but again, trees out there that would have been impacted if we put it on that side. And this is out of my area, but I think that there was a preference to have the crossing at Rainbow Drive versus anywhere else where it's more of a safe intersection to actually have the crossing. So I think so again, we looked at that, but we decided that it made sense to run it along the park frontage in this, in this instance.
Where is the park's right-of-way, park property line? Is it on actually park property, or is it the slope going to the park property?
It is, yes, is the answer to that. It is on either side. There's some of the existing right-of-way, but then a lot of it is also on parkland, kind of runs right down that. And I'll get into it in a little bit, that there is a need to provide some, perpetual easement to DOT for this, to be able to accommodate it. But, we did our best to keep it as close to the road alignment as possible while creating a safe experience.
Sorry, as part of this, here is the actual cross-section. This is a typical cross-section that was developed in the design plans and shows Good Hope Road over here on the left. The typical buffer provided for this design was 5 feet, which is less than our Complete Streets design standard of 6 feet, but it is also totally consistent with what was used for the Good Hope Road shared use path project to the south. And I think a determination of this was that with the extension of the path would follow the similar design standards. Similarly, instead of providing a 10-foot wide shared use path, an 8-foot wide shared use path is provided, which is what we do in sensitive areas and including parkland. And the rest of the details really show how we would transition that shared use path facility with drainage and, sort of into park property. And, it says varies because, as you could see in that previous drawing, the limits of disturbance changed across the whole thing. I always have this problem. At the intersection of Good Hope Road with Rainbow Drive, what you can see here on the left side, and this is a not quite recent photo, but one of the more recent ones. You can see the shared use path that was under construction at the time, and on the right, you can see a photo from the shared use path itself and how it connects in. And so the proposed project will add a crosswalk on this side of the street and then continue it along this path. As part of our evaluation, we certainly look at master plan conformity, and on the transportation side, this project is consistent with the 2018 bicycle master plan, which recommended a side path along the east side of Good Hope Road between New Hampshire Avenue and Spencerville Road. And certainly, as I said, further to the south, some of those details change. And that's just, I think, sort of the reality between taking the master plan vision to implementation. You end up discovering that there's some technical issues, whether it's you're going over a drainage pipe, you're taking too many trees. And so in some cases, decisions get made to change that. In addition, this project is, on Good Hope Road, it is in the master plan of highways and transitways, a 2-lane neighborhood connector street with a 70-foot wide master plan right-of-way, and the side path is consistent with that street classification. And as I mentioned earlier, in the planning board draft of the master plan of highways and transitways, the proposed target speed recommended on this street, this section of Good Hope Road, will be 20 miles an hour. And then it's currently posted at 30. This project does not significantly change that target speed. Maybe the presence of a side path may help. Determining how to adjust speed limits on long roads is a very complicated process that the Montgomery County DOT has to work on. And on some projects, we actually try to incorporate elements within the design, such as a narrower travel lane, to help encourage traffic to travel slower. The limits of this project really didn't allow for that. Also in our evaluation, we looked at existing pedestrian level of comfort, or PLOC. And right now it is undesirable, basically because there are no pedestrian facilities. You have to walk along the grass or the shoulder. And with the improvement, pedestrians will be able to use the side path. In addition, the bicycle level of traffic stress, this section is high and moderate. Bike riders have to basically ride in the street. And again, they will now have a side path, which they will have to share with pedestrians, but a significant improvement. And now I'm going to turn it over to Doug for a couple slides to talk about his evaluation.
Great, thanks. So yeah, just a few slides to talk about the parkland analysis here. So this is Spencerville Local Park. It's about an 18-acre local park up there, so it has kind of a mix of both recreational amenities, and it actually has about half of it or so is actually kind of in a forested condition. But what you can see here, where we're talking about, as Sophia mentioned, is really all the way on what I would call the road frontage, of the park. That's where this side path is proposed. So we have a few amenities here, like I mentioned. Actually have a couple of cricket fields at this local park, and then your typical amenities like tennis courts, playgrounds, and there is an activity building also at this park. We mentioned before that this location is within the Upper Paint Branch SBA, and the upper left fork of Paint Branch does go across the eastern portion of this park where it's forested. That is classified as a use class 3 stream, which again, I mentioned the cold water, so that's a cold water, naturally trout producing stream. Because we are in the SPA, our parkland here that is forested, we do classify as a best natural area because it is providing significant benefit to the watershed and protecting those aquatic resources. But as far as the impacts go here, they're generally pretty minimal. There are no active recreational amenities affected. We are adjacent to the cricket field, but as you'll see in some of the further slides, and actually as you saw in that one cross section, from the road, there's kind of a slope that goes down, and all these improvements are more or less on that sloped area, so we're not really impacting any of the active, or we aren't impacting any of the active use areas of the park. There are a few landscape trees that are along the frontage that will be removed, but we will be able to replace those landscape trees in kind, no problem. There's also a couple of new bioswales, stormwater management facilities that will be put in. Those will be kind of on the parkland side, but they will simply be turf grass on the surface, so most people won't even realize they're there, but they'll be doing, good work protecting, the watershed from any stormwater runoff from this project. And I'll mention this again at the end, and a question was asked earlier, is there is new easement area required for this side path, so MCDOT will be responsible for maintaining the side path, and so, we grant them those rights through perpetual easement, so there's about 8,000 feet of perpetual easement that would be granted to MCDOT, so they have the rights to maintain this side path.
So the new storm water facilities and drainage pipe are located on this easement?
Yeah, I'll show you in just one or two slides, you'll have a better idea of where those features are. And so here's just real quick to wrap this slide up, here's just an aerial of the park where you can kind of see where, you know, the eastern half is forested. You can see those blue lines, that's where the stream and the wetland features are. And then the western half is where the, you know, the amenities are with the cricket field, the parking lot, and tennis courts and playground and whatnot. Yep. So again, like we've mentioned, this side path is running along the road frontage, so the image on the left there kind of shows Good Hope Road, and then the frontage of the park, and then obviously the vast green space out there that is the cricket field. And so, you know, we'll be up where you can kind of see the utility lines running, you know, that'll be where the side path is running really, really close, like I said, close to Good Hope Road. And then on the upper right, you can see that's the entrance to the local park. And so on the right side of that image, that's where the side path will kind of curve in, and then it's going to meet up with our existing parking lot and tie into the park features. So there's about 680 feet of park frontage, you know, that's where the side path is going to run. And, you know, we think Parks is a huge supporter of this project because it's going to provide much better access to folks that don't want to drive here, you know. So now you're going to be able to walk or cycle here in a much safer manner. You know, as was mentioned, and as you can kind of see where the picture of the road is, there's no shoulders or anything there, so there's really no other way, you know, for folks to move to this park locally other than driving. And so we're going to be providing a nice amenity for folks to get to the park in a much safer way. So here's, again, kind of a screen grab from their construction documents, but I've highlighted a few things. We'll start on the right side with the yellow arrow. So that's kind of more or less where you can see where that side path ties in, and then it ties into the parking lot, and then there's some striping of the parking lot that kind of ties it into our existing, because there is a small trail out there that kind of connects some of our amenities, the down to the tennis courts and the park features there. The blue arrow, and then what is highlighted in blue, that's highlighting where those bioswales are. So those are the stormwater management facilities. So they'll collect some of that stormwater that's going to flow off the side path into those facilities. And then there is, as I mentioned before, there is some drainage out there on the other side of the road, and there was an existing culvert that comes and kind of discharges on parkland and then flows along kind of what would be our southern edge of the park. So not like through the cricket field area, but along our southern property line there. And they're replacing that infrastructure, but the flow paths for that will all be the same. And so that's what the red arrow is just highlighting, where that, you know, it's a new drainage pipe, but it's replacing an existing drainage pipe, and the existing drainage patterns will remain there. As I mentioned before, you know, we've worked very closely with DOT, you know, on the alignment and minimizing any impacts to parkland here. So this figure is just showing the land that we will grant perpetual easement to DOT for, so that they, you know, have the ability to maintain this infrastructure. And so the way we do that is through perpetual easement, and MCDOT, you know, pays MNCPPC the appropriate, you know, market rate for the square footage to be able to attain that easement from us.
And I will mention that the orientation of this drawing is the opposite of what you're probably used to seeing, so yeah, there we go.
Yes. And so on this one, we have just 3 conditions that are really kind of general conditions. You know, you'll see sometimes in our mandatory referral, we have very specific conditions about certain elements. But again, we are very much a proponent of this project, have had good collaboration with MCDOT, and we just have our general conditions. One, you know, obviously, that any work requires a park construction permit. And then the second one is talking about the perpetual easement, and that, you know, we need to be paid fair market value to be able to grant that easement. And then our third condition is our general tree mitigation policy, where, you know, any trees need to be either replaced or we need to be compensated for those replacements. So those are our very general conditions. There are no other conditions. We will continue to work through, you know, the last stages of design through our park construction permit. All these conditions will be enforced through that park construction permit. And then, you know, once MCDOT has 100% plans and the Parks Department approves those plans, they will get their park construction permit, and then they are able to begin construction of this project.
All right, thank you, Doug. So the comments that we have, the planning, staff is recommending to transmit on this project. I would just say in general that we are very supportive of this project. And, the comments we have to transmit are the comments that Doug just mentioned before. The project is a great extension. And again, I guess I said my only regret is that we didn't think of it in the first place, which is, I think, something that we need to do a better job at, to really try to figure out who are we trying to serve and how do we create these connectivity, these connections. So those would be the comments that we would recommend the planning board transmit to Montgomery County DOT. But maybe at this point we can move back to the water quality plan, which is item 6A, and turn it over to you, Mr. Chair, for discussion, motion.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we will do like we do most projects. We'll just, if any general comments from the board, and then we can just vote two separate votes. One, we have to approve the water quality plan, and then the second, we approve the transmitting comments to Montgomery County DOT. Is that good? So in general comments, I'm very supportive of this, and I just have, out of curiosity, I saw the cricket fields, one large one small. Is the large one a full size and the small one's like a practice field? And are they, is this a highly used park? Just out of curiosity, just I didn't know.
I can comment on that.
Okay.
I, being the sole East County resident on the planning board, I'm very familiar with this community. And as a matter of fact, one of the difficulties of the community is there is no side paths, sidewalks, walkways, or bike paths within this whole area. There was recently installed a side path on the corner of Good Hope Road and Briggs Cheney Road, and it's a beautiful side path. It's on the eastern side of Good Hope Road there at that intersection. But when I drove by this park, there are gentlemen out there playing cricket all the time. And they have plenty of space too, which was shocking because most of the baseball fields don't have that much space because they can hit the ball a long way. And I was interested in this place because my son has a friend there and he wants to ride his bike there, but we forbid him to ride his bike there because it's not safe. And there is no buffer between the roadway and the alternating terrain on side of the roadways. And it is not walkable, it is not bikeable, and you literally have to be in the middle of the road or on the side of the road in the path of a car to navigate most of the roads around this area. So because of that, I don't think the park is as heavily used as it could be because it's not easy for the residents even to get to that park who live in close proximity to it. So it is readily used, and the cricket field was really pretty well worn. Yep.
So it's a small piece, is it a small field, a small?
Yeah, I would
practice?
agree with all that. And I will state, I am not an expert in cricket fields. So I don't know if it is exactly like a full size, but it is it is, as you said, it is a very large field. And the other one is smaller. I mean, that's one of the issues we have, is just fitting these amenities in. But yeah, the one that is closest to the side path that we're talking about is a very large field.
Okay.
Yeah, and I would assume the other one, it suits the need, but that large one is very nice. And they are used a lot because we don't have as many cricket fields as we do as many of our other amenities. We are, trying to incorporate more of them into the park system. But I think because it is, a relatively unique amenity, it actually is, as you said, it is used quite a bit. And again, just to echo those comments, we're really hoping that
more folks are just going to be able to use this park on a more frequent basis, by providing, this connection there where now you can walk or cycle to it, and you don't have to get in the car, to go drive to your local park. A local park should be accessible to folks that live locally without having to get in a car. And so that's why, we are a huge proponent of this project.
Okay, great. Any other questions or
Well,
comments?
I
from the board?
remember,
Okay.
I'm answering some
Oh,
of your
okay.
question. I remember when I was at the Parks Department, if my memory allows, we didn't have any cricket field. So we started searching to convert some of the existing field to cricket. And I think that Spencer, this park was one of the one that we converted. And one is for youth and practice, and the other one is for the larger that they can play on. That's what I remember. Now, Parks Department can correct me later on in future. And while I'm at the microphone, I would say thank you to DOT to bringing this project. This project is really a good one. And, that's what the first question I had, that why just this section, make it longer, make it all around the road, because we need that. Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions, we'll take two votes here. Do I have a motion to approve the water quality plan?
Yeah, move to approve the water quality plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Then I have a motion to transmit the comments to the Montgomery County DOT on the mandatory referral.
Yeah, move to transmit the comments to MCDOT.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us. Thank you, DOT. And we're looking for, it fits the thrive about connectivity, Vision Zero, all those other things. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to take just a short break and come back for our item before lunch. This is the item number 7, Rickman Property Preliminary Plan and Final Forest Conservation Plan, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good morning. We're on item number 7, Rickman Property Preliminary Plan Application and Forest Conservation Plan Application, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Jeff Server is presenting this morning. Welcome.
Good morning, members of the board. For the record, my name is Jeff Server with the Up County Division. Before you today is the Rickman property. It's preliminary plan number 12025-0060, and the final forest conservation plan number F2025-0160. Staff's recommending approval with revised conditions of the preliminary plan, the final forest conservation plan, and the final water quality plan. The application seeks to create one lot for up to 41,052 square feet of density. There are some clarifications that need to be made to the staff report. About an hour, 2 hours before the posting of the staff report, the applicant team requested to change some of the density numbers, so that's what you'll see before you in this first slide. So the warehouse uses were decreased, which in turn increased some of the office uses. When you add it all up, it results in about 601 square feet of additional density added to the original proposed density. This is captured in a revision that needs to be made to condition number 1. Again, those numbers are just adjusted to account for that additional 601 square feet of density. This is captured also in the data table, which the items that have been struck through have been corrected to account for that density. Within the LATR table as well, this is captured. The numbers changed a little bit. They increased slightly, but it had absolutely no impact to the findings made relative to the traffic. The applicant has met all the noticing requirements regarding the sign posting, notice of application being mailed. There was a pre-submission meeting that was held on GoToMeeting on Tuesday, October 27th from 7 to 7:30. There were no attendees from the community, but there were 6 members from the applicant team in attendance that day. Notice of public hearing was mailed by staff, and there's been no community correspondence received to date. And looking at the subject property, it's located at 18849 Woodfield Road in Gaithersburg. It's part of the Montgomery Air Park Business Center, which is located along Woodfield Road. It's also adjacent to the Montgomery County Air Park. The surrounding properties are primarily light industrial, warehouse, and small retail uses. To the north, there's a small service station that includes a convenience store. There are also some warehouses and office buildings. To the west, more warehouses. There's a packaging facility, an auto repair, medical supply, self-storage, and small retail facility. To the east, more light industrial and warehouse buildings all around a single story in height. And to the north, there's a 2-story building that includes a mix of uses with a printing company, pool supply, flooring, and so forth. And looking at the subject property, it's comprised of 2 unrecorded parcels. It's P860 and P925. They occupy about 6.3 acres of land. The site is currently developed. It includes multiple 2-story buildings. There's a gravel parking lot and storage area. The subject property is subject to the 2004 Upper Rock Creek Area Master Plan. It's currently zoned IL and is also located within the Upper Rock Creek Overlay Zone. Access is provided by 2 existing driveways from Woodfield Road. One is located to the north and one to the south. And the property is located within the Upper Rock Creek Watershed SPA. The proposal is to subdivide the subject property, so to consolidate the 2 parcels into one lot that would for up to 41,052 square feet of density. That includes a little over 17,000 square feet of warehouse uses, 5,000 square feet of light manufacturing uses, and 18,930 square feet of office and retail uses. The existing buildings on site will be demolished, and the applicant proposes a phased development. So it's not phasing the preliminary plan, but phasing the build-out. So in looking at the building and architecture, the proposed development includes an office building, which is seen below as Building 1, a warehouse and showroom building, which is located in the image to the lower right-hand corner as Building 2, and a saw operations building, which is not shown in an image, but the image in the upper right-hand is showing the frontage of the property along Woodfield Road. The application meets the minimum requirements for 10% open space. and it meets the requirements for amenity open space. This open space is provided around buildings 1 and 2 and along a serpentine walkway. And the open space includes an outdoor plaza area connecting sidewalks, lead walks, and a serpentine walkway which features some masonry product displays. And looking at the landscaping, the open space will include enhanced landscaping that includes a mix of Maryland native plant materials. Landscaping is to be provided along the walkway, the serpentine walkway and product displays, the plaza area, the foundation plantings for buildings 1 and 2, and the north parking lot area for screening. Large canopy shade trees will also be provided along the relocated sidewalk that extends along the frontage of Woodfield Road. And looking at transportation, motor vehicle access is shown in the blue arrows in the image to the right. That will be provided at the existing driveways that are located to the north and south. Those driveways will be improved with an improved curb and pedestrian crossing. The pedestrian crossings will be set back further from Woodfield Road, and the improved driveways will be able to accommodate large trucks and work vehicles needed for this business. And the subject property will also support internal circulation behind buildings 1 and 2, and you can see that in the blue arrow that extends to the right and wraps around the back. Looking at the frontage improvements, there will be significant pedestrian safety and comfort improvements accommodated with the frontage improvements. It basically shifts and widens the sidewalk and the street buffer, and that's to accommodate future expansion for Woodfield Road, should it happen. In looking at the phasing, in the image to the right, there are two colors. The green color is accounting for phase 1. In essence, phase 1 is basically the full build out of the site with the exception of what you see shaded in purple, which would be the office use. So phase 2 accounts for that office building, a little over 15,000 square feet. This slide is showing the this application proposes an extended APF. So with this code section, basically it requests that you can have no less than 5 and no more than 10 years for an APF. So this application is requesting a 10-year APF. The first finding to be made is basically that the proposed development must show the minimum percentage of the project to be completed within the first 5 to 7 years. In this case, phase 1 would be completed within that first 5 years, within that first 5-year period. And that extends to obtaining building permits for a minimum of 10,000 square feet of warehouse use, 3,000 square feet of retail uses, and 2,500 square feet of light manufacturing. Phase 2 would then be completed within the second 5-year period. So when you add those together, you get the 10 years. Within phase 2, the applicant would need to obtain building permits for the remaining approved square footage. It should be noted that both phases need to be completed prior to the expiration of that 10-year APF. Failure to do so would require coming in for an APF extension. The second finding to be made extends to the validity period being longer than the minimum. The board needs to find that the complexity of the subdivision warrants the extended validity period. In this case, staff supports the additional 5-year period for the APF validity. The complexity of phase 1 will require the applicant's full attention and financial resources. It's more or less the extent of the entire property, minus the one building. The additional 5 years of APF validity will give the applicant an opportunity to finalize the design of the building, assemble financial resources, and then follow through with the construction. So given the scope of phase 1, the additional 5-year period is reasonable. Looking at the adequate public facility findings, this application is exempt from the LATR study. It generates below 50 net new peak hour person trips. It will utilize public water and sewer. It falls within the W1 and S3 service categories, meets all the stormwater management requirements by providing an environmental site design, one structural device, meets the fire and water access supply requirements, provides compliant entrances and drives to adequately access the buildings, and there's no impact on schools as it's creating a new lot for non-residential use.
So that below 50 is for both phases, even though when the office building still would be less than 50?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
So in looking at the special protection area and water quality plan, As I mentioned earlier, this is located within the Upper Rock Creek SPA. You can see in the image to the left, kind of the extent of that, how it falls roughly across about half of the site. So the property is zoned industrial, and as such, and being within the Upper Rock Creek overlay zone, it's exempt from the 8% impervious cap of the overlay zone. The property does not have any forest or sensitive environmental features to protect. It meets the requirements of Chapter 19, and planning staff recommends approval of the final water quality plan. Looking at forest conservation and tree variance, in the image to the left, the trees shown in yellow are the variance trees that are impacted. There are two. There's one variance tree to be removed, which is shown by the X as tree number 5, and then the blue pentagons indicate variance mitigation trees. So as mentioned before, there are no forests on the site. It is classified as light industrial. It does have a total afforestation requirement of a little over 1 acre. This is to be met by purchasing requirements in an offsite forest bank or fee in lieu. The tree variance request was submitted with this application. The one variance tree, as mentioned, is removed outside the SPA, and the 3 mitigation trees to be installed within the SPA. Again, this application meets the requirements of Chapter 22A and is in conformance with the environmental guidelines. In summary, this application does conform to the 2004 Upper Rock Creek Master Plan. The public facilities are adequate, complies with all the provisions of the subdivision regulations. The proposed lot is appropriate with respect to size, shape, width, and orientation for the proposed use, meets all the requirements of the IL zone and the Upper Rock Creek Overlay Zone. And again, it's in compliance with Chapter 22A for forest conservation and in compliance with Chapter 19 with an approved stormwater concept and the final water quality plan. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of preliminary plan number 120250160, final conservation plan number F20250160 with revised conditions and the final water quality plan. Thank you.
Thank you. That was short and sweet. Yeah, thank you. I had a couple questions. One is, how are the numbers determined that go into the, the first phase and second phase? Because you used 10,000, which was less than what was proposed, and is that some formula, or is it a negotiated numbers?
It's a minimum number of square footage, so the numbers are below what the projected density numbers are, but it's to provide room for them to meet the requirement. So should the building change in configuration or the size, by having a minimum, it's not penalizing them for being above.
Great. And the next question, so there was outreach to the community. They're supposed to have a community meeting. What's the definition in this state of the community? What is that? A certain radius? Is that when you have to send out, you have a community meeting? What? And it's interesting. No one showed up. No one's signed up. There are some rooftops, not some nearby, but just out of curiosity, what does that mean? The community.
My apologies. I don't know off the top of my head the exact radius, but there is a prescribed distance that the notifications are sent and for people to have the attendance to attend.
Okay, great. So I have no other comments or questions, and any other ones?
I just have a question. I'm just curious why under the regulations, the minimum cap of 8% for impervious areas doesn't apply to industrial zone. I'm just curious because you think that's the place it should apply. Nothing with the development, that's our regulation. I don't know why the regulation has set it that way. I'm curious. Oh, here you are.
Sure, I'm going to defer to our environmental reviewer.
Your mic.
I am Doug Johnson, environmental planner. The reason this doesn't apply is because under the overlay zone in the zoning ordinance, industrial sites are exempt from the overlay zone. So part of that overlay zone requirement is the impervious cap. So since industrial sites are exempt from that, they're exempt from the impervious cap. And the reason they're exempt is
Yes, that's
because
right.
they're identified as being highly impervious, that they would never be able to meet the 8% cap.
Oh, okay.
So that's why when the overlay zone was passed by the council, they said, okay, these sites are exempt.
Is that, oh, sorry, is that general for overlay zones, or is that specific for the Upper Rock Creek?
No, this is very specific to the Upper Rock Creek, and each overlay zone is written differently. So each one changes.
I just want to make sure that we're curious. Thank you.
Thank you.
And they also, they showed a cross-section, a road cross-section, and it currently is like a four-way road, you know, like two in each direction, and it had a section that could be 6 lanes. Is there a reason, and normally we try to have less lanes than more lanes, and why, I'm just out of curiosity, why is 6? Why are
Sure.
6 lanes proposed?
I'm going to defer to our transportation reviewer, Nick Peavy.
Hi, for the record, Nick Peavy. So the image that we're seeing here, the road today is currently built as a 4-lane road. There's additional right-of-way that's already been obtained, and this road has the potential to have another lane. That's at the discretion of MCDOT and SHA. What we wanted to do with this project is recommend a build-out condition for the sidewalk that would achieve the buffer that we want to see for complete streets, but also accommodate that future road widening if it happens, which we were, given an indication that that is not on the menu for the future, or like for the near future. So it may not happen, but we wanted to create a final curb-to-curb solution on the applicant side of the road, so that if the lane comes or doesn't, it won't impact the experience, and the pedestrian experience will be much improved.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay.
Yeah, and to be clear, they're not building the lane, we're not asking for that.
Right.
We're just trying to accommodate a future, potential future.
Right. And the current use of the site would be similar to the future use? I mean, I say it's a brick making, what is it, brick making and supply company? Is that what's currently going on there today, or no?
We are a, excuse me, brick distribution.
Brick
We
distribution.
do not manufacture a brick. When the light industrial or the light manufacturing is cutting brick. We saw brick.
Okay, great. And that's what that,
And that's right.
okay.
Other than that, we're buying brick and we're reselling it.
Great, thank you so much. Any other questions or comments?
Just for the record, Sandra Pereira, Regulatory Supervisor. I was going to add that for the noticing requirements, it's 1 mile for homeowner associations and 500 feet for properties. So as long as they met that requirement, they are good for the community.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we have to have 3 votes here, 1 water quality plan, 1 for the preliminary plan, and 1 for the final forest conservation plan. Okay. All right, do I have a motion for approval of the preliminary plan number 1, 2025-0060, with revised conditions?
Yeah, move to approve the preliminary plan with conditions.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. The second is, do I have a motion for approval of the final forest conservation plan?
Yeah, move for approval of the final forest conservation plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And last but not least is, do I have a motion for approval of the final water quality plan?
Move for approval of the final water quality plan.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Ayes have it, thank you. The ayes have it, thank you, 5-0. Look forward to this project moving forward, so thank you for coming. And we're going to take our lunch break now and be back at 1:10. Does that work? Yeah, okay, we'll be back at 1:10. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, University Boulevard Corridor Plan Work Session 3, where staff is recommending to discuss the University Boulevard Corridor Plan with the board and the board to provide guidance to staff. Before we start, I just want to say that staff is prepared a lot of information for us to review, and we look forward to working through all of it. So it's a 3-hour session, planned 3-hour session, and we will hang in there. And there's a lot of information to go over, and we're looking forward to it. And I know we have a number of guests from the executive branch today to share their expertise, and we will make sure to call you up when we are ready for those comments. Thank you. So we have Zubin Adrianvala from the planning staff to lead us through this discussion. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. For the record, Zubin Adrianvala with Montgomery County, Mid-County Planning. Sorry, it's been a long day already. Yes, I have more steps today than I was planning on having. Today we'll discuss transportation-related issues with this plan, considering the overall vision and the policy guidance that shapes it. We will delve into the existing conditions and examine the relevant testimony that has influenced some of our revisions. Additionally, we'll also talk about the Kemp Mill Shopping Center, focusing on its current and recommended zoning, and address proposed revisions, particularly in light of the recent changes under ZTA 2503. So we'll first start with the Kemp Mill Shopping Center. As you may remember, it is currently zoned Neighborhood Retail NR. On April 8th, 2025, the Montgomery County Council approved zoning text amendment 2503, which removed the 30% gross floor area cap on household living in the NR zone. This amendment acknowledges the commercial vacancy rates and the rising housing costs in Montgomery County. ZTA 2503 aims to repurpose commercial buildings for residential use, especially those with high vacancy rates, addressing both office vacancies and housing shortages. Thus, the new potential square footages for existing neighborhood retail zoning are as follows, with the overall site area of nearly 450,000 square feet and a 0.75 of maximum FAR. A future development could build around 342,000 square feet. With the new zoning changes under ZTA 2503, this can now be 100% housing, which would represent, given the 45 feet height limit, around 196 townhomes at 1,750 square feet each, or 156 townhomes at 2,200 square feet each. These are, of course, just scenarios, and we think that the recommendation to change NR zoning to CRT still stands in our view. So there are still a few challenges with the NR zone in spite of ZTA 2503. So although the NR zone permits 342,000 square feet of commercial use on the combined site, the removal of the residential cap, along with constraints imposed by the existing NR zoning, particularly the 45 feet height limit, will likely encourage townhouse-style housing if the site were to redevelop under the current NR zone. These height restrictions and density requirements create limitations on the ability to provide a commercial and residential mix. While certainly not impossible, and there are some examples of this in the county, low height and low densities limit mixed-use developments because infrastructure and site design are less consolidated. In a townhouse development, each unit has its own parking, utility connections, and vehicle and fire access, promoting single-use development across the site. Additionally, commercial space typically occupies ground-level uses, while townhouses are ground-oriented, consuming more ground area compared to apartment buildings. Consequently, the competition for ground area is greater in townhomes versus apartment-type setups. Thus, if we compare the developments possible under the existing zoning and the recommended CRT zoning, we can see that the CRT zoning not only provides more area for residential uses, but also makes the retention and preservation of existing commercial spaces far more likely. This is achieved by offering greater flexibility and FAR. Even if the entire existing commercial space is preserved, future development could still be home to another 1,700 odd square feet of commercial development capacity on the site, compared to 0 if the commercial is preserved under NR. So we think that the commercial possibilities are enhanced with the CRT zoning while still allowing for a mixed and diverse type of housing.
Can I just ask you a question? If
Sure.
you go back, this is really, I really enjoyed looking at these numbers. Under the available area for commercial use, if residential use is maximized, if we build like 170,000 or 171,000 square foot of residential, what is left? That 114 or 15 square foot can be used for residential. The second, go down, yeah, that. If residential is maximized, is there still any area left for commercial, and how come? How come they cannot use that for residential?
So the reason they cannot use that is the residential FAR is at 1.25. So even though the site FAR is 1.5, the residential cap is 1.25.
Oh, that's under the new one. Under the old one, they can just make it all right now residential and nothing left. Got it, okay.
So the proposed zone offers several advantages. Firstly, the 70-foot height recommendation supports mixed-use development, allowing for a combination of townhouses and low to medium-rise apartments. The flexibility also encourages a diverse housing mix overall. Additionally, CR zones promote integration of commercial and residential uses, creating interactive streets and public spaces. The optional method of development is another advantage here, which requires the provision of public benefits. So with that in mind, we continue to recommend this language that we have shared before. However, we are still exploring ways in which we can incent preserving the commercial space given its high cultural importance in this context, and to incentivize the optional method of development. We think there are other opportunities that we will explore to preserve this retail resource for the community, and that is also possible through public benefits. Finally, we would like to reiterate that the University Boulevard Corridor Plan does not propose or endorse eminent domain for any property, whether commercial, residential, or a place of worship. In fact, the plan explicitly avoids language that authorizes or incents the forced purchase of any properties in the plan area. The plan also encourages strategic infill and mixed-use development, but only with the interest and consent of property owners. We are also recommending that any future development should follow a phased approach, especially for the Kemp Mill Shopping Center site.
So the language of phased approach is going to be part of the master plan language.
Yes, if the planning board wishes to do so, it's part of this language that we have shared here. So I'm happy to read that, which is a phased redevelopment of Kemp Mill Shopping Center that allows existing neighborhood retail to operate and site access to be maintained during redevelopment activities.
Thank you.
So,
I do have a question. With regards to the last slide, I think with the red line, the last slide with the red line, I think that the Kemp Mill area is something that needs to be preserved in its community and its feel, its cultural importance, and the makeup of the community. And so when you use language like encourages any new development to retain the retail space, I think if we're looking to preserve it, I think we have to use language stronger than encourage. And I'm very interested in maintaining that community in its composition and being a cultural resource for all the people who enjoy visiting there. So I would just like a little stronger language than encourage. Thanks.
I would like to push back on that a little bit. The maintenance of the community is not something that we effect, like, it's not up to us, it's up to the people that live there. If they move away, they move away, that's not up to us. So I think that encourages is fine, I think it's as strong as we can go, and I think that we've provided more than enough response to what's been asked for. Like, I don't want stronger language, and we can't enforce stronger language, and the maintenance of the community's, current makeup is up to the people of the community, it's not up to us. So I think the language that's there is fine.
I think what the plan right now says, I agree with Commissioner Bartley. I think that we need to preserve the neighborhood character. But I don't see the word of encourage. In here, you're saying that recommends, and I think that recommends would do the job that I guess satisfies also Commissioner's Hedrick, concern. And I think I like the word of recommend as what you have put it in.
I mean, we have encourages, I just don't want us to get to the point where we don't determine the neighborhood character. It's not up to us. The existence of the neighborhood character is the function of cultural, historical, and a variety of other things that have interacted in a particular point in time. Like, the neighborhood's gonna change no matter what we do, one way or the other. It's not, we don't have a wand that we can wave on this.
It's not suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, we say encourage, we say, it's a treasured cultural resource, we say that we recommend and incentivize. Like, it's not this neighborhood, any neighborhood, every neighborhood in the county, there's 1.1 million people in the county, every neighborhood is gonna change in ways that are beyond our control over this time. And we're doing the best we can to plan for that. But I think we've responded very well and very strongly to the community's response, but that's up to the community. If people move, if different things come in, there are a million different things that we don't have the control over.
But we have to preserve. That's required by Thrive and everything. When we do the master planning, we have to preserve the quality and existence of existing communities. So whatever is there has to be preserved regardless if it's going to be changed in future. And I think the language should support that.
Sue, we should note that there's been discussion around this, but there are certain things we handle zoning, but I think that the language here, by saying incentivize retaining retail space, the plan recommends, some of the things that, though you saw in the More Housing Now, there's certain pieces that are around zoning for more, and the other piece around economic where it wasn't a zoning text amendment, it was where the council in the economic development group, they had the pilot, they had the money to provide for homeowner assistance, they had the things that those are also parts of encouraging, incentivizing and stuff. So I feel that, what we have is a great start because it talks about, this incentivize, and so we don't, maybe another way to incentivize is that, which we can put in here, but I think when we did stuff like that before, they took it out and the council and made it part of maybe there's some economic development things that they can do, and it wasn't necessarily a zoning thing. So I think this is a great start, and it sends the signal, and then I think that maybe it could be some other things done, but that's not part of our purview. Okay.
Yeah, I agree. I think the language largely looks good, but just for clarity, especially for the community who may be looking at this and thinking like, well, what does this mean in practical terms? I think we had talked about last time kind of what is the effective impact of this moving forward, and correct me if I'm wrong, but essentially this language now means that when applications come in, they are assessed for conformance with this kind of language, right? And so
That's correct.
Yeah.
So if the plan says we recommend phased redevelopment on the site, if development comes in and it does not propose a phased development that allows existing businesses to stay and operate while new construction is happening, that is not in conformance with the plan. So that's what this language is trying to get at. The other things too, strategies, so if a development doesn't have strategies to retain existing retailers in Kent Mill or attract new ones that serve the same community interests, that is not in conformance with the plan. So I think that, you know, in practical terms, that's what we're trying to do. And I think this language does a good job of doing it.
Yeah, and in just one more thing, in general, not just a specific in that, and I have said it over and over, and I will continue saying that anytime we bring new master plan or anything that we do as a board, I will look to make sure that the quality of life for the existing communities is maintained to the best possible. Or if it's not there, what are the mitigations and how we could do that? Because that community is going to be there for years after this master plan has come. And we need to make sure that they continue to thrive the same way that our master plan envisioned for future to thrive. So thrive was not just for future, was for existing community as well.
And I think that that's what we've put together is something that helps. You know, if we don't do anything, the shopping center will die over time. Things will change and it will continue to decline. And I think that we're offering an opportunity for there to be something in the future. I just don't think that I want to push back on the idea that we didn't do that in the first place, that wasn't part of what we did anyway, and that wasn't part of what the original write-up was for, is that and hundreds of other commercial properties just like it will continue to decline and die if something isn't done. They just cannot compete in the same way that they used to when they were built. So what we're offering is flexibility and the opportunity for that to maintain itself and produce commercial, residential, and other types of opportunities that will be useful for the neighborhood going forward in the future. I would push back that wasn't what we were doing in the first place. That's the only thing I want to mention. And that something that was built decades ago under completely different circumstances and completely different economic situation can continue unchanged in the future that we're planning for decades in the future, which is what we're doing, is something that is not going to happen. And if we don't change the way we do business, there won't be any businesses there for anybody to visit anyway.
Right.
So it's just something to make sure that we make that clear.
Yep, so everyone's good comments. As Commissioner Linden said, this, when a specific project comes to the board, we'll have to review it over these qualities. If you think of something, we need to keep going, but if you think of some other things that may fit the spirit, you can come back to us later. But right now, I'd like you, I think we've discussed this piece enough, okay?
All right, thank you.
Just to summarize briefly, sorry to interrupt, Carrie Sanders, for the record. So I understand you would like us to proceed with the language. These are edits that we're going to make to the existing plan, and you'd like us to proceed with that?
We like that.
Okay, we will do that. Thank you.
So finally, here's a sort of recap of the vision for the plan. We aim to create a pedestrian-oriented multimodal corridor that supports safe, accessible travel options. This includes, of course, supporting new housing near future BRT stations and encouraging walkable, transit-oriented development. The plan also focuses on climate resilience and sustainability. Additionally, we align our goals with Vision Zero, Thrive Montgomery 2050, and the Climate Action Plan. With that, I'll turn it over to Alex to address the transportation-related issues for today's work session.
Thanks, Subin. Good afternoon. For the record, Alex Rixey, Transportation Planner for Master Plans in the Mid-County Planning Division. Thank you, Chair Harris, for your mention earlier that we have a lot of content today. Just to give help you in managing the time, I have about 100 more slides to go through. About 30 with background and existing conditions, about 40 that are focused on traffic, street connections, and parking concerns, and about 30 more that are related to dedicated bus lanes and various comments on that. So just to give kind of an overview. And please feel free to stop me with clarifying questions along the way. I'll pause kind of after each of those sections, and after there are about 8 of these red line sections where we're specifically looking for feedback on the proposed plan language, and I'll pause for each of those too. But just to give you a roadmap for what's in here. Great. How do I go down there? Oh, there we go. All right, so starting into that background, just giving some of the transportation policy guidance at a higher level that's informing the recommendations of the plan. Thrive Montgomery 2050, of course, Vision Zero, and Montgomery County Complete Streets Policy and the Design Guide. So Thrive, again, this is probably familiar language, but emphasizes developing a safe, comfortable, and appealing network for walking, biking, and rolling. Also building a frequent, fast, convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit system. And those two are really interconnected in that in order to support that transit system, we need safe and comfortable walking, biking, and rolling facilities for transit passengers to access the transit system. The Thrive also emphasizes adapting the policies that we have to reflect the economic and environmental costs of driving alone, while recognizing that car-dependent residents and industries will remain. Not proposing new 4+ lane roads in master plans and giving a lower priority to construction of new 4+ lane roads or widenings, interchanges, et cetera. For complete streets, the State Highway Administration has a commitment to create multimodal networks by ensuring connectivity for vehicles, bicycling, walking, transit, and freight trips. And they require their staff and partners to consider and incorporate complete streets criteria for all modes and types of transportation when developing or redeveloping our transportation system. And this is particularly important since both University Boulevard and Colesville Road are state highways. Montgomery County also has a complete streets policy that each transportation facility in the county must be planned and designed to maximize choice, safety, convenience, and mobility for all users, regardless of age, ability, or mode of transportation. And the Complete Streets Design Guide was developed jointly between Montgomery Planning staff and MCDOT staff and includes guidance on the land use context, the types of streets, the street design parameters, things like target speeds, maximum distances between protected crossings, the different cross-section elements, their dimensions, and the priorities for each of those elements. Vision Zero is the one that I want to spend the most time on of this background, which is really important to the multimodal safety recommendations of the plan. Vision Zero is an international effort to achieve 0 deaths and serious injuries on our roadways due to traffic crashes. There are approximately 40,000 traffic fatalities a year in the United States, and we're aiming to bring that to 0. In Montgomery County, doing our part by adopting Vision Zero in 2017. Just to contrast the traditional approach to safety versus the Vision Zero approach, the traditional approach assumes that traffic deaths are inevitable and that we can try to reduce them, but we'll never really get to 0, that human behavior is perfect. And by contrast, Vision Zero accepts the idea that traffic deaths are preventable and that human failing really needs to be incorporated in the approach. And I think this is really key to keep in mind that people make mistakes and that a driver is unfortunately going to take his eyes off the road, even if just for a moment. A teenager is going to fall off a bike, a young child is going to get away from her mother, an old man using a cane might lose balance, but those mistakes should not end in the tragedy of a severe injury or a fatality. And so rather than just aiming to prevent collisions in general, we're really focused on those fatal and severe crashes, and that when those individual responsibilities fail, the system overall, the design of our roadways, and the human behavior collaborate to avoid those tragedies. So how do we achieve safety? The first key point is decreasing the frequency of crashes, trying to make sure that they don't happen at all. And then the second piece is really key to the Vision Zero system safety approach, to decrease the severity of those crashes so that when they do happen, people have a chance to survive. So for reducing conflicts is one key to reducing crash frequency by designating spaces for different users, reducing the space and time where users are exposed, so shortening crossing distances, for example, and providing predictability where those users are interacting, so things like controlled protected crossings where pedestrians have a signal. Also aiming to decrease crash frequencies by increasing the ability for drivers to yield to other roadway users. The fields of vision shown on the screen, you can see that at 40 miles per hour, that field of vision is very narrow, and only when you approach 30 or even 20 miles per hour is the pedestrian who's waiting at the crosswalk visible to that driver. And then thinking about reducing crash severity, decreasing kinetic energy is really crucial. So one piece of that is mass, is the weight of the vehicle. And so That's reflected in multimodal transportation, where a pedestrian or a bicyclist is much less likely to inflict harm on someone they collide with than a car or a truck. But a big piece of that is also speed, and based on the physics of this, the speed is multiplicative. It's counted twice squared in this equation. So reducing speeds really has an outsized effect on reducing the kinetic energy and hence the harm that's conveyed when a crash happens. And this is really critical when vehicles collide with pedestrians at 23 miles per hour. That pedestrian has a 90% chance of surviving. And when hit by a vehicle traveling at 58 miles an hour, that pedestrian has a 90% chance of dying. And this is really critical along University Boulevard because our data collection efforts have observed vehicles traveling more than 55 miles per hour during every hour of the day that was observed. So including early morning, late at night, during the rush hours, at lunchtime, they're speeding vehicles pretty much all day. So things that we can do to decrease speeds include narrowing the lane widths, reducing the number of lanes, tightening or reducing the curb radii, providing a sense of enclosure with building lines and street trees that help to signal to drivers that this is a place to slow down, closely spaced and signalized intersections, and shortened cycle lengths that have an appropriate signal progression for the target speed that we're trying to achieve. So moving into some of our existing conditions, this is just, again, an outline of the plan area that I think you're familiar with now, reaching from downtown Wheaton down to the Beltway along University Boulevard. Some of the concerns that we heard in testimony were about the timing of the counts that we took for the plan, and this chart is to illustrate SHA collects annual counts or continuous counts along some of the state highways, and we collected more detailed traffic count information at the outset of the plan, which was back in 2023. We collected counts in the spring and fall of 2023. And so one of the concerns was that traffic volumes in 2023 might not be representative of more recent conditions or of earlier conditions in 2019 and earlier. And so this chart just shows that while there has been some variation, the volumes are fairly consistent or even have declined slightly since 2019. And interestingly, 2024 volumes have continued to decline. And so I'll just page through these, but this is on University Boulevard near Wheaton. This is on University Boulevard near Four Corners, and the patterns are fairly consistent across them with some variation. And the 2023 count on this location is within 1% of the average of the 5 years from 2015 to 2019. Colesville Road has a fairly similar pattern, and Arcola as well. So just wanted to provide some context for sort of the history of the traffic volumes on these major roadways within the corridor.
So what happened in 2023 that the traffic for both of those, it declined? Do you know what is the reason of the average daily traffic was reduced in 2023? It comes down after 2-3 years that was higher, started going down.
Yeah, the volumes in 2023 are pretty consistent. It's 2024 where they start to decline again. And
why?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. And the declines aren't huge. I mean, they're within 5% or so, 10% in some locations. But we did not base our analysis on the 2024 traffic. We're basing it on the 2023 data that we collected earlier in the plan.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense why it comes down when people are going to back to work more. Maybe the way they count it or something. I don't know.
But it's not related to the school being closed?
That's a good question. That's possible. Yeah, I would think that the return to work issues probably aren't reflected in this because I think that happened more in early 2025 than in 2024. But that's a good question. Unfortunately, I don't know exactly why that variation. But I think the key takeaway, hopefully, for this is that the 2023 data or the data we're using, we're not using the 2024 data. And so if anything, those counts are higher than the recent traffic experience has been. So hopefully provide a conservative sense of what the future traffic would be. So again, I mentioned this earlier, but the speeding data on University Boulevard is prevalent. We collected 24-hour tube counts in June of 2023 when school was in session, and there were about 26,000 vehicles that were observed in those counts. 81% of those vehicles exceeded the posted speed. About 17% of those vehicles exceeded the speed by more than 10 miles an hour. And over 500 vehicles were exceeding 55 miles per hour in that 24-hour period. And again, some of those vehicles were exceeding 55 during every single hour of the day, so that's concerning. And this is not unrelated to the crash data summary. Unfortunately, there have been 4 fatal crashes and 30 severe injury crashes in the plan area between 2018 and 2024. And 3 of those fatal crashes and 21 of those severe injury crashes have been on University Boulevard itself. And University Boulevard is the 4th highest priority state-maintained road in the county's high injury network. And the high injury network is the county's kind of short list of the most prone to crashes that result in severe injuries or deaths of the county roadways. Existing pedestrian and bicycle conditions along University Boulevard, long distances between protected crossings, over 1,400 feet on average, narrow sidewalks, generally 6 feet wide, that are directly adjacent to traffic, so leave little room for error. There are no bike facilities along all of University Boulevard. Intersections are fairly wide, and there are large turning radii at the intersections that allow those turns to be made by vehicles at relatively high speeds. And just wanted to point out these images of a woman pushing a stroller along that relatively narrow sidewalk, and then if you squint, that red circle is around a transit passenger waiting at a bus stop, but just how wide the roads are relative to the space for that person. Safe routes to school is also an important consideration, particularly in this plan area. There are over 6,500 students attending MCPS schools within the plan area. And just to put that in context, that's more than the entire population of the towns of Kensington and Chevy Chase combined. So we have a lot of students coming, some live in the plan area, many are entering the plan area to attend school. And Montgomery-Blair High School is the largest high school in Maryland by enrollment. And many of those students need to cross the road, either University or Colesville, or in some cases both. And so we have relatively high pedestrian volumes crossing University Boulevard at Colesville Road. There were 280 peak hour pedestrian crossings, which, just for comparison, if you look at the intersection of Colesville and Georgia Avenue in downtown Silver Spring, those numbers are pretty comparable, 280 versus 275. And the unique nature of the students arriving is that many of them are disembarking from the bus at that intersection and crossing within an even shorter period of time, so there's a larger cluster crossing at once. And so if you take the 15-minute peak number of students crossing and expand that to an hour, that would be over 400 pedestrians per hour crossing. So an important consideration there. Transit ridership, we've gotten several questions about the nature of that, and there are many ways to look at it in the area. Overall, more than 15,000 total weekday daily riders on the routes that are serving the plan area. That's including Metrobus and Ride-On and Flash. Over 12,000 weekday daily riders on the C2 and C4 routes, which combined are the highest ridership routes in the state of Maryland, bus routes in the state of Maryland. About 5,400 of those riders are on University Boulevard within the corridor of the plan area itself. And those numbers have grown substantially, so up 37% from 2019 to 2024. There are also the Ride-On and Flash services in the area, 1,500 average daily Ride-On riders and 2,200 average daily riders on the blue and orange routes that travel along Colesville Road and have stops at Four Corners.
So these numbers, like 15,000, 12,000, or 1,500, how do they compare with the desired number that DOT wants the ridership? So basically, how much of the buses are empty, or if the ridership wants to get to full capacity or the desired capacity that DOT is seeking, what percentage? Do we have that, top volume that we want to be? So basically, I'm asking, are these good numbers or no? I have no idea. You just say 15,000. Is it good or not? Is it low? Is it high? Is it medium? I have no clue what that means.
I mean, maybe just to provide a bit of context from this slide, so the 12,000 riders on the C2 and C4, that's quite high ridership relative to the state as a whole, relative to the routes within Montgomery County. And if we're thinking about BRT, the Flash service, which is currently operating BRT but not in dedicated transit lanes on 29, has about 2,200 riders per day. And so the existing C2 and C4 ridership is doing about double that in our corridor alone and 6 times that over their entire routes. So I can't speak for DOT on the desired number, but I'd say from our planning perspective, we're looking to support those existing riders and also to make this a viable option for the people who currently live in the plan area and for future development in the plan area. So hopefully we'd see those numbers continue to increase and provide that connectivity.
Yeah, but what is that, the numbers that you are hoping to achieve? I think it is important that we have some idea of what is our goal and where we are comparing to that goal and how we can improve it. I have no context on that. It would be helpful that if you could get that. If you don't have it now, maybe you could give it to me later. You know, here she is, someone is coming.
Hi, Haley Peckett, Deputy Director for Policy, MCDOT. So thank you. It's a great question. Like, it's nice to have targets. I will say, as a transportation planner, it is very rare to say we are setting a specific ridership goal or target for any route. We may say we're looking for mode shift goals, or we're looking to try to increase our throughput person capacity, but I can't think of an instance where we would set a numerical target in my professional experience that says we're at 15,000 now and we just need to get to 20,000 and then we're good and we're going to stop. I think it's really depending on lots of factors and not something we would typically calculate as like a threshold.
Then how do you know that you need to increase or make your ride on or your buses more frequent or bring more capacity or things like that? Are you just reactive rather than being, planning for them? You just say, okay, now it's getting filled up. We're going to have more buses. I thought that it has to be some kind of target that if you're not getting close to that, you find ways to get close to that.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. And so I think bus crowding is a really good measure. So if you see ridership and you're seeing that in certain peak hours, your ridership level per bus exceeds a certain amount, so you have standing room only, that would be a measure that you need to increase frequency and increase service. Also, increased frequency tends to just encourage ridership. So if we don't have headways, and I know we've had this conversation with this group before, if we don't have headways of at least 15 to 20 minutes, then people won't be able to rely on the transit as something that they know they can take to make more of their trips and to make transfers. So we usually think about it in terms of the headways, the frequencies, the reliability, and then crowding in terms of ridership, in terms of where you need to plan more service. We'd probably long-term look at growth factors in the area, so we can also estimate, if you put a big new development somewhere, we would assume that if there was this frequency of service, a certain percentage of people would make the trips via that, and we would use historic data as well as peer data from other developments to predict that.
While I have you here, can I ask you another question? How can you think about that if, like what we are doing a master plan and we are hoping that we're going to increase the ridership in regard to having the stations and also encouraging people that to come, and the only way it is that you could encourage people, that you make it easy for people to come out of their house, okay? They walk a little or whatever to get to the station, and then they don't have to wait a long time to get the bus to come and so on. How do you then check on those to make sure that you are at optimum level of getting your ridership? If we just let it, okay, we're gonna have it and see how it goes, then how do you know that you're achieving the peak?
I mean, to some degree, I would say that it's not necessarily different for transit versus for roads. You know, we don't necessarily build a road and say, oh, we overbuilt it, let's shrink this down, or vice versa. So I think that you have to consider that we're going to use our best, and I think these planners have done a good job of saying, here's all the metrics. We're going to figure out what we think we need in terms of the current ridership and the current growth and the future growth. Buses are actually pretty easy. If you say, hey, our buses are pretty crowded, or there's a lot of demand and we're seeing that in the peak hour or on Saturdays, like right now we've been seeing Saturday and Sunday ridership way up, like double-digit growth from previous years. So we need to work with WMATA and say, we need more service on Saturdays and Sundays. And then, you know, in theory, if they have the money and so forth, they can provide more buses. It's easier to make that adjustment, and it's something that you can do more dynamically as opposed to something like road capacity, which takes one major investment that's harder to change. Does that answer your question?
Sort of. I was not looking at comparing road with the buses. Buses, still, you need to have capital money because you need to get bigger buses or more drivers, mechanic, everything that it comes. So I think it should be well, I don't know, I'm not a planner. It should be some kind of planning that I didn't know that there is no optimal, thing. It just put the bus and say, okay, we're going to see how it goes, and if it is more use, we add it. I always thought that there is some kind of goal, and we work toward that goal to get it, but, I'm not a planner, so I don't know.
I think one thing, I mean, coming back to the BRT conversation we had this morning, originally, to your point, something like ridership forecasting is often used to determine which potential either routes or BRT lines may be more or less viable for a lot of different reasons. And occasionally, and I think this was done in 2013, they sort of look at, existing like lane capacity relative to ridership per lane and make an assessment there of like, oh, is it worth like taking a lane and giving it fully to buses or not based on expected ridership as an early sort of decision point. But to MCOD's point, I think sometimes the way that I think about it is more in the term of like, what is our long-term goal for this area in terms of how people, in terms of mobility in general? And we spoke to this a little bit already, but if our goal is options and encouraging less driving in general, there's a lot of different ways to achieve that, and transit is one of those ways, but it doesn't necessarily require saying we need X number of people to shift to this bus line these times of day to achieve it. I think it's more dynamic than that, and you can respond because buses are a flexible kind of service operation. You can respond in real time. Obviously, it takes money. You need to sort of plan the financial and operational capital expenses. But to me, and as part of this effort, the goals should be something like a combination of mode shift and safety. And within those, I think there's a lot of room to sort of experiment and try to flexibly adjust with the services we provide.
Exactly, 100% agree. And that's where I was trying to achieve, is that, especially for University Boulevard, we heard a lot of people say that we cannot take a bus and we have to drive, and that's fine. So we have to provide choices for people. And that choices means that if we decide to take lanes away and we have less cars, so we are hoping that that adds to the ridership to a point that we can manage both of them and not make one difficult than the other. And that's what I was saying, that there should be probably some kind of goals that shows how these things could work together, that not to restrict each other, at the same time provide choices for people that they could pick what mode of transportation fits their lifestyle better to use that, and based on that we could adjust it. But it should be some kind of goal in mind, that with that goal we make the public transportation easier and better and faster. That's how I'm looking at. If we don't have that goal and make the public transportation comparable with private cars, that choice is not going to happen.
So let me add one more item, which is for BRT, our goal is to have headways or frequencies of 15 minutes or better all day for the entire span of service. And I think that if we can really achieve that, and if you look at some really gold standard systems, it's 3 minutes, 5 minutes, like you're really always seeing a bus as soon as you walk up there, then that helps encourage the mode shift. In reality, when we try to get funding to provide those higher levels of service, we don't get it. But if you are talking about a goal, and if you look at some of our BRT programs, like that's where we would like to get to.
Thank you.
Great, thank you for the questions and for this discussion. So last slide on the existing conditions and background, I just wanted to remind the board of several ongoing partner agency efforts in the plan area. And I can go into more detail on these if there are questions, but just to highlight, the State Highway Administration had in the past the bike lane pilot, the Amherst-Torcola Avenue Multimodal Shared Streets pilot project. That has been demobilized, and we'll speak a bit more to that in the rest of the presentation. MCDOT currently has ongoing the dedicated bus lane pilot on a portion of University Boulevard. MCDOT is also advancing phase 2 of the US 29 Flash Bus Rapid Transit project to take the Flash service that's already running on 29 and provide dedicated lanes for that. And then finally, the State Highway Administration has a pedestrian safety action plan ongoing between Georgia Avenue and Colesville Road that's really focused on near-term, kind of quick implementation safety improvements on the corridor that complement the recommendations of the plan. So I'll pause there. I know we've had some great discussion already. If there are any clarifying questions or other questions, I'm happy to take those on existing conditions, and if not, we can move into testimony.
So maybe this is a better question for MCDOT. I'm not entirely sure, so glad you're still up there right now. The existing conditions, both for the traffic volumes and also the ridership growth that we've seen, at least with the C2, C4, and I'm not sure if Ride-On has had comparable growth along this corridor recently. I assume maybe somewhat similar. But I was just curious, do we know if service levels on transit along this corridor have changed significantly in the past few years, or have they been, I know COVID, of course, was a big moment where a lot of things changed, but before or after that, or during that, what do we know about how service levels have changed and how that's related to ridership growth?
That's a good question. I don't have those service levels. I would note that the dedicated bus lane pilot is recent, and so it might have had an effect there, but in terms of the frequencies, I'm not sure. I don't know if you have that either.
I was going to say, to the best of my knowledge, we actually have not increased. Ride-On, I don't think, has increased frequency. There's been some slight route changes, and I don't think WMATA has increased frequency, though there may be some that we could get back to you on. But we have seen ridership growth despite lack of increased service.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'll move into the testimony and recommended plan revisions. The first one is not related to testimony, but just wanted to get out of the way a technical revision. In preparing the updated crash data, we found that the crash data collection process was overhauled in 2024, and so one field was discontinued and another field was added, and so we need to make a technical correction that unfortunately we found additional severe injuries and fatalities in 2024 to report. So that text is there, just correcting those numbers, filling out the full year of 2024 data, and summarizing the crashes along the corridor. Okay. So then moving into the testimony, I wanted to start with some of the support that we've heard for some of the plan recommendations. There's been support expressed through the testimony for particularly a lot of the safety and accessibility recommendations of the plan, for wider sidewalks, for separating those sidewalks from traffic, improving the shelters at bus stops, increasing protected crossings, reducing the number and widths of car lanes, again, expanded sidewalks and buffers, reducing the curb radii, improving access to bike share, improving crosswalks that are visible and ADA compliant, and the implementation of no right turn on red restrictions at signalized intersections. Some of the neighborhood street safety measures that we described in the Four Corners Future Vision piece were also had support expressed for those, and the bicycle-friendly connection between Reedy Drive and University Boulevard as well. There was also support expressed for the access management recommendations of the plan, and access management is the management of all of the vehicular access points to land parcels to promote safe and efficient use of the transportation network. So that's things in the plan like intersection and driveway spacing, providing dedicated turn lanes and signalization, and medians, and closing or signalizing some of those median breaks. And so there was some encouragement about future development to reduce the number of access points that open directly onto University Boulevard. And then one more about the BRT station locations. There was support for the idea that those station locations would be at or near existing traffic signals that allow protected pedestrian crossings to help passengers reach the stops. Lots of concerns expressed about the plan recommendations as well, so I'll walk through those. The first one relates to leading pedestrian intervals and no right turn on red recommendations. There were concerns that those would produce potential delays to vehicular traffic from these improvements. So the figure at the right shows what leading pedestrian interval does, and essentially it gives the pedestrian the walk signal while the red signal is still there for traffic to let the pedestrian enter the crosswalk more visibly before the traffic begins to proceed. These improvements reduce conflicts and reduce pedestrian and vehicle crashes. There's research that shows by 13%. And no right turn on red restrictions also protect crossing pedestrians and reduce those conflicts, and those are identified as a systemic safety improvement in the Planning Department's Vision Zero Community Toolkit. And there's a bill 1123, that was passed in September 2023 that requires these treatments, leading pedestrian intervals and no right turn on red signage at intersections on county roads in downtown and town center areas. That'll be effective July 1st of this year. But these improvements are essential to improving multimodal safety throughout the University Boulevard corridor. So the draft plan includes a recommendation to implement them along University, even in areas that are not downtowns and town centers. And just want to note that implementing partners, when they go to implement those, would evaluate these safety improvements at specific locations where there are signalized intersections. So to help provide some additional flexibility for those implementing partners, and to clarify where this recommendation is applicable, the recommended plan revision is shown on the screen, that outside downtown and town center areas consider the implementation of no right turn on red restrictions at locations where the restriction is determined to reduce the risk of fatalities and severe injuries, prioritizing crossings near parks, schools, and bus rapid transit stations.
Just a quick question. Is there a reason that updated red line language is not standard on our plans to begin with? Like, I think we have plenty of research and evidence, and we have Thrive and we have Vision Zero and everything. Is there a reason why we don't just say this all the time, everywhere?
Why we don't include those restrictions everywhere?
And restrictions and implementing restrictions on right turn on red and leading pedestrian intervals. I mean, it's a pretty, if we really do want Vision Zero, might as well start treating it seriously.
You're talking specifically about the red line marking here.
I was looking at some of the things that we don't tend to say this, and these are two leading pedestrian intervals and no right on red. Those are two of the policy implementations that have been fairly consistently shown to reduce interactions between people and cars that cause the several dozen severe injuries and the fatalities that we have. We've got a corridor that's really bad on pedestrian safety and anybody else's safety that's not in a car. And this seems like a pretty low-hanging fruit to include, generally speaking, in our corridor planning and master planning and things like that. I mean, unless we're doing, I don't know, somewhere northeast of Laytonsville or something like that.
Yes, I would say that's noted, and as we work on future master plans, we'll take that into consideration. I think this particular language, it kind of walks a perfect line of recognizing that it's still MCDOT or SHA's purview to determine whether or not it's appropriate in each of the intersections, but acknowledges that this is an important change to advance Vision Zero.
Yeah, but we have the language in there: parks, schools, bus rapid transit stations, the places where people are and kids are, and things like that. And I think that there's a pretty good argument to be made at this point that we just dispense with feeling like we have to rewrite that and just put this in as an indicator for Vision Zero and for pedestrian intersections. I went back and tried to look at what we'd said in previous recent ones to try to get an idea. I'm curious why this language I think is good. I just think we want this kind of strength of language going forward as pretty much a standard, set of language for our documents.
And for the record, Jessica McBerry, Mid-County Master Plans. We do also have this language in our pedestrian master plan. Not exactly this,
Yes,
but,
but yeah.
In the pedestrian master plan.
Yeah, stronger there with the visits, yeah.
I generally agree. I think this language is good. My only hesitation is sort of how this gets implemented in practice when, looking specifically at the no right turn on red, at locations where the restriction is determined to reduce the risk of fatalities and severe injuries. Well, we know that generally speaking, it reduces that risk as a practice, right? As an operational practice. And so the way that it will get implemented is through MCDOT's kind of traffic study process. And there, a number of criteria will be used to evaluate relative benefit to relative cost. And the relative and the cost will always be variations of traffic delay or headaches to drivers. And the benefits will always be the same, which is that we're saving lives or preventing serious crashes or serious injuries. And so I don't know what that means for this specific language. I also know that MCDOT has your own internal process and the way you do things. But I wouldn't want to kind of give the impression through this language that it's a subjective matter to determine locations that it improves safety, because I think it does improve safety. That will be weighed against the cost whenever these things are sort of evaluated. And so, maybe part of it's just, maybe part of it is focusing on these priority areas, like Commissioner Hedrick was saying, parks, schools, bus rapid transit stations, the places where more people are and more sensitive groups tend to be traveling. But I'm not sure if, I'm not sure I have a better kind of answer, given that I understand the complications of trying to make this recommendation corridor wide in terms of the, politically and practically, but maybe there's a way to sort of square that circle a little bit, saying this is uniformly a good safety practice, and we think it should be done everywhere, but please prioritize at least these, or some version of that,
So, go ahead, Alex.
I think maybe to shed a little more light on why this specific wording was chosen, I think in other plans, in the Veers Mill plan specifically, the language was where it is beneficial to safety.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of an evolution in the thinking about safety, as I was describing in the Vision Zero slides, where avoiding collisions is one version of safety, but avoiding the collisions that result in severe injuries and fatalities is another version. And so this is not a critique of MCDOT specifically, but in the engineering community broadly, sometimes safety is interpreted in different ways. And so one possible outcome is that this is evaluated and an engineer says, well, we might actually be slightly increasing the number of low-speed rear-end collisions at this location. That's not safe. Let's not do it. So it really matters how you perform that evaluation, and we're not intending to specify that. But the intent here is to really focus on saving lives and reducing severe injuries.
And I would just add, with the bus rapid transit project that will happen in the future, we wanted to provide the implementing partners the opportunity to look at this at that time as well, because we know that there's a balance that has to be achieved. We have to move buses and cars through the corridor, but we also have to keep it safe. So we wanted to give our partners the opportunity to study that closer to the time, because we also know technology will be different at that time. We may have more driverless vehicles. We may have all sorts of automated features that we currently do not have. And so this language allows for some of that technology to also be evaluated, like with the transportation improvements.
Yeah, that makes sense. I still wonder if there's a way to express a desire for safe intersections using treatments like this everywhere. Throughout the course of developing this plan over 20 to 25 years. Expressing priorities like we already have, but I understand the need for, of course, flexibility. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to accidentally leave intersections out through language that we're trying to use to sort of accomplish a safety goal. So maybe in the end, it doesn't, practically it doesn't really matter, and I'm splitting hairs here a little bit, but I guess that's where I'm coming from. I don't want to sort of unnecessarily exclude intersections that either now or in the future may be, important.
So this will be a note in the master plan, a general note, right? And so just out of the Four Corners Center, it is just out of curiosity, is that area considered a town center?
Four Corners is a town center.
Okay, and then, but so this is sort of to imply the areas between Four Corners and like University and Georgia or something, or Amherst, or where's the next, outside, and that next area is a downtown. So this is just in between these, consider, make sure you also do this, right?
Yes, I think the thinking was that that is the only town center, and there's a proposed town center as part of the Kemp Mill area. And the idea here is that the envisioned transportation and land use context of the rest of University Boulevard, while not a town center, will be multimodal and active enough from a pedestrian perspective that these ideas would be beneficial to safety throughout the corridor.
Okay. I'm okay with this as a start. Maybe, put it in, and maybe could it just say especially at locations, or would that help out any more, or but I think this is
I think at a minimum, we should say, parks and schools. Bus rapid transit in the future, yeah, those improvements will come like as those plans get rolled out, and we'll have a chance to comment, later on. But parks and schools in particular, because we know kids are traveling there. We know that, as you were saying earlier, kids, and everyone makes mistakes, but kids can be unpredictable on sidewalks or roads. And I think, my daughter just turned 3, and I'm learning that every day. But at a minimum, I think that we should actually explicitly express the preference for no turn on red near schools and parks. So maybe I know I'm sort of thinking as we're going, but I'm actually sort of reversing what I thought before, and maybe the priority is for saying, yes, do it here, and for everywhere else, perhaps there's an evaluation as you've just through this kind of language. I don't know how others feel about that.
But it does say prioritizing, though.
Yeah. But it says prioritizing, consider the implementation.
I think
where it's determined to reduce the risk of fatalities. I guess I'm just trying to reverse it. Maybe prioritize these areas for everywhere else. Use that language.
If your definition of safety is sort of along the lines of the fatalities and serious wrecks and serious injuries and things like that, I think your language would want to say something along the lines to default to doing this unless there's a good reason not to. Like default to no right on red and signal, and leading pedestrian intervals and stuff, unless there's a good reason not to. And I think that switches up the priority at this point. I don't know if it's necessary here, but I think that's the kind of language you're thinking of, which would push this, prioritizing language a little bit further along the lines to do it unless there's a good reason not to.
Well, to make it easy, I think this language that they have here satisfies exactly what you guys are saying. And this is for this corridor. If you want to make a change, just send the language and then we can move on. But what I'm hearing is already in here.
I don't think it is, actually. I
Okay,
think
how
this
do
is
you like it?
considerably better than what we have tended to have in the past on our thing, and we're very much encouraging it. But what we're not saying is do the things that we know make things safer for pedestrians and other non-car modal, people in non-cars, unless there's a good reason not to. That's switching our priorities to do it unless there's a good reason not to. This is not saying that. This is saying prioritize looking at. Like prioritize doing this in the areas where we have large-scale interaction.
If I understand where Commissioner Linden is on this, it would almost be as if this would have 2 sub-bullets. So it would start off at outside downtown and town center areas, and then the 2 bullets would be implement no right turn on red restrictions at signalized intersections near parks, schools, and bus rapid transit stations. And then the second bullet would be, consider the implementation of no right turn on red restrictions at signalized intersections at locations where the restriction is determined to reduce the risk of fatalities and severe injuries.
Yeah, I mean, I think this language is better than we've had before. I think the language was good, but I tend to agree with Commissioner Linden that if we're going for it, I think your language with the double bullets is actually better like that. But what, I'm trying to encourage us to think about is we have policies that work really well for reducing interactions between cars and people not in cars. And we have a whole set of slides that we just went over that when cars interact with people not in cars, bad things tend to happen, all right? And the faster and more that they're going, the worse those things tend to be. And we have a set of policies that are designed to, and we have empirical evidence of, reduce those interactions and reduce those fatalities. And so I think that it's encouraging, here to have more forceful language to do the things that we know make people safer unless there's a good reason not to do them, and then show that there's a good reason not to do them. Just don't turn right on red. If you're not going to have an interaction with anybody if you don't move your car, then your car does not move and does not interact with anyone. And that reduces those things. We know that those things work. We know that reducing speed works, whether it be through speed limits or what have you, or design. We know that reduces we had the equation. I'm saying that I think the language is good. I think it's better than what we've been doing. And I think if you want to go a little bit further, that's perfectly reasonable to put that in there. But the ultimate idea, if you're going to push it to its extent, is to say you have to do the things we know work unless there's a good reason not to do those things.
If I may make a suggestion that I think what I've heard too is this section where it says, at locations where the restriction is determined to reduce the risk of fatalities and severe injuries. Part of what I'm hearing from the board is that's everything. So maybe that, if we can strike that and just take that piece out, because it's already a given that.
I think it's a given, yeah.
And then the language is a little bit more straightforward, and it says outside downtown and town center, consider the implementation of no turn on red restrictions at signalized intersections, prioritizing crossings near parks, schools, and bus rapid transit. Does that get a little closer to?
I think so, yeah.
I think simplifying it's good. I would strike the word consider, and using Director Sartori's suggestion, outside downtown and town center areas, implement crossings near parks, schools, and bus rapid transit stations. Beyond that, I very much take Commissioner Hedrick's point that, and obviously I want to hear from others, and eventually this goes to council, they'll weigh in too, but beyond that, maybe there is an opportunity to do a version of what Commissioner Hedrick's saying, unless, some version of, unless it's evaluated to blah, 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 or, produce some sort of negative, net negative outcome. Default practice should be to have no turn on red throughout the entire corridor. That wouldn't be applied to park, schools, and bus rapid transit stations. That would sort of stand alone. It's like we do it there regardless of what the evaluation might say. But for everywhere else, perhaps they're flipping it on its head, like Commissioner Hedrick was saying, the expectation should be that we're prioritizing safety unless it's evaluated to produce a net negative outcome for that intersection. And however we want to define that, I know that gets into sort of other complicated territory.
Thank you. So I think what I'm hearing is strike at locations where the restriction is determined to reduce fatalities and severe injuries. Strike that piece and then add a sentence at the end of this that says unless there's a study that's performed that determines that a no turn on red is not appropriate at this location, or something to that effect. We can work on that language and bring it back to you.
Yeah,
but
I think I agree to have that some study needs to be done. I don't want us on the dais to design things that it's not our job to do, but yeah, I like that.
I think you got our approval or, general consensus to come back with some language with those two concepts. Okay. Is that, everybody okay?
Did we muddy the waters enough on that? Did we make it just confusing enough?
we understand. We'll bring language back.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Appreciate you sort of pulling it out.
And we do appreciate that these are recorded, so we can go back and listen to each comment again.
It's probably a really good thing that that's recorded.
Great, thank you. We'll bring that language back. So the next point of testimony was that there were concerns about potential delays to vehicular traffic from the configuration and operations of the Arcola Avenue intersections, particularly the intersection of Arcola Avenue and University Boulevard. And I think a lot of this concern stems around the draft plan recommendation to remove channelized right turn lanes. And the draft plan makes that recommendation because those channelized right turn lanes have been demonstrated to bring pedestrians into high-speed, non-signalized conflict with vehicles, which increases the risk of severe injury and death. And they also tend to have large turning radii, which further contributes to high vehicle speeds and hence the risk of severe injury and death. And this figure from a San Francisco Better Streets plan actually shows how that plays out. So the first on the left is kind of the existing condition at Arcola Avenue, where there's a yield-controlled right onto University Boulevard. And what the draft plan language would be recommending is something more like on the right side, which would be to square up that intersection and have the right turn lane be more perpendicular. The testimony also referenced the configuration of the intersection that was present during the SHA bike lane pilot, and there's a lot of concern about that. That bike lane pilot was demobilized on December 3rd, 2021. That configuration is shown on the right side of this slide, but I want to emphasize that this is not what the draft plan recommends. But just for clarity about that point, the condition then fully closed the right turn lane. So not just closing the channelized portion, but reducing the number of lanes from 3 to 2. And the right turns shared a left turn lane, one of the two left turn lanes. So the leftmost lane was for left turns only. The second lane was for left and right turns, and there was no third lane. So the draft plan does not recommend, there was also concern that the draft plan recommended preventing right turns out of Arcola altogether. And I want to be clear that the draft plan does not recommend preventing right turns from Arcola onto University, and it does not recommend eliminating the right turn lane. There was also specific testimony expressing concern about the right turn on red prohibition at this specific location. And the proposed draft plan language that we just discussed talks about how to balance those concerns with the safety concerns and the safe route to school considerations. And again, that implementing partners would evaluate and implement those operational changes at each intersection when they go into their detailed design. So the recommended plan revision, well, before that, the figure on the right is a very conceptual re-markup of that SHA figure. That shows, kind of what that could look like, maintaining 3 lanes approaching the intersection, maintaining 2 left turn lanes, maintaining a dedicated right turn lane, but squaring it up more so that it intersects at a perpendicular angle, and vehicles would come to a stop in front of that stop bar and the crosswalk. So this is by no means the design. This wouldn't be included in the plan, but it's just for illustration and clarification. And so the recommended footnote to that recommendation in the plan would be that the plan does not recommend preventing right turns from Arcola Avenue to University Boulevard and does not recommend eliminating the right turn lane. The intersection could be reconfigured to remove the channelized right turn while maintaining 3 approach lanes on Arcola Avenue. The exact lane assignment or evaluation of any potential right turn on red restriction will be determined by implementing agencies with the completion of intersection improvements.
Yeah, I think this is great. This is channelized right turns for all the reasons you described. This is something that I think we should all feel really strongly about. And maybe even as, not to bring it back to kind of what we were talking about before, but have this a little bit more of like a default practice in our master plans. Look for areas that have these channelized right turns, and see if we can provide recommendations for addressing that in the future.
Yeah.
They are incredibly dangerous. And I think this is a perfect example of a channelized right turn that needs to go away. Saying nothing of the right turn on red conversation we just had, we can workshop that. But I think this is a great recommendation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I agree that, and it is safer practice to not to have the slip lane. But my question were any accidents at this intersection? Did you monitor any, or did you find any that were accidents because of right turns? And then also my other question is, I guess that DOT would do some analysis of, how far, based on actual traffic at peak times, how far the this right lane would back up if you did do no right turns, if you didn't have the slip lane? I mean, has that been done or will it be done?
Thanks for those questions. To the first question, I don't have the detailed crash study of the specific factors that related to the crashes, and the geographic resolution on our GIS isn't quite that tight, but that this area is where we have had 3 fatal motor vehicle crashes of those that I described. It doesn't look like they're directly related to right turns from this channelized right turn lane, but I can't say whether or not that was a contributing factor. To the point about whether that analysis would be done, Ms. Packett, I don't know if you want to speak to
If
that.
we were going to do that reconfiguration and reconfigure the intersection, we would certainly do a traffic analysis that would include the queue analysis and include the demand for the turn volume for both rights and lefts.
Okay, thank you.
For those that are following this at home or on live stream, page 99 of the draft plan has all the crashes mapped, and it does show the 3 crashes that Mr. Rixey just mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Move to the next is concerns expressed about potential delays to vehicular traffic from repurposing the vehicle travel lanes on University Boulevard. And just to remind, the draft plan recommends repurposing 1 through vehicular travel lane per direction on University Boulevard throughout the plan area. And within the Four Corners area, that repurposing would be for new or wider street buffers, wider, safer facilities for people walking, biking, and rolling. And outside of Four Corners, that lane repurposing would be for dedicated transit lanes. And this is maybe one of the more technical portions of the presentation, so please bear with me. And I'll get into some of the other master plan adequacy-related transportation analysis later in the presentation, but we also conducted some optional lane volume analysis specifically to think about this consideration, since we were thinking about repurposing lanes. And so segment level analysis was conducted in both the AM and PM peak hours for 2045, and that analysis compared the adopted plan condition, which is how we're describing essentially all of the background conditions, all of the plans that have been adopted already, the transportation improvements and land use changes that are anticipated through year 2045 without the current University Boulevard corridor plan being adopted. And then we compare that to the 2045 proposed plan condition, which would be the recommendations of the UBC plan. The peak hour is intended to represent the worst case for a typical day. It looks at the highest observed hourly volumes. And to be conservative in that, we considered the highest volumes at each location. So one location, the worst might have been 8:30 to 9:30 a.m. At another, it was 7:30 to 8:30 a.m. But whatever the location was, we picked its highest traffic volumes during the AM and PM. We also set a pretty conservative benchmark, I would say. It's not a required threshold. This is just our number to think about when thinking about when does the road begin to look and feel congested versus not. And so 800 vehicles per hour per lane was selected as that value for what's approaching congested conditions. However, I want to highlight that there's national research that identifies the capacities of arterial roadways ranging anywhere from 840 to 1,470 vehicles per hour per lane. And we have numerous examples in Montgomery County of existing volumes during routine counts that exceed 1,000 vehicles per hour per lane, and some locations even reach as high as 1,550 vehicles per hour per lane. So by no means, I just want to make it clear that 800 vehicles per hour per lane isn't the point at which traffic stops and everything fails. It's just you're going to notice some more congested conditions.
So what kind of service level would be if you get to 840 or at 1,000 peak hour per travel lane? Is it level B, C, D?
Yeah, that's a good question, and unfortunately, this is a slightly different way of looking at it. We don't have, so that kind of more detailed analysis would require information about the signal operations, which on a corridor with buses, we'd also have to know bus frequencies and all of that. So this is just kind of a higher level on each segment, comparing the estimated volume to some notion of its estimated capacity, which we're using a pretty low bar of 800 vehicles per hour per lane.
It's very hard for me to understand. Put it in context for me. What does that mean? You know, you may understand it, but if I have 1,000 vehicles per lane per hour, what kind of service level do I get? I have to imagine something in my head that, is it good? Is it better, worse? I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good question, and unfortunately, I don't have a letter for it. And maybe we could maybe look at some comparable examples of existing volume and capacity locations.
I know later in the presentation, you're going to address the time on the corridor, the travel times. So I wonder if that's a helpful measure for Vice Chair to understand more about that. So maybe we can, when we
Okay.
get to that section, we can highlight that a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for the question. So the results of that analysis are that 23 of the 30 analyzed segments, and I'll show a map in a moment of what those segments are, but the majority of those segments do not exceed 800 vehicles per hour per lane, and many don't even come close. And all of those 23 segments are along University Boulevard itself. So the 7 out of 30 analyzed segments that do exceed 800 vehicles per hour per lane during either the AM or PM peak hour, a couple are at both. Those tend to be on Colesville Road, on University around the I-495 interchange, and on Arcola. And the point that I want to make there is that all of those 7 segments exceed 800 vehicles per hour per lane, both with and without the UBC plan recommendations, and that the volumes on them are relatively similar. So the proposed plan actually results in volumes that are lower than the background condition adopted plan volumes at 5 of those 7 locations, and the proposed plan volumes, estimated volumes, are higher than the adopted plan at 2 of those 7 locations, and those are by relatively small numbers. So 13 vehicles per hour per lane on something upward of 800, about 1%, and 1 by just 1 vehicle per hour per lane. And this gets into sort of precision versus accuracy, and maybe we would round those to the nearest 10, or the point is that they're relatively consistent numbers. And so these figures, and you can't see all of the gory detail here, but just to give the general idea that we're comparing the AM peak hour for the adopted plan on the left and the proposed plan on the right. So again, if you squint, the segments that are yellow or red are along Arcola, Colesville, and just the southeastern tip of University near the interchange or at the interchange. And the same locations, although minus Arcola Avenue in the PM. And so this table presents the numerical results. These are those locations. And again, only those 2 locations have an increase in the vehicles per hour per lane, and those are relatively small, 0.1% or 1.3% increases. The rest of the locations don't exceed that 800 vehicles per hour per lane threshold. And so I just want to note again in interpreting those that, and this information is in the staff report and also in the transportation appendix, that research indicates that forecasting traffic conditions on a 20-year time horizon, and we know this from our own experiences, is inherently uncertain, but the research shows that those forecasts can be expected to vary from the actual conditions by 40% or more, and that those variations can be even higher on lower volume roadways. So something on the order of 10, 15 trips is relatively small. More precise estimates would depend on a whole host of operational factors that we don't analyze at a master plan level. Those are things that our implementing partners would look at when they do come to implement these changes. Things like the intersection lane configurations, the signal timings, what the frequencies of the bus service are, how that operates with the transit signals. So those operational changes would be in the wheelhouse of our implementing partners as part of a future development or a capital project. And so just as the bottom line, those relatively small differences plus 1.5% to minus 2% are a relatively nominal difference.
Can I just, again?
Yes.
For me, sitting here, I'm engineer, I'm not traffic engineer, and I have a hard time to understand the concept of, I understand what you're saying, totally understand and follow it, but I don't know in reality what is the impact on traffic. But I would understand it better if I know that I'm on level C, and this would keep me on level C or push me on level D. And I think that's even the same thing for people, that you're gonna be from one level of service, you're gonna be staying on the same level, or if you're gonna be pushed to a worse level, especially at the areas that we already have issues. I don't know in these intersections, are we already on level C or D? If I'm a D, if any of those changes, is it gonna send me to level F? I don't know. But just saying that it changes 1% or 2%, I don't know what that means in reality for traffic. And I think that that's what people probably are concerned. If we just, in a very plain language, tell them that the level of service right now is B or C, that means that it's comfortable passing, and explain what it is. And with changing reducing one lane on each direction, it still stay at C, or it may go to D, but it still is passable. But it's worth to try something like that, that people can grasp it. I don't know what that means.
Can I just say something real quick? I hear what you're saying, and there's been a move recently to move away from the A, B, C, D, F framework. Well, it's easy to understand, but it's also easy to misinterpret, because those letters are not intended to say, this is good, this is bad. You know, urban areas, for example, will never have a level of service A, and they never should have a level of service A, because that basically means free-flowing all times of day, and there's other priorities in urban areas where cars should not have the ability to free-flow and travel high speeds through urban areas anytime they want. It's you know, to what he was describing before, it's a level of various degrees of congestions, primarily measured at intersections. And to his point, you know, these models are imprecise, and they're not intended to show us exact conditions now or in the future. But because we're using the same model to evaluate current conditions and future conditions, my big takeaway here is that I have no idea what 1,000 will look like in the future, but it should be roughly what it feels like today. There's very little change according to the model, which is the same model being used to measure today and in the future. And that's actually really encouraging to me, that given all of the land use changes, all of the transportation improvements we're suggesting, the net effect is actually very marginal change, in some cases positive change, but still marginal change with levels of traffic and congestion. And so I take your point. It's like people want to understand, what does that feel like? But it's impossible for us to describe that in the future. But what the model can describe is same calculation method, and what it's showing is very little change. So I think that's a positive outcome of this process.
Well, I have a hard time to just say that, because if sitting here, we say we cannot say what it's going to be. How do we want people to understand that? We cannot do that. And the only thing it is, if A, B, C, D is not good anymore, something else that is easy for people to understand, that this is the level of traffic right now. And then, you know, if I'm thinking about, okay, you know, I know areas that right now are pretty bad, and a little bit change may make it even more difficult. And if it is hard, we're going to mitigate it. You know, that's how we should explain it to people that have concern about traffic. That's the only thing I say. These are all fine, but it has to be in a context easy for people to understand.
Well, I think the context is provided by interpreting results like this. And I think the interpretation that we're trying to explain is the model is showing that there's going to be very little change in either direction with current congestion feeling conditions. And so I don't know if, you know, there's other ways to better contextualize that for people, but I think that's the way I'm interpreting it.
Why don't you let them decide? Here, the people, they can tell us what they can do.
Sure. So I was just going to say, I think I agree with Commissioner Lingdon in terms of the letters. It's hard. I couldn't even tell you the difference between a C and a D. And I think that when you use those letters, for people's impression is that it's like a score on a test in school, and one is a better passing grade than the other, and that it really is context sensitive. And it's really difficult for someone to understand what the difference is between those. Whereas here, when you see, 946 vehicles, people know what a vehicle looks like. There's, and how many, a difference of 4 is. They can see, they can have a sense of what 4 more vehicles per lane is. And so I think this is a little bit easier to understand that. But the other thing I wanted to clarify, what you're looking at here is a comparison not to today. This is a comparison of in 2045 of the existing plan versus what's in the proposed plan. So it's not a comparison to what people know and see today. It's what we expect in 2045 under the 2 different plans, using, again, that same model to do them both.
That's a good
That we're using
clarification.
for
Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's, I don't know, I forgot where you talk about this in the writing, but if there are words like similar at 840, in 2045, did they, what versus, the modeled,
Maybe,
yeah, and that would be good to, just, it's.
Yeah, I think Director Sartori's summary that he just gave is something that we could write out and explain in the plan.
Right.
And that might be helpful for people as they read the plan to understand the modeling.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. You can continue, please.
Thank you. So continuing with the theme of concerns about delay, one of the concerns was about the potential for increased response times for emergency vehicles because of the repurposing of vehicular travel lanes for dedicated bus lanes. We spoke with Montgomery County Police Department and Fire and Rescue Service representatives, and they confirmed that emergency responders could and under most circumstances would use the dedicated bus lanes. The police department representatives also noted that they have, sorry, maybe backing up, I think one of the other concerns was about development and how that might affect response times and the provision of police services. And the police department confirmed that they can deploy officers and adjust their beats in response to changing conditions. And so those police vehicles aren't always coming from a police station location. They can be deployed throughout the county and can respond more directly from those beats. And the fire and rescue reps also indicated some willingness to accept minor increases in travel time to achieve improved safety on roadways, noting that there's a higher risk on high-speed roadways than there is from experiencing a fire or medical emergency. The next point of concern was about the town center streets that are proposed, an extension of Lamberton Drive and what's today known as Access Road, and those are illustrated on the figure on the right. There's concern about these street connections near Arcola Avenue and the Kent Mill Shopping Center. The draft plan recommends town center streets that provide safer facilities for walking, biking, and rolling, and includes street trees that provide shade and help to moderate vehicle speeds. That cross-section is shown in the center of the screen. 2 travel lanes, the street trees, separated bike lanes, and sidewalks. I also wanted to note that these streets, it's kind of hard to tell from the map, but they're near the Sligo Creek Stream Valley unit, but they don't remove or impact parkland. I think there was also a concern about the Lamberton Drive and how it sort of shows an arrow on the western end. That's just to indicate, kind of where that would terminate. It does not proceed through the park and connect through to the other side. It would stop there. These town center street recommendations are really important because there's no existing direct multimodal connection between the existing private access road. Also wanted to point out Arcola Towers is right here, is the Housing Opportunity Commission property. And so access road ends today in a dead end right there. So there's no way to drive between Arcola Towers and the Kent Mill Shopping Center, even though it's only 800 feet away. To do that today, you would need to drive down to University Boulevard, take a left turn, take another left turn onto Arcola, go all the way up to Lamberton, take another left turn, and then access the market there. So this connection would provide a more direct access to the Kent Mill Shopping Center. It would also provide more direct access for traffic coming from University Boulevard. Today, all of that traffic has to use Arcola Avenue. This would help to distribute the traffic between 2 streets. And the Lamberton extension provides a key connection to the Sligo Creek Trail. So today, this is a parking lot, and people walking and biking are sharing that space with the general parking lot traffic. there are no sidewalks or limited and kind of discontinuous sidewalks through that parking lot. And so the town center street would provide separated bike lanes, sidewalks, and those shade trees that would make it easier for, there's another residential neighborhood just on the other side of the creek, the stream, and they could cross and more conveniently access Arcola Avenue that way. I mentioned the Housing Opportunities Commission in Montgomery County, HOC site of Arcola Towers, and they expressed some concerns about dedicating their existing easement, and they also had concerns about the cost of implementing Town Center Street improvements. And we spoke with representatives from HOC and have some recommended plan revisions related to those concerns. Can read these if it's helpful. Maybe I'll just focus on the changes that there's an 80-foot private easement improved with an approximately 25-foot wide driveway, that the plan supports the extension of that roadway as a town center street, and then clarifying that the northern terminus of the existing 80-foot easement on HOC's property is located entirely on the Arcola Towers property. As infill or redevelopment of this property is anticipated in the life of this plan, the plan recommends that infill or redevelopment of the property construct improvements along its frontage, as well as the travel lanes and street buffers consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide. The final alignment of the recommended right-of-way dedication and improvements by adjoining properties should be determined at the time of redevelopment.
So great. So you said that 800-foot connection is on HOC's property?
A portion of it. The portion that goes through HOC's site is, there's an existing 80-foot easement on their site.
And it goes from there to the Kemp Mill Center, correct?
Yes, yeah, it's a little hard to see from this diagram, but yes, HOC's property ends here, and so to complete that connection, that would require a portion of the property from the redevelopment of the shopping center site.
Okay, great, thank you.
Overall, the plan also recommends this to happen incrementally, so that piece might get redeveloped and implemented as a town center street, but as those connections happen over time, that could connect all the way down to University. Okay, there were also concerns about the recommendation about neighborhood street connections with redevelopment, and those concerns were that implementing a connected network of streets along University Boulevard would increase traffic volumes on neighborhood streets. The draft plan language emphasizes that development, those street connections would happen with redevelopment, and the draft plan emphasizes that development should prioritize traffic calming as part of redevelopment to consider the context of neighborhood streets. Those recommended street connections would provide more options for neighborhood traffic to access University Boulevard more directly, which is really beneficial for reducing out-of-direction travel and the additional traffic both within the neighborhood and on University Boulevard itself that comes from driving further out of your way to then make a turn to come back to access a residential property in the neighborhood. So those priority neighborhood street connections of redevelopment would not provide more appealing paths of travel for longer distance through traffic that today uses University Boulevard and Dennis Avenue. So this is not part of the plan, but this blue markup is on top of a plan figure to show sort of if all of those connections are made, what the resulting street network would look like. There's relatively short span, and so the idea that traffic would divert for a short period onto this street, continue to another intersection, turn left again, get back on University Boulevard. Ultimately, this is for local access traffic and for improving connectivity that today, a resident somewhere near here would need to either go down to Kerwin, where there's no signal to make a left, or come all the way down to Dennis to make the left to go back this way. And in the future, they could potentially do that from this intersection, which removes a lot of the pass-by traffic from a lot of their neighbors. So it's intended to provide more local connectivity, but not to attract the traffic that's moving along University Boulevard. Nevertheless, to kind of reemphasize that point, that development should prioritize traffic calming as part of redevelopment. The recommended plan revision is to specify what some of those traffic calming measures could be, and these hopefully are familiar from the long-term Four Corners vision. These are similar treatments. I can read them if it's helpful, but if not, these are similar traffic calming treatments that would help to address those concerns about those streets becoming more attractive to through traffic and preventing that.
good with that?
Okay, keep moving. There were also concerns about the near-term recommendations and long-term vision for Four Corners, that those would result in increased traffic and reduce safety on neighborhood streets. Those same red lines that I already showed were already part of the plan for the long-term vision. But there were also concerns that the transportation analysis did not adequately consider the potential impacts. There was also opposition to the long-term vision of the more connected network of town center streets in Four Corners. And so wanted to mention that the detailed operations analysis that was performed for Four Corners is not typically included in a master plan, but because this area is particularly complex and we're considering the potential reconfiguration of an intersection, we wanted to make sure that we did a deeper level of analysis there. And the results of that analysis were ultimately decisive in adjusting the recommendations of the plan. So if you may recall, rather than the street grid alternative that was also presented at a Four Corners workshop and received substantial pushback from the community, the draft plan includes recommendations for the limited change scenario that does not create that connected network of town-centered streets. And the long-term vision then includes several of the considerations that operational analysis revealed, particularly about addressing left turns at University Boulevard in Colesville, and also the potential for additional traffic through the neighborhoods. So the draft plan language does already include all of those traffic calming recommendations to consider as part of that long-term vision. There were also concerns expressed about parking.
Well, Mr. Rixey, on the Four Corners slide, you talk about the draft plan and it includes several potential solutions to address traffic safety in adjacent neighborhoods. The primary concern that I understood from residents was an increase in traffic through their neighborhoods because of the connectivity goal. Does this draft plan reduce or increase the traffic through the neighborhoods?
That's a good question. I would have to pull that back up from the transportation appendix, but there was a substantial increase in the forecasted traffic on the neighborhood streets as part of the street grid option, and that was one of the key reasons that that's not the recommendation of the plan. My recollection is that there was not a substantial increase with what's included in the draft plan, and that those additional, these are the same measures that are described on page 108 of the plan already. But these traffic calming measures are the kinds of things that we would recommend to further reduce any potential cut-through traffic.
I guess what I'm getting at is, I know some of the residents were concerned with the connectivity and the increase in traffic. So my primary concern is whether or not there will be an increase in traffic. Because when you look at Vision Zero, I think less traffic means less opportunity for accidents. And I think some of the neighbors are concerned that if there is more connectivity, there's going to be an increase in traffic. And regardless of the street calming measures that take place or that are put in place, because there's going to be the presence of more vehicles, there's going to be more potential for vehicular collisions with one another, and most frighteningly with pedestrians. So my question is there going to be more traffic or is there going to be less traffic?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Beckett, for passing me the page of the transportation appendix that includes that information. So yes, again, the street grid version does increase traffic, was forecast to on several streets. That's not the draft plan recommendation. The draft plan recommendation actually doesn't provide that increased connectivity in the Four Corners area, so no, it does not increase traffic on those streets. In general, there are 20 or so neighborhood streets represented here, but typically 10 to 20 AM peak hour vehicles fewer would be forecast to use those neighborhood streets with the draft plan recommendations. So that connectivity concern, I think, is not carried into the draft plan as one of the recommendations.
So just to go to quick, so these were those streets on the west side that just above the Safeway area. So at one time you had recommended connecting, and so right now that those are not connected, at this point.
Correct, yes. So to respond to that, the near-term recommendations that are included on page 104 of the draft plan do not extend Rogart Road or Sutherland Road. The long-term street network recommendation that Mr. Rixey is referring to, the plan recommends further study of that, and also includes several considerations for that study to specifically ensure that, should that study determine that those connections should be made in the longer term, that provisions are in place to address the neighborhood traffic. But just to be really clear, the plan's recommendation is not to extend Rogart Road and Sutherland Road at this time.
And I would also just add that it is also not to make this parallel connection of Gilmore all the way through to Four Corners either, that would stop where it does today.
Would you be able to show where Rogart Road is on this and Suthermore?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, here, so these two streets that are currently dead end, Sutherland and Rogart, those also would not extend to University Boulevard under the draft plan recommendations.
Are we still recommending study in the future of redesigning the intersection, which I guess could include some amount of street grid in that the southwestern portion of that intersection of Colesville and University?
Yes, and that's included on page 107 of the draft plan, and it says, while the plan identifies a more connected network of town center streets as a long-term vision, the plan also recommends further study be advanced in the near term, and the near-term study should consider the following potential elements, and then it lists several sort of options for consideration and acknowledges that there are a lot of different permutations that could be considered through that study.
Okay, great, thanks. I also just wanted to note, I think I'm looking at the same transportation appendix page that you have up. I think it's maybe page 21 of the transportation appendix. There certainly are certain segments that did pop. There were, I think, maybe 4 segments that also showed a slight to medium decrease from baseline today. So it appears to be a bit of a mixed bag, unless I'm misinterpreting that a little bit. The increases obviously exceeded the segments that showed slight decreases.
Yeah, maybe I should clarify that the draft plan recommendations would be reflected in the 3rd column of that table. So the 4th column is the longer term street grid that gave us such pause. And yes, there were large increases in some of the neighborhood streets, but comparing the 2023 existing against the 1st column against the 3rd column, generally those are decreases in those neighborhoods.
Yeah, generally decreases. But even in the 4th column, I think there were maybe 4 segments that showed slight to moderate decreases too. So I think this is worth kind of additional evaluation. I'm glad that we're still going to study it, because I think there are probably ways that in the future we could mitigate those areas that are looking like they're expected to see some cut-through traffic.
And just to provide clarity for those that may be following at home, we're looking at the transportation appendix, right, Alex? That's page 21 and 22?
Transportation appendix F, page 21.
Thank you.
And thank you for those comments. And just further to clarify on that additional study, just also wanted to mention that those concerns are noted in the considerations for that study, including addressing vehicular turning movements between University Boulevard and Colesville Road, addressing neighborhood access, and addressing traffic and traffic safety within adjacent neighborhoods. So those are things that we'd certainly want to continue as that moves forward. Okay, moving to parking, there were concerns that zoning text amendment 2310 eliminated parking for redevelopment near the Colesville Road BRT station. And to clarify, the Montgomery County zoning ordinance amended by ZTA 2310 exempts residential uses from baseline parking minimums in certain locations located a certain distance from transit, and those are within a half mile of a metro station, within a half mile of a Purple Line station, or within a quarter mile of an existing bus rapid transit station or a bus rapid transit station that has been funded for construction in the 6-year CIP at the time of the application. So that could potentially apply to bus rapid transit stations along the corridor. I wanted to clarify that those reduced parking rates are not mandatory, that property owners and developers may still choose to provide as much parking as they desire or to meet their own or market demand. The one exception to that is within CR zones, within a parking lot district, or within a reduced parking area. And currently within the plan area, there are only 7 parcels near the west edge of the plan area near downtown Wheaton where that applies, but those are not single-family properties. And the draft plan does not propose a new parking lot district or establish a new reduced parking area. So, so those exceptions are relatively limited. And then moving into dedicated bus lanes, I have a little bit more background information that was requested by members of the board. So the dedicated bus lanes overall, the draft plan recommendations are consistent with the 2013 countywide transit corridors functional master plan recommendations. They include 3.1 miles of dedicated transit lanes along University Boulevard, and about 0.3 miles in mixed traffic, which is just the portion in Four Corners, cursor showing here. And the draft plan also confirms 5 University Boulevard BRT stations within the plan area. So those are shown in gray on the map along the blue line. One of the questions was about access to the bus rapid transit stations, and the half-mile walk sheds are shown on the map around each of those 5 stations in the panel at the right. And the neighborhood street connections with redevelopment would really help to further extend those walk sheds to make it more convenient, particularly in this area where there's not a lot of connectivity today. Making those connections would expand that walk shed. There was another question about how folks who needed to park would be able to access the bus rapid transit, and the Wheaton Metro Station, basically where we're sitting today, is right about here, and there's a large parking structure operated by Metro across the street, and so that would be the terminus station of this bus rapid transit line and would allow parking there. And then also for people whose disability prevents them from using the bus or rail system, Metro Access provides a service that complements the transit system as well. There were some questions about considerations of median and curb running transit lanes, and so there are a few slides here on some examples of successful curb running bus rapid transit, some potential conceptual cross sections for what median running BRT could look like on University Boulevard, and then some of the advantages and disadvantages of each type. So the first example is from King County in Washington, is the King County Rapid Ride A line. And this is a curb running semi-exclusive lane that includes, it's a business access transit lane, so it operates in the curb for transit vehicles. It also allows vehicles that are turning right into and out of businesses along the roadway, and it's also a high occupancy vehicle lane. This was entered into service in 2010, and there was already bus service on the corridor, but between 2010 and 2014, the service experienced a 78% increase in ridership. And I just wanted to note that this is there's one image on the screen, but a pretty suburban land use context. It's in the Seattle-Tacoma area, but it's 12 miles south of downtown Seattle and about 12 miles northeast of downtown Tacoma, so a relatively suburban part of that region. Another example is the SFMTA's Geary Boulevard project, which includes curb running dedicated transit lanes. These also allow for shared right turns, and a little bit different, allow for access to on-street parallel parking. So whereas University Boulevard has a lot of residential driveways, this has a lot of on-street parking, but similar needs for accessing the right curb. It's a 2-way median separated facility, and it transitions into a 1-way couplet east of Gough Street as it gets closer to downtown San Francisco. This was implemented in 2021, and their website had some great results from their phase 1 part of the project. It resulted in 18% faster bus travel times, a 37% improvement in transit reliability, an 81% reduction in excessive speeding by private vehicles, so that's a big benefit. And as a result of the Phase 1 project, SFMTA is now recommending side running instead of center running transit lanes in the Geary Boulevard Improvement Project limits, which is their Phase 2 extension that they were considering whether to do something different there or use curb running lanes. And that went into, or began in 2023. The project FAQs also included some of their discussions when they were considering center running versus side running, so that was really helpful for our current question. The travel time improvements were fairly similar, slightly better for center running, but 25% improvements for center running versus 22% for side running. They also estimated comparable transit reliability improvements, depending on the location and context, between 20 and 40% reliability improvement for both types. One of the considerations that they raised was that with side running service, both their rapid and their local bus services can remain in place, while the center running configuration would require a consolidation of the services because the buses couldn't pass each other within the dedicated lane. And they noted that side running allows for the transit and safety benefits to begin much sooner, years sooner than center running, which would be more costly, take longer to construct, and would require the work to be completely built before they're operational, whereas the side running lanes could be implemented over a couple of months after the project approval. And locally here, we've seen the MCDOT example on University Boulevard that was implemented fairly quickly and is already starting to show results. To think about what median running BRT could look like in the context of the draft plan recommendations, here's a conceptual cross-section at a mid-block location. The existing University Boulevard corridor configuration is shown at the top, and then what a median running BRT would look like. This cross-section shows our same recommendations for outside of the curbs of the planting strip and the side path, but inside the curb, reallocating the space to make space for the median running BRT. So this shows that it's possible to do. One of the challenges is the street trees that are in the median when there's not a dedicated turn lane would need to be removed, could be replanted in some cases, but the median running BRT would use that space. And then we very conceptually looked at what cross-sections could look like at station locations. Again, this is all subject to MCDOT would do much more detailed planning and design, and so this is by no means the final design, but just to kind of see what the potential implications of median running versus curb running could be. One of the challenges here is that the crossing distance for pedestrians is distributed a little more asymmetrically in this. So in the curb running version, it's about halfway to the median from either side of the road, and with the median running version, it's about 10 feet longer to get to the median from one crossing direction and quite a bit shorter on the other side. One other consideration is that the median, I think I mentioned this already, but just an image to illustrate the mature trees in the median of portions of University Boulevard, those would need to be removed with a median running configuration. Some other considerations, the New Hampshire Avenue BRT study in their early planning estimates that a median running option would cost about 5 times as much as the curb running cost, so a fairly substantial cost difference. Local buses, as was mentioned in the SFMTA example, would still need to use the curb lanes. So if we used a median running configuration, there would still be buses mixed with traffic at the curb. Those services could be reconfigured in light of BRT, but there's still possibility of bus use of the curb lanes. There were concerns expressed about delaying right turns from the transit vehicles, and one possibility there, I think the BRT briefing this morning showed an example of a transit signal priority where buses can pass traffic, so that transit signal priority could be used to mitigate some of those delays and conflicts at right turn locations. For median running BRT, left turn prohibitions are particularly challenging in our context because there's limited street network connectivity and access points. There's not really a parallel network existing today for traffic to use, and that's one of the considerations that the NACTO Transit Street Design Guide raises, and they have a figure that shows how where left turns are prohibited to support the operations of median running BRT, they can be rerouted through adjacent streets when you have more of a grid configuration, but this type of setup is not really possible today without substantially more connectivity on the University Boulevard corridor. So some of the advantages and disadvantages of median running BRT. Advantages, it can improve enforcement. There's conceptual and physical separation between the buses and the median, and it's very clear to drivers that that is not a space that they should be using, whereas the curb running BRT, it's possible for vehicles to use that for certain purposes for a limited amount of time, but it's less clear, what the specific extents of that are. It can improve bus travel times relative to curb running. It could provide some wider transit buffers that meet in the University Boulevard case, that could meet the Complete Streets Design Guide minimum guidance, and it eliminates the concern about the conflicts with right-turning vehicles. Some of the disadvantages, the width of the roadway at station locations would be slightly wider. Passengers would be waiting in the median of the roadway, and well-designed transit stations can help to mitigate that, but you would be passed by traffic on both sides. The higher volumes of vehicular traffic would be brought closer to the sidewalks or ultimately the recommended buffered side paths. Median running would need to relocate the medians and the associated stormwater infrastructure that's in those medians, and that can be costly. The signal phasing for left turns would be longer and more complex to deconflict those movements, or as was mentioned previously, those left turns would need to be restricted and rerouted through neighborhood streets. And again, the need to remove or relocate the trees in the median. So all of those considerations in mind, the draft plan recommends the curb running dedicated bus lane configuration, but also to include flexibility for other configurations. Implementing partners would certainly, and as you heard in the BRT overview presentation this morning, would explore a variety of treatments. And so this recommended plan revision includes that. So in the long term, explore whether a median BRT or curb running BRT approach is appropriate for the University Boulevard corridor. And a key piece to include is to the extent possible within the existing curb to curb dimension. So not the intent being not to widen the right-of-way any further than what's already master planned. Okay.
Just real quick, thanks for that that overview. I think it was really helpful to see some other examples and think through a little bit more of the trade-offs. And I fully understand both the cost and operational implications, and the conversations we've been having about BRT and just the long process it can take to get these off the ground and get going, and layers of construction and cost on top of that can just continue to push that design and construction and make it maybe less feasible to get funding in the long run. I think overall, given the sort of the full conversation we've had, I think I'm comfortable with curb running. If we can also explicitly in the plan prioritize some of the other elements that, this morning, for example, we talked about in the BRT conversation, things that are not dependent upon BRT at all. Obviously, we have the lanes in there now, but, we don't need BRT, for example, for signal priority at places where we think that can provide a meaningful time difference. We don't need BRT flash service for kind of some of these other elements too. So maybe there's an opportunity for like a blend of recommendations. In addition to this sort of overarching kind of think through higher level alignment designs, what kind of BRT style elements can we recommend that can be done in the short term to medium term without flash service actually going into effect? So that's something I think it'd be great to explore and see if, great to get MCDOT's thoughts on that too, and maybe there's opportunities to push forward with higher quality service with ride-on and Metrobus while, BRT is being designed over the next period of time.
So I also, based on what you went over this morning on the BRT, more comfortable when weighing the costs and the pluses and the minuses for curb running, but I'm also fine with your recommendation. I mean, at the end of the day, who's going to be exploring? Is it DOT exploring? This is a recommendation for DOT, correct? Okay, and I'm fine if you have this as a revision. Also, as long as you also have in there the pluses and minuses and the costs. You stated it typically may be 5 times more expensive to do a median running, right? Is that what I heard you say? So, yeah, I don't know what the other board members do, but after what we heard this morning, do you still recommend your plan revision language, or are you're still going with your plan revision language? Is that?
That is correct. We are, the draft plan recommends the curb running for this corridor. And then the long term, we want to explore whether a median BRT or a curb running BRT is appropriate. But I think the key consideration here is within the existing curb to curb, because once we get outside of that existing curb to curb, the cost is really a whole different matter. And then, of course, the impact generally to everything is greater. So I think we really like that addition of the curb to curb, because we feel that that helps give it a little bit more parameter in the design.
Great. When I first saw this, I thought you wanted to change your recommendation to the recommended plan revision, but you want both of them there. One is based on what you mean, I was a little confused. Does that make sense? So you're recommending the language will have both of these. Everything on this page will be in the final draft.
Just the red underlying changes, but the first bullet point is to say that elsewhere in the plan, and sorry, I could have pulled those up, but we also have cross-sections that illustrate the recommended cross-section, and that shows the curb running configuration.
Okay.
And so this would maintain that cross-section and that recommendation. But for this longer term recommendation, the revision would be to provide more flexibility for that to be curb running or median running, and also to specify that if that does go to median running, that should remain within the curb to curb dimension.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
And I really appreciate that you provided this information for us. I guess finally the recommendation of curb running or median running it with the state DOT, because they're going to look at it regionally. This needs, whatever the decision is made, it has to be all the way throughout the whole corridor that it goes. But is it up to state or the county?
Haley Peckett, I'll answer that. Thanks for that question, Commissioner Pedoeem. So I will say that we appreciate a lot of the flexibility and thought that's gone into this. We have no, as you are all aware, we have no funding for planning or design. Once we do, it will be, if it's consistent with all of the other county BRT, the county is leading and managing this. We do need to get state access permits and permission, but ultimately, like, we will lead the design, construction, and operations of the BRT. So-
Okay, so because that was a question in the morning that we had, that who's going to build it and where is the funding come? So the county would do it, probably you seek state or federal funding to
Correct.
augment the
So
funding.
correct. So far, we're looking at, we do have some dedicated state funding from lottery funds that's dedicated to BRT, so they are contributing funding, but we have not yet received any, we are hoping to be competitive for federal funding for upcoming projects, and we have no funding identified for University Boulevard.
Okay, so for all the BRT, for the whole county, the lead for all the other,
Correct, just the county.
the county. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you.
Can I ask one follow-up on that too? This morning, I had a question, and I know this is maybe, it's focusing a little bit more on BRT service than the plan right now, but since you're here, I was asking a question about, outside of the 5 that are currently moving through design and onto construction, or planning, design, construction, is anything else in the constrained long-range plan through the Transportation Planning Board right now? Or have we not sort of engaged on that level? Have we not made, or have we made requests, or have we started conversations on that level?
So we haven't, and the time to add those conversations would probably be at the FY27 CIP. At this point, because we have 3 different projects that are in planning and preliminary design, we're still looking for those to advance and to be able to make progress on 355 and Bears Mill in terms of construction before we advance others. And I just want to acknowledge, because MCDOT was not here this morning, Apologies, also acknowledging that we have a couple of things that will be coming through mandatory referral, and we do want to be able to brief you on the program in general in coordination with those projects. So you'll be hearing from us soon, and apologies for our absence at that discussion.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I mean, yeah, it's helpful to hear more details now, and yeah, we'll obviously talk more about it. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to express, we're obviously going through this really comprehensive process for university. It feels like this could potentially be a good time to re-engage at the county level on university through the regional process of getting into some pipeline for planning and then design and construction. I know it's a big conversation. I know there's a lot of partners that have to be brought in for that. But if not now, when, right? And some of the feedback we got related to this plan was, like you just said, there's no immediate plans, it's not funded, and all of that's certainly true. But I just wanted to note, of course, that projects and funding choices, they are choices. And I know they're often political choices, and council and the executive need to weigh in on them, but they are choices. And obviously BRT would be a huge value add to this corridor, as well as just better bus service in general. And you mentioned like the high value of just more service can kind of generate more ridership, which then can create demand for potential BRT or other services in the future. But I don't see any reason why we necessarily need to wait to initiate a university BRT planning process, even if we don't think more of the funding may come through for design or certainly construction for some time. Because as we've talked about, just getting through early stages of planning, we saw this with Fears Mill, we saw it with, we're seeing it now with North Bethesda and New Hampshire, and we saw it with 355. The early stages take a long time, and I better to start that sooner rather than later, given that this plan will probably be approved in the coming few months. So just wanted to note that.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Linden. Just to acknowledge, we are very excited to be growing the capacity of our BRT team. We are behind in terms of the ability for literally one and then two people that were hired in the last month to be managing these projects. So we are excited to grow the capacity to be able to take on more, but do also acknowledge that when we don't have anticipated construction funds, it can be hard to the community to come in and talk about something, and if we're a couple decades away from being able to construct something, then the promises and discussions we make about the existing context may not be able to follow through. So I definitely appreciate and acknowledge that, but those are some of the reasons that we may not be able to jump in this year.
Hey, thank you. So moving from the more general throughout the corridor considerations to Four Corners, MCDOT submitted 2 comment letters that are included in the attachments. In the first of those letters included that they strongly recommend that dedicated bus lanes be provided through Four Corners on University Boulevard, and that in the westbound direction, MCDOT's preference is for an additional bus lane necessitating 3 additional feet on each side of the right-of-way. And in the eastbound direction, MCDOT's preference is for an additional bus lane and a dedicated right turn lane to remove right turns from the bus lane, necessitating 6.5 additional feet on each side of the right-of-way. And so I just want to reiterate that consistent with the 2013 Countywide Transit Corridors Functional Master Plan, the draft plan recommends transit in mixed traffic along this segment of University Boulevard, and that the draft plan establishes improving multimodal safety, not increasing capacity or vehicular travel speeds through Four Corners as the top priority. And so within Four Corners, the plan prioritizes pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements, including a human scale, maintaining right-of-way widths as narrow as possible, and reduced pedestrian crossing distances, a breezeway that connects to bicycle and pedestrian facilities along University Boulevard, and ample street buffers. There are non-preferred alternatives developed if the draft plan is modified to prioritize dedicated transit lanes over those other priorities that I just mentioned. And so that's shown on the screen. For the westbound direction, the non-preferred alternative would be essentially the alternative expressed in the MCDOT letter. This just adds 1 additional foot for an outside travel lane to be 11 feet wide, which is consistent with the Complete Streets Design Guide. And the other caveat to this is where this cross-section is shown on westbound University Boulevard, this is already west of Colesville. And I think a lot of the concern from the community was about what happens at the approach from the east, and so there would need to be about 20 additional feet for another through lane, which becomes the jug handle left turn lane, and another right turn lane on the other side of the intersection. So that would be quite a bit wider. But this is comparing the draft plan recommendation, where there are 2 through lanes, a left turn lane, the street buffers and sidewalks, and the non-preferred alternative, which adds the dedicated transit lane and widens the curb-to-curb distance by about 12 feet. And just a summary of the benefits and challenges of that. The main benefit, which is substantial, is providing space for a westbound dedicated transit lane through Four Corners, which can improve transit operations, reliability, and travel times. But there are a lot of challenges with this alternative. It increases the overall right-of-way by 7 feet relative to the draft plan recommendation, which would increase impacts to adjacent properties. The alternative would widen the curb-to-curb distance by 12 feet while reducing the total space for street buffers and people walking, biking, and rolling by 5 feet. And those changes would expose people walking, biking, and rolling across University Boulevard to additional conflicts with motorized vehicle traffic. The wider curb-to-curb and building face-to-building face distances also encourage drivers to travel at higher speeds, contributing to safety concerns. And the narrower street buffers also make it more difficult for street trees to reach maturity and to provide a canopy and a sense of enclosure that cues drivers to maintain a lower and safer target speed. So just to compare, these charts represent the approach to Colesville Road on University Boulevard, and so break out the categories of how the right-of-way is allocated. So for motor vehicles, exclusive for buses, trees and landscaping, and walking and rolling. Neither of these includes bicycle facilities on the westbound direction. In the draft plan recommendation, that would happen to the south. That would provide both directions along the eastbound leg. But on this portion, which is the northern portion, the westbound portion of the University Boulevard split, there would not be bicycle facilities. And then the next slide kind of collapses the trees and landscaping and walking and rolling, sort of the space for people, into this green bar. And so the main difference is that the curb-to-curb for the motorized vehicle traffic would be an additional 12 feet and would reduce the space for the walkways, bikeways, trees, and landscaping by 5 feet. Looking in the eastbound direction, this is where the draft plan recommends a breezeway side path, 16 feet wide, that would separate people biking from people walking and rolling. MCDOT's options did include a variety of treatments, but the non-preferred alternative that we're putting forward is a variation on that would reduce that side path width to keep the right-of-way to the existing right-of-way. That's something that we've been consistently communicating in our outreach to the community and want to try to maintain. So the non-preferred alternative would add the dedicated bus lane, similar to MCDOT's, but would reduce the width of the side path and sidewalks. So the benefits here, again, that it provides an eastbound dedicated transit lane with the same benefits as the westbound direction. And then it also maintains the same overall 74-foot right-of-way, so that's equivalent between the draft plan recommendation and this non-preferred alternative. It has similar challenges to the westbound direction. It widens the curb-to-curb distance by 12 feet while reducing the total space for street buffers and walking, biking, and rolling by 12 feet. So maintaining the same overall right-of-way and just shifting that space for the dedicated bus lane. Again, this exposes people to additional motorized vehicle conflicts. The wider curb-to-curb distance encourages higher speeds. The 11-foot side path is a reduction from the 16-foot side path in the draft plan recommendation and would then be shared by all of the users, people walking, biking, and rolling, which doesn't provide the same level of separation, and in a higher foot traffic area that can be a little bit challenging to navigate, but would still maintain a bicycle facility. And then the narrower street buffers make it difficult for the trees to grow and to cue drivers to slow down. So this provides a similar breakdown, although it adds the purple segment, which is walking, biking, and rolling combined on that side path on one side of the street. The sidewalk would be for just walking and rolling, trees and landscaping, exclusive buses, and then general purpose motor vehicle lanes. And again, collapsing those down, this alternative would shift 12 feet of space within the same right-of-way for the dedicated bus lane away from the people walking, biking, and rolling and the buffers. So just a quick summary of those. Again, the westbound direction is 7 feet wider for the overall right-of-way for the non-preferred alternative. It increases the curb to curb by 12 feet, reduces walkways, bikeways, trees, and landscaping by 5 feet. And in the eastbound direction, it would maintain the same right-of-way. The non-preferred alternative would maintain the same right-of-way as the draft plan recommendation, but would shift 12 feet of space to widen the curb-to-curb distance and reduce the space for walkways, bikeways, trees, and landscaping. So the draft plan concept is the preferred concept, particularly given the proximity to Montgomery Blair High School, which again is Maryland's largest public high school, the large volume of school children who are traversing the Four Corners area, both at the bus in the morning. We've also seen going to lunch in the Woodmore Shopping Center and throughout the day. The high pedestrian crossing volumes, comparable to volumes in downtown Silver Spring, and the existing complete lack of safe, comfortable bike facilities through Four Corners. And as a result, pedestrian and bicycle safety is prioritized over the car and bus convenience in this area in the draft plan. MCDOT also provided additional comments on March 28th that clarify and provide additional thoughts about the previous comments, and clarifying that if a reallocation of existing road space is viable, it would be preferable to provide this space for transit, since accommodating both a breezeway and transit lanes within existing right-of-way is probably not possible, and that emphasis was in the original letter. MCDOT wants to see transit prioritized through this constrained corridor, to keep open the possibility of studying multiple configurations through Four Corners, and the future study should ensure that the corridor works for all users while prioritizing multimodal safety and transit operations, and clarifying that the previously discussed cross-sections were only intended to illustrate how the corridor might balance competing needs within constrained rights-of-way. So to summarize, I think the overall tension here is between the priorities for the use of the right-of-way in Four Corners. MCDOT's position seems to be that transit is the top priority, and planning's and the draft plan's priorities, as I enumerated before, are focused on multimodal safety and the people walking, biking, and rolling. And so here's a recommended draft plan revision that lays out those priorities and provides some flexibility away from those cross-sections. So it continues to recommend those cross-sections as one potential option, but also provides some flexibility and specifies what the priorities would be in exploration of other potential options. So it's to reallocate existing right-of-way and relocate the curbs, and that those figures 74 and 75, illustrate one potential option. However, other configurations are possible. In descending order, the priorities for allocation of the right-of-way are, and then that continues on the next slide, and there's quite a list. And so the first one would be maintaining the existing dedicated right-of-way widths on University Boulevard as maximums and avoiding additional right-of-way dedication or acquisition. All of these to the extent possible. Sorry, I'm editorializing now, but this is something that we've communicated pretty consistently to the community in our outreach, and so feel is important. The second one is narrowing the existing curb-to-curb widths of both eastbound and westbound University Boulevard, that for the safety reasons that we've described previously. The third is maintaining at a minimum the existing pedestrian facility and street buffer widths on each side of the street, to clarify that any reconfiguration should not reduce those. Fourth is to provide at least one direct, high-quality, two-way bicycle facility that connects to planned side paths along University Boulevard. This is to provide some flexibility that it doesn't have to be a 16-foot breezeway, but that is a high priority here, as that's part of the bicycle master plan, and there aren't nearby viable alternatives. Fifth is on each side of each street, providing a street buffer that is consistent with the minimum dimensions recommended in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And then sixth is on each side of each street, providing a sidewalk or side path that is consistent with the minimum dimensions recommended in the Complete Streets Design Guide. And then a note to consider reducing lane widths and operational strategies for reallocating roadway space and time for improved transit performance along University Boulevard. And that's kind of intended to provide that flexibility for treatments like were presented this morning, like queue jump lanes or transit signal priority, or other ways that transit service could be improved through the area, even without a dedicated transit lane. So I know that's a lot to digest.
Yeah. I think it's important that we still, even without the 16-foot wide breezeway, we still get side paths on both the eastbound and westbound, the north and the south sides with a dedicated lane. Because I remember we talked about that time before last, the first or the second, whichever last work session we had. I mean, that is a terribly congested and really awfully designed section of the road. I don't think there's a good option within that constraint of having that weird island in the middle. I think either one of these honestly kind of works. I like the idea of a dedicated lane through there on the transit to make the bus go through there, and I think give better options. I do hate to lose, particularly given the school and the interactions between kids and bikes and stuff. I think that within this recommended plan, I think that further up on the bullet points of where we prioritizing are minimizing the number of people that get hit by things in the four corners. Because if you go on the interactive map, the interactive map is pretty good for collisions in Montgomery County, and it's just a sea of dots. Like it's just there's hundreds of them within that area. That's way too dangerous. So I think that part of what I see with this is, one, we should really prioritize the safety aspect. I don't think that precludes having a lane, having a dedicated transit lane through there. I'm still on, I think it's the eastbound, so whichever one that needs the turn lane, is there a reason it needs the turn lane? The dedicated turn lane in addition to the through lane, I think it's the eastbound or the westbound, but is there a reason that we need that?
It's really just to keep the right turns out of the transit lane, because there's a very, very high number of right turns.
Of right turns.
And also Andrew Bossy, Montgomery County DOT.
Oh, yeah, sorry, no, we all know, but I don't know, maybe other people don't.
Right turns on Colesville, going
Right turns from University onto southbound Colesville.
Onto southbound Colesville.
Goes to 495, I
if you're-
think. Is that the same?
If you're going north toward Wheaton, you mean, and you're on University?
Thank you.
Like if you're,
Going south.
oh, this is also, I'm thinking about the other way, going
Yeah.
where,
And just as a, I'm orienting myself. On the north side of each of these, that's on the island that's in the middle between the eastbound and westbound. And that's a pretty short section going east and westbound that's on the island. Do we need 8 feet there for like, I think it's like 2 blocks long on that little island that's in the middle between the roads? Or can we prioritize having more space on the sides that are on outside? I need better ways to describe what I'm trying to say. But you got the little island in the middle between the roads, and we're putting a lot of space there, which is that comparable with how much traffic, foot traffic and bike and rolling traffic that we're gonna get on the island that's in between the roadways compared to saving space on the side that's on Colesville and the outside lanes in the north and south, most extreme places, to sort of make some of this fit in there without adjusting the right-of-way. So does that, it's good that you record these, like you said, Jason, so you can make what I'm babbling about make sense later.
Like, are you asking about the splitter islands?
The island in the middle, yeah, that we're putting 14 feet, what it looks like on the island on both the south and the north side of the island, plus a fair breezeway on the boats that actually connect into University outside of that sort of intersection of 4 corners. Do we, on the island that's in the middle between the asphalt, basically, do we need it? It might not meet the complete streets guideline, but do we have the traffic there of both biking and pedestrian to necessitate the space, or is it better to put more space on the outside where more people are going to be walking east and westbound and biking east and westbound along University?
I think you could just give them the guidelines of what you're looking and let them look to see that if that could be done. You know, we don't want you to design it
I'm
right
not trying to design it on the fly. What I'm saying is, like, with the recommended plan version, I think we really need to say safety is the priority. And I mean, safety is always priority, whatever. But like, my concern with how we design that is that we have just so many conflicts there. And we still do need transit to get through there, because with all the great transit in the world, it's not gonna help if you get slammed stopped at that 4 corners. But we do need width, and we do need space, and we do have very heavy pedestrian traffic, particularly with students. So as we go through these and think about possibilities, I know it probably wouldn't meet the complete streets design guide, but I don't know if those islands in the middle that bump up against the split of University Boulevard need as much space and have as much traffic as we're going to get on the sides of University that meet the neighborhoods outside of that island. And so if we're, and again, I don't want to design it on the fly, but if we say something like prioritizing where the most traffic or where we expect the most pedestrian traffic to be, I think that's useful. Now, Colesville runs through there north to south, and I think that needs to have its north to south edges. But those two little islands, we're producing very, very large scale, very good bike-and-pedestrian paths on both the edges and in that little center lane. So I don't know if that's something that we can consider or something that we can make.
So you're talking about 0.6 here, and maybe adding something that suggests that there be some consideration given to the expected pedestrian volume on the inside versus the outside of that
Prioritizing there. I mean,
cross-section.
yeah, the existing system is bad. I mean, the sidewalks there run directly up against the road, and they've got trees and power and phone poles directly in the middle of where the sidewalk is, right next to the road. Anything is an improvement over that, and we're gonna have something better than that. But yeah, as you walk onto the north and south side of the little island between where University splits, I think there's gonna be less traffic east-west flow of traffic and bikes there because you can't connect anything anyway. You run to the point in the end and you've got to still cross over. So just something about the prioritizing of the neighborhood edges sites. There should be language for this, and I
guess
wish I knew it,
basically you're saying that you want transit lane to be there. If they could make safety as number one and see how they can. That's what
to
the
the
bottom
extent,
line. I guess that you have to give them direction. What is your preference?
Yeah, it's what I'm trying to say. Is if you
make
go
it
to
easy.
if you go to the cross section that we had, the cross sections, we've got the existing is 19 feet on the island, right? That's on the island that's in between the split of University. Even after the redesign, there's 14 feet on the island that's split between the east-west split and University.
Yeah, just to clarify, that's the draft plan recommendation, not the existing.
The draft plan,
existing
sorry, the
standard.
draft plan recommendation, existing draft plan recommendation, but thank you, but that's very much more clear than what I was saying. I'm saying that I think the prioritizing the movement, the flow, and the scale of pedestrian and bicycle and multimodal transit on the south side of the eastbound lane of University and the north side of the westbound lane of University, because that's, I think, where you're going to end up with the most traffic. And if we end up losing, I mean, we don't love it, but if you end up losing planting, but you still end up with a barrier, some sort of barrier between the road on the north side of the eastbound lane and the south side of the westbound and that little island, I think that's still a better alternative than what you exist with, and allows for the throughput of transit with the bus lane. And I don't want to say there's I don't, like I said, don't want to design them up here, but I think that if we have priorities, I think we might be able to fit both of those priorities in and focus more on where I think people will be, as opposed to in between those that we hope someday goes away anyway, like that weird thing in the middle of University.
I think, are you done or are you still?
No, I'm done.
Okay. So I am with him, but I make it simple for what I would like to see. If we want BRT to be successful, all along, I couldn't understand how this BRT could be successful. It's the most difficult area that is North Fork Corner. We're going to skip the dedicated lane. It just didn't make sense to me. And I'm so happy that you suggested that, okay? Because I didn't want to be me to be the one suggesting that. But I do 100% agree that we have to have the BRT dedicated lane continue through North Fork Corner, because that's the most difficult area. Yeah.
Can I make one, thank you, Commissioner, can I make one clarification? And if you guys didn't receive our March 28th letter, I have some copies here, but one thing that I think was a little bit unclear, we don't want to, because this study could happen so far in the future, while we're all for dedicated lanes, we also recognize that whatever the circumstances, the needs of the community are at the time that we're planning and building BRT, it's possible that you can get some combination of queue jumps and signal priority and other things such that when you do the trade-offs, you don't need it for that one block or that one segment. So we definitely want to keep dedicated lanes in the study and on the table as like a strong preference. But we just
Exactly.
acknowledge that that may not be where we land, and we don't want to be
And that
preclusive
is
for
fine.
that.
But right now, we are taking it out. So we say that we don't want to have it a dedicated lane. And I think that we should keep that one in if it is needed, as what you suggested, that we do it. And then, I'm not going to go around to tell you that how to achieve it, but I think that with the combination of different things, you have put some priorities there, that if we look at those combinations or other things that is possible, if we could allow this, this is like a bottleneck restriction. We need to eliminate that bottleneck. And it's really, to me, it doesn't make sense that we have dedicated lane everywhere else, and then suddenly the area that is the bottleneck, we say, okay, you're not going to do that. I think it should be looked at in the combination of the priorities that the staff has done and see how it could be achieved. And it could be through a combination of different things that there are out there to see that how you could do that, even though if it could be in the consideration of even making narrower lanes in that area, 0.5 feet from each, make it like 10.5 feet. I don't know if that's a possibility, but there are a lot of different things should be looked at to see that that option, in my opinion, should be kept there, because that's the area that is the most difficult to pass through traffic.
Can I just say one thing? So let's get the sentiment of, and it looks as maybe that the option to have a dedicated lane should be possibly, looked at some point, but the goal is, one of major priorities is safety. So I don't know how we go from here, because for me, I'm not sure why. Maybe it's why some studies. Could these studies have been done ahead of time? Like, queuing and all this other stuff, and sort of see how it all fits in the box, and can you get, or it has to be done way down the road? I don't, shouldn't,
There
are
are
models and stuff that this could have been done? I'm just saying.
Sure, yeah, Carrie Sanders for the record. To answer your question, it's helpful for us to do the level of work that we've already done. We did do a fair bit of analysis in the appendices for this location. So that is helpful for us as we think about how we allocate the space. But I would say that once MCDOT is closer to implementation or to your design, it's also helpful to look at it again, because we don't know when that date is going to be, and a lot could change between now and then. And so that's why we're trying to make sure that the space is reasonable for all users, but we are, because of the volume of students here. I mean, literally, when you add the two high schools together, it's something like 6,200 students. We have some municipalities in state of Maryland that are that size. So I think what we're trying to do is make sure that we're acknowledging that.
Yep.
And so I think we're trying to walk that line. But I think to answer your question directly, we really do need to analyze it twice, right now and then when we get closer to the implementation.
But I'm saying, so maybe the goals, just so that, how do we move forward? Move forward is like A and B, or A, this is our priorities, but, and the priorities are safety, and the priorities are this throughput, with these, and there are many ways to, and so at the appropriate time, so how, I just want to, because we can't, I don't think, quite answer.
Sure. I think maybe this will help. The slide that Alex has pulled up here, I think this softens the language a bit so that MCDOT at the time of implementation can have a bit more flexibility. I don't know, Alex, if you want to walk them through this language to kind of highlight how it does that.
Yeah, and if I could just say, what's good about this language here is it's appropriate language for a master plan in that it identifies what the priorities are for when this is done, and it keeps the flexibility of what this could include. a number of different things. So it still, identifies the fact that this is going to be DOT's job to evaluate at the appropriate time. But here are the priorities that should be considered as part of this, including pretty strong language about maintaining safety as the top priority.
Yeah.
Okay, why don't you please walk us through this? I didn't mean to get ahead of you.
Okay, you said, yeah, the safety improvement.
Yeah, thank you. And sorry, I stopped I wanted to get this idea out there. This is the draft plan recommendation, full stop. This next one is to study short-term and long-term treatments to get into more of these considerations. This is largely in response to MCDOT's desire and the desire expressed by others to have dedicated transit lanes through Four Corners. And so the idea here was to provide flexibility to study, as Ms. Beckett was describing, some of the variety of options for improving transit performance through Four Corners. So studying both short-term treatments and long-term redesign to support high-quality BRT service, including dedicated bus lanes, transit signal priority, queue jumps, or other treatments to give a little flexibility there. And then proceeds to list the priorities for that comprehensive study, and re-emphasizing those priorities that improving multimodal safety, not increasing capacity of vehicular travel speeds must remain the top priority of the study. Pedestrian and bicycle safety improvements, including human scale and reduced pedestrian crossing distances. At least one direct high-quality two-way bicycle facility that connects to planned bicycle and pedestrian facilities, and ample street buffers should remain part of the long-term vision, and then reiterates those same priorities as the nearer-term draft plan
And
recommendation.
DOT is okay with that language, huh? Did you read it?
I think we have I appreciate the flexibility that's been added, and I just think I want to point out two things. One is that you always have to have priorities and trade-offs. I think that the trade-off between having a safe corridor and having one that allows for us to increase the capacity through allocating space to transit is a false choice. I also think that in general, when we think about transportation planning, sometimes, especially through these like really high capacity corridors, you're better off to separate uses. And I know that planning has some disagreements in terms of where bikes should go, and we haven't done this level of detailed study. But I think that you can include a lot of safe pedestrian facilities. You can probably include safe connections for bikes either on this or parallel corridors, and include bus, but they may not all fit on University. And so I don't want to say that we're in agreement with language that is pretty prescriptive in the need to keep some of those things on University.
I hate to say this, but this is all an argument for redesigning this couplet, right? I mean, the school is where it is. Those 6,000 kids, well, half of that at Blair, those kids are where they are. It's currently directly on University. And I 100% take your point that we can't always fit everything in the same place, but what we know is that those kids will be there. Yeah. And unless there's a huge capital project that probably is led by the state to completely redesign it, and maybe make a parallel kind of like more local street that fronts Blair instead of University today, we're going to be confronting this challenge. Although I will say through this conversation, I think I'm coming around to the notion that I think that I'm okay with this language as is presented here, as long as MCDOT doesn't. And I know you just said maybe it's a little too prescriptive, but as long as we don't think that this will preclude, because 100% we will need to study this again in the future. So as long as we don't think it does preclude any options in the future.
And we're also open to having further conversations with MCDOT to refine the language and bring it back to you if that's helpful.
Yeah.
I think that sounds good.
I think really I just want to make one more comment on my concern. Like it's bullet 5. We're treating University where it splits its cross section as two separate roads, like as we would treat two separate roads, right? There's a complete streets design guide for the north and the south on the eastbound, the north and the south on the westbound. I think this might be a situation in which that's not appropriate. Those island sections, the south side of this westbound and the north side of the eastbound, and if I flip those in my head, please, I'm very sorry, and just know that I mean the bit in the middle. Like that you really can't traverse those east-west on that island because you have to stop after 2 blocks and go over and get off anyway. It might be a situation in which, if we go down to bullet 5, the complete streets design guide might need to be flexible on those interior sections along that island so that we we need buffers. We absolutely do not want a two-foot sidewalk that's directly along the road like it is now, and I think there's some sections where there is no sidewalk at all. But we are having a 20-foot, but we are having almost 20 feet worth of space with an island in the middle of the split in University that's not going to see a lot of cross east-west traffic. Now, it might go north and south, and I think part of what we're getting here is a lot of kids going across the street, which goes back to Commissioner Linden's point of maybe we need to redesign the whole thing. But that's not narrowing the right-of-way around the island doesn't necessarily affect crossing University. In it, it can maintain a narrower section, not increase that, and then still allow for wider scale pedestrian and bicycle facilities along the north and the south side of University around that island, so it doesn't hit the island portion. Please go back and listen to the recording and try to make this not sound terrible.
Okay.
But I think that's the thing, like with that bullet 5 is, I don't want that to restrict the ability to be flexible on the interior of University that's my real concern. I think that's where the space would be. And I would much rather dedicate full breezeway to the south side of University going west than have to cut that off and still leave a full-size complete street design guide piece on a 2-block space that no one's really, that is going to see considerably less traffic than you would see on the other ways and make considerably safety.
Great. Thank you for those comments. When we do this, please go back and come back with some recommendation, after talk more, agreeing on some, whether it allows for some improved transit, piece, and then thinking through what Mr. Hedrick said, and let's look at it at another, and then also when you do, it'd be also helpful to me to see it in plan dimension. I mean, everything was in cross sections, but if sometimes, if you could have the little things showing this is where we mean, and this is, as well as, all the cross sections.
Yes, we can do that. I think we can meet with MCDOT and talk this through. It may not be the next work session, which is next Thursday. It might be the later one.
No worries.
But we would be happy to bring you back and then showing that in plan view as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Everyone okay? Moving forward?
Yes.
Please.
Thank you. So other issues that MCDOT expressed in their letters, consider some connection between expanded density and implementation of BRT, such as funding programmed with the 6-year CIP for construction of the master plan cross-section. This would help support the intended nexus of the growth corridor between density and non-auto mobility. And then also a note that if density is added without realistic solutions that offer a viable alternative to driving, people will have no choice but to drive, further degrading traffic operations and environmental conditions given the current transportation options in the corridor. Just wanted to note that the draft plan is long-term in nature and intends to provide flexibility to implement a variety of multimodal transportation improvements. Some of the things we've discussed today could be improvements to transit service that can happen in the nearer term without the full-on BRT improvement. So those could include transit, bicycle, and pedestrian facilities. Also that the land use recommendations in the plan leverage the existing transit service and also support transit ridership and the implementation of some of those alternatives that were described. So the draft plan envisioned walkable, transit-oriented development supports those viable alternatives to driving and helps to make them possible. And for these reasons, the draft plan does not explicitly tie development timing to the timing of the transportation improvements. There were also comments about ped bike connections that were starting to get into some of the issues we were talking about in Four Corners. This is a little further down the corridor, talking about providing some of those connections parallel to University Boulevard. Consider adding the following additional connections as ped bike hard surface trails with accompanying shared road and trail bikeways following these paths parallel on each side of University Boulevard. And they're shown on this markup in blue. This is, sorry, there aren't that many labeled streets, but this is up again closer to Northwood High School, Arcola Avenue, and these are Gilmore Drive kind of connecting through here. I'll go through each of those. The first 3 of them are really would be connected by a recommendation that the draft plan already has, which is to implement a connected network of streets along University Boulevard with redevelopment. So 3 of those segments along Gilmore Drive would provide those connections. So MCDOT's points were linking Gilmore Drive's discontinuities, including through the Mary Center property, as well as the properties just east of Dennis Avenue. That's one of those neighborhood connections with redevelopment.
Linking Gilmore Drive and Whitehall Street is also one, and linking Whitehall Street and Brewood Road. And so those would be neighborhood street connections that would also facilitate walking and biking and rolling. There are two connections on the northern or eastern side of University Boulevard. One is linking Edgewood Avenue and Whittington Terrace, passing through the Luther Rice Memorial Baptist Church site. The draft plan does not include this connection. It would bisect the Luther Rice Memorial Baptist Church site. There is a small existing, I believe that's right-of-way, that goes from Whittington Terrace to the Luther Rice site, but a relatively direct connection from the adjacent street would bisect the site, and so the draft plan does not include that. The draft plan does include this connection of Hannes Street to University Boulevard, and then, of course, recommends the much more continuous direct side paths along University Boulevard. So for the through movements, that would be the recommendation. There's also a draft plan recommended side path on Caddington that could provide the access to Whittington Terrace. So that's the draft plan recommendation. There was also a comment about linking Whittington Terrace, which again was just here, and I'm showing that in dashed blue, into the Northwood High School site, passing through the Northwood High School site. And there I'd note that the Northwood High School project is implementing a 16-foot side path along its frontage of University Boulevard, and that there's a pretty steep slope, if you're familiar with that site, from University Boulevard up to where the high school is, about 20 feet in a relatively short distance. That would make that connection challenging. And again, with these connections, somewhat less necessary in that there are ways to access the site from its frontage on University Boulevard that would not require a connection through the Northwood High School site. So pleased to see that that will be implemented as a 16-foot side path along the University Boulevard frontage. There was also a comment, and this is getting back to the Four Corners discussion of the potential of moving bicycle facilities off of University Boulevard. If necessary for additional space, consider potential bikeway options parallel to University Boulevard, which might accommodate breezeway level design parameters. One such option might use Timberwood Avenue here, transitioning at the west through North Four Corners Local Park and east via Pierce Drive and Lexington Drive. This is challenging. Oh, sorry, let me finish MCDOT's point. There was also a point about when considering trade-offs across modes, pedestrians need safe sidewalk access along all roadways. Buses and through vehicles should not divert through residential streets. However, given the limitations of the University Boulevard corridor, bicycles and the proposed breezeway may be better suited along a different corridor, particularly near Four Corners. This would mirror the approach the bicycle master plan took for the bicycle facilities proposed for US 29 within Four Corners area. There was a recognition that the available space along US 29 was not sufficient, and incorporating the desired bike facility would have serious impacts, so the proposed facility parallels US 29. And just to illustrate what that is, so instead of that breezeway facility on US 29 here, which would be the straighter line, it parallels through neighborhood streets and jogs back to to Colesville Road to the north of Four Corners. So the bicycle master plan includes the breezeway bicycle facility on the portion of University Boulevard through Four Corners, while the countywide transit corridors functional master plan does not include dedicated transit lanes. So that's part of the motivation behind this draft plan recommendation. The bicycle master plan breezeway on University Boulevard is intended to provide a high level of comfort, convenience, safety, and efficiency that is attractive and appropriate for bicyclists of all ages and abilities. There's a concern that MCDOT's suggestion would marginalize the east-west bicycle travel by diverting it onto a less visible, less intuitive, less direct, less efficient, and less convenient route, which would be crossing US 29 here, proceeding through neighborhood streets and paralleling that way. Bicycle travel has already been deprioritized on Colesville Road, and Four Corners lacks a continuous connected parallel route for bicycling. Another challenge is that crossing Colesville Road at Timberwood Avenue would require a full through movement or a bicycle signal phase to get the bicyclists across a busy roadway, and that would complicate the median running BRT signal operations that are currently in planning and design for the north-south. So bus rapid transit would be operating in the median here, And I believe at least the current thinking is to just have right turn access to 29, right turn access here, but not to have vehicles cross that busy intersection so close to University Boulevard. So that could be an implementation challenge for that suggestion. Okay, that's everything on the bike ped facility point. Wanted to come back around.
Could you explain what you mean by deprioritize? What does it really mean if provide a safer and more comfortable route for bicycles that is not very far from, so it's an alternate route that may be safer. Now, I'm a biker, and well, I'm not like a biker that travels all the time, but I love biking and I do use it. And if I find somewhere that it's outside major highway and I can go somewhere that it's specific for bikeways, I prefer to go there. Why is it deprioritized?
Yeah, I think that point is just on 29 itself. There's limited right-of-way, and the priorities have been the vehicular travel, the dedicated transit lanes, and then some marginal amount of space for pedestrians, but no bicycle facility.
So it just go on another road. You say that if we just go in another road, it's not as good as having its own separated bikeway.
Only in that it's less direct and less clear how to navigate that. So the bicyclists need to make more turns through the neighborhood. But there is still a plan for a breezeway bike facility. It would just be on shared streets in the neighborhood rather than having a dedicated facility on a larger roadway.
If I might, I think the facility I had in mind as I was making this suggestion was something a lot like Second Avenue through Silver Spring, where it's parallel to Georgia. I know that the state is still building a bike facility along Georgia, but Second Avenue is great. It's a nice alternative route, right parallel. The hope, if you're looking at the map on the west end, is it would be a pretty smooth transition. The east end does still have a jog. I recognize that, just like the north end of Second Avenue also has a jog. But I think that, in my opinion, it's a much better just place to be. Even, we'd still have side paths from those cross sections we had before. They're still showing side paths on Eastern Avenue, but it might not be that full breezeway width. And I want to make sure we have a place to try and accommodate that somewhere if it can't fit where the main corridor is.
Yeah, I think I understood that. I was just trying to understand the terminology. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so moving on to our last topic is the additional transportation analysis, and just wanted to highlight again, there were questions about the transportation analysis that was done for the plan. The master plan transportation adequacy metrics are calculated, and these are long-term master plan level assessments of the effects of the draft plan and the effects of the land use and transportation recommendations on forecasted travel. And for the UBC plan, most of those metrics that were calculated for the plan area, for the UBC plan, most of these metrics were calculated for the plan area itself. Usually these are calculated for the policy area boundaries, so I wanted to clarify that in this case it's calculated for the plan area, and that's because the corridor shape of the plan doesn't align well with the policy areas, and it spans multiple policy areas, and so they were calculated for the plan area itself. And those measures are auto and transit job accessibility, auto and transit travel time, vehicle miles traveled, non-auto driver mode share, and low-stress bicycle accessibility. And low-stress bicycle accessibility is the one of those measures that's calculated countywide. It's the effects on the countywide build-out of the network based on what the plan is recommending. And so this also compares the currently adopted master plans and all of the background transportation and land use changes in the future year 2045, to the results of the draft plan recommendations. And the results of that adequacy analysis is that it improved 4 of the 5 metrics. One of the metrics was travel time, and that's divided into transit travel time and auto travel time. And so the transit travel time piece of that metric also improved, but the average auto travel time increased slightly. It was by less than 1 minute, which is about 5%. And so the result of that metric is that the average trip to the plan area, from the plan area, or within the plan area is increasing from 16 minutes to 17 minutes. and a modest increase in that average vehicular travel time in the context of the draft plan's recommendations is warranted to support multimodal safety, a frequent, convenient, reliable, and accessible transit system, and a diverse range of housing options. Optional segment level analysis was also conducted. That's what I described previously. That showed limited differences with and without the draft plan on a segment level. And then also just wanted to note that master plan transportation analysis does not typically include the detailed operations analysis that was performed for Four Corners, but again, because of the complexity of that question, that analysis was performed and really informed the selection of that limited changes concept as opposed to the street grid concept that was also considered. And that limited changes concept became the draft plan recommendation. And then that analysis also identified some of those other concerns about neighborhood street traffic, left-turning vehicles, and those are highlighted as issues to address as part of that study of the long-term vision. So that's the last slide I have. Happy to take any other questions or discussion. For the next steps, we'll be returning to the planning board on May 1st to discuss land use, zoning, and urban design recommendations, the recommended overlay zone, and the testimony received that's related to that. We'll also come back with the items that we've discussed today at various work sessions in the future. We'll continue those work sessions through May and June, and then the plan is to transmit the planning board draft, if possible, to the county council in summer 2025.
Thank you very much. This is very, very comprehensive, and we appreciate you taking the time and us to take the time to go through it. This is very important. It's very complicated, especially around the transportation piece. So thank you. And I did not mean to give the imply that you did not do this transportation analysis. That was very detailed. And what my point was trying to make was that you did a very detailed analysis, and this maybe wasn't the time for DOT to do a very detailed analysis. So if there in future master plans, if something so complicated, if there's some way that you both can be doing this detail, it's more informed at this point, so that we don't maybe potentially have to wait for more detailed analysis that you would do down the road, so that at this time we have a better sense. So you did a great job, the analyses and the presentation, and we've been working on this for how many months now? You've been working on this for 2 years, and so thanks for all your hard work, and we look forward to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we're going to take a 5-minute break here and start our last item, which is a mandatory referral and forest conservation plan, Chaberton Solar Ramieri. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Our last item of the day is item number 9, mandatory referral, MR 2024-017, Enforced Conservation Plan number F 2025-0480, Chaperton Solar Remier. Mark Beal is leading us on this presentation this afternoon. Welcome, Mark.
Thank you very much. For the record, Mark Beal, zoning planner for Up County Planning Division. Today I bring you the mandatory referral for Chaperton Solar Remier project. The mandatory referral number is MR 2024017, and the forest conservation plan is F 20250480. So things we're going to be talking about today, we're going to go through the site itself and the proposal, along with correspondence that we've received. We'll get into the master plan and zoning, then we'll get into the APF, transportation and environmental, and then the reason for our denial and our recommendations. So the property outlined here in the red dashed line is located at 17,600 Whites Ferry Road. It's about 3/4 of a mile west of the intersection of Darnestown Road and Whites Ferry Road, and it's about 2 miles east of the town of Poolesville. The subject property and all the surrounding properties are all zoned AR. Excuse me. The property is approximately 118 acres. It's currently being used for a farming operation and agricultural use. The applicant's going to utilize approximately 11 acres for this project. And as you can see in the middle, there's a heart-shaped pond with forested and stream area in this location. So the applicant is proposing a new construction entrance, or a new project entrance, sorry, off of Whites Ferry Road in this location with a new driveway coming through, can't quite point, through here, with a solar array in this area here, up to 3 megawatts. There will be a fence surrounding it, as well as inside there'll be a fire department access area with fire department turnaround and a cistern for fire protection. So a little close up on some details here. We have the up in the upper corner, right where the new driveway entrance will be. We have the interconnection where the project will tie into the overhead power lines to tie into the grid, so they're not having to run down the street. It's right there at the entrance. And then here we have the elevations and sections of the solar panels of what they're going to look like in the field. So here we have the soils map. The red dashed line is the subject property. The light green shading is the Class 2 soils, which are prime ag soils, and then the red or the blue dotted line is the subject application with regards to the entrance and the solar array. So all noticing requirements have been met. Staff has received over 140 emails over the last few months, and the complaints or the issues were it's not in compliance with the AR zone, it's not in compliance with the master plan, as well as located on prime ag soils.
Yeah, thank you. And I'll just say really quickly that I know you received a letter, I believe yesterday or the day before, from the applicant about one of the one of the recommendations that staff had at the beginning of the report on the particular bike path, and we did find that the evidence presented in that letter was rather compelling considering the use, and so staff is amenable, should we get there to that discussion with the board, to remove that particular recommendation about the bike path, given the testimony received. And separate from that, there was an offer for the particular fee in lieu of construction of that path, which we recommend that the applicant discuss any contribution that they're willing to make as a result of working with the communities that they're engaging with the county, perhaps reaching out to Office of Ag, exploring any agricultural preservation or any other, again, MCDOT with the bike path or any other particular community amenity that may benefit this particular community in that area, but that it not be tied or a recommendation of this particular case for the mandatory referral. So with that, just recommend that they appreciate the gesture, but I'm gonna direct them to the county to discuss any contribution that they may make.
Thank you. So the project is located in the 1980 Preservation of Agricultural and Rural Open Space Plan, or the ARIS Master Plan, which is there to protect and promote farmland and agricultural uses. Thrive Montgomery 2050 recommends agricultural uses as the primary use in the AR zone in order to ensure that we have economical, productive, and sustainable activities in the AR zone. Requiring the agrivoltaics is more in conformance with the general plan and ARIS plan, which the applicant is providing. So part of the zoning ordinance requires agrivoltaics, so the applicant is proposing either crop production, animal grazing, apiary, or a combination. They'll provide training to the farming community, whoever wants to try to farm the land, both farming around solar panels as well as the safety of being safe around the solar panels. And then if the applicants meet certain criteria, then the land will be freed for the farmers to use. The two issues that with this application, it's not meeting the zoning ordinances, it's located on Class 2 soils or prime ag soils, as well as it's over 2 megawatts. So the applicant submitted a final forest conservation plan. The use category is commercial and industrial. The results are afforestation threshold of 15% and a conservation threshold of 15% net tract area. The net tract forest conservation proposes 117 acres total, minus the 92 acres that remain in agricultural use, for a net tract area of 26.05 or 25.06 acres. So the plan shows no existing forest to be cleared. The subject application results in no afforestation, reforestation requirements. The 2.76 acre afforestation requirement that's in the worksheet does not apply because of the state law not requiring it as it applies to solar projects. As far as adequate public facilities, the applicant has an approved fire department access plan. The applicant is working with Department of Permitting Services Water Resources section on a stormwater management concept plan. It's not approved yet, but they're working on it. For the transportation, again, there's a new entrance coming in off of Whites Ferry Road up here in this location. They got a brand new driveway coming into the project with a turnaround at the bottom down here. The plan is not subject to LATR because it's under 30 trips. There's no existing pedestrian and bicycle facilities in the vicinity, and there's no transit stops along the subject property. The reason for the recommendation of denial is because the solar array is located on Class 2 prime ag soils, as well as it's over 2 megawatts. And so staff is recommending denial of the mandatory referral with comments be transmitted to Chaberton Solar as well as the Public Service Commission. The comments will also be transmitted to the county council and the county exec so they can make their recommendations to the PSC also. And staff is recommending approval of the forest conservation plan. Thank you for your time. Staff's here if you have any questions, as well as the applicant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Beal. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
Yes, we would. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Françoise Carrier with the law firm of Bregman, Burbridge, Schwartz, and Gilday, representing Chaberton Energy in this matter. And I'm accompanied by Ryan Boswell, Vice President of Development, and Miles, oh my gosh, I forgot your last name. Braxton, thank you, from Oakavate, and that is Chaberton's agrivoltaics consultant. So the two gentlemen do have a brief presentation for you.
Thank you for that introduction, Francoise, and thanks to the board and to planning staff for hearing our application today. My name is Ryan Boswell. I'm Vice President of Development for Chaberton Solar Rainier. I do have a brief presentation. I'm going to try to keep it very brief. We have had several applications before the board over the last several months, so I think the board is familiar with who we are. However, just a brief reminder here, we are a Montgomery County-based business. We employ about 55 people, and a good number of those are also Montgomery County residents. We're here to talk, of course, about the Chaperton Solar Ramir project. Here are some further details that were related by Mr. Beal. It's a 118-acre parcel owned by Bob Hopkins out in the Montgomery County Ag Reserve. We are proposing a 3-megawatt community solar facility, and as was noted, it is proposed to be located on Class 2 soils. Also of note, because the project is larger than 2 megawatts AC, it is subject to the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission. So this project is simultaneously filed before the Public Service Commission and has an open hearing under the CPCN process. So just a brief overview of what makes this a suitable site. We do recognize that it has some limitations being in the agricultural reserve, but the primary quality of this site that makes it very valuable for community solar is its proximity to 3-phase power with some existing capacity to accept the generation that the solar project would produce. We're about a half mile or roughly 3/4 of a mile from existing PEPCO infrastructure. And that is a particularly difficult position to find, existing capacity on the PEPCO grid to allow for solar of this kind of scale to be added to the grid. Of course, the gentle slopes are also a benefit. It reduces the amount of grading that must be necessary to construct the facility. And we really value this site because, frankly, where the project is positioned on this parcel, it will be nearly impossible to see it from Whites Ferry Road. And just a quick look at the economic impact of the project. We estimate that over the life of the project, it will generate about $13 million in savings for subscribers to the project. That's on average about $213 annually for a non-low to moderate income household. For those subscribers that qualify as low to moderate income, that annual savings can be as high as over $500. Under the permanent program that this project would be subject to, there's a requirement that at least 40% of the generation be dedicated to low to moderate income households. So there would be a significant number of subscribers that would receive that additional benefit. One thing I'd like to note quickly, PEPCO rates over the last 15 years have been increasing at a rate of roughly 6% annually. So not only has that outpaced inflation over the last 5 years that we've all felt very saliently, but for more than 15 years, the rate increases have far exceeded the average inflation rate. So ratepayers in PEPCO territory really need this solution to be able to make their electricity bills, a little bit less painful every month. Especially as we go into the future, if this rate of inflation continues, then community solar offers a very valuable benefit in being a discounted product against that retail rate.
Can I interrupt just for one quick question, just ask a question? Do you know, so it's a 3-megawatt facility, do you know how many, estimated how many households a facility of this size might serve?
I suspected you might answer that question. I wish I had an exact figure, but it would be approximately 500, I would think.
Okay, 500.
At least 500 households.
Okay, thanks.
And just to speak to the revenue benefits for the county, we'd estimate about $700,000 in taxes paid to Montgomery County, and based on sales tax for the electricity generated, roughly $1.5 million to the state. And then before I turn it over to Miles to speak to the agrivoltaics aspects of this project, I just wanted to note a couple of facts about Montgomery County. As we've proposed this project and the neighboring Sugarloaf project, which is also in the Ag Reserve, it has been argued both as a reason not to build the project and as a reason to build the project that Montgomery County is already a leader in deploying solar assets. And while that's true and it's very laudable, when you look at it on a per capita basis, the picture changes a bit. Per capita, the amount of solar that Montgomery County has deployed works out to be about 170 watts per person. To give you a little bit of perspective, that's approximately enough to power one television in every household in Montgomery County. So there's a very long way to go in terms of getting enough solar deployed to really meet the needs of the county. One other thing I'd just like to point out quickly is that based on this information from the Maryland Public Service Commission, the average system size in Montgomery County is about 12 kilowatts. So that's a fairly large residential rooftop solar project. However, the difference between what we're proposing and that residential system is a residential rooftop system serves one ratepayer. The real value of community solar is that it increases access for residents across the county, especially those who either can't afford their own solar system, don't have good sunlight, or for whatever other reason, don't have access to their own solar project. I'm happy to take any questions before we talk agrivoltaics, but otherwise I'd also love to turn it over to Miles and let him speak.
Can I ask a question? I'm here. The farm, is it all class 2? Is there any other areas in the farm that could be close to the, pole, utility pole that was not class 2?
As far as I'm aware, the entirety of the parcel is class 2 soils. There may be a small portion of it. I don't have those figures exactly in front of me, but the larger.
I think staff had a map that showed.
Yeah, because it showed some
areas that were
purple
not-
color. Yep. What is it?
There we
Yeah,
go.
here. So the pink area,
The pink area is class 2,
so,
or class 3 or 4, I can't remember off the top of my head.
It looks like some of it is forested, and one of the requirements in Montgomery County, and Chaberton is trying to respect all the requirements it can, is not to remove any forest for a solar project. I don't know what else drove the location on the site.
Yeah, I can also speak to that. I mean, the shape of that piece of the property being in class 3 soils is really not conducive to the structural needs of a solar project. The other primary constraint that we have is the location on the property is determined by the landowner, who has not really offered us any flexibility on where to locate it. We also think the benefits of having it set back very far off Whites Ferry Road are pretty significant.
yeah, and the property next door to the south, if this is north-south, has the pink down there. There is another farm there. I just don't know, it's type 2, that it's.
I mean, we'll get more environmental benefit out of 3 megawatts of solar than we ever would out of 9 acres of class 2 soil. I mean, honestly, I don't want to sit here and nitpick where they put the thing,
That's a
because you put the
requirement.
thing where you put the thing.
I know, but
It's
that's
not
a
going to be
requirement.
by
One
July.
second. Let's let the applicant finish.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my question.
Okay. Happy to take any other questions not related to agrivoltaics, or I can turn it over to Miles.
Great. Thanks again for having us here. I sat before you guys a couple months ago, so won't do kind of the full intro and credentials of qualifications, but just as a brief reminder, I'm the CEO and co-founder of Oakavate Sustainable Energy. We founded Oakavate because we wanted to provide a solar solution that actually integrates agriculture, that it sits on instead of removing it completely. And Chaberton, through several of its projects, is, representing the epitome of that in Maryland. I sit on the board of directors at Jack's Solar Garden, where solar and agriculture create economic abundance and resilience for a community-supported agriculture group called Sprout City Farms there, and the local community. And we've witnessed success of over 580 successful agrivoltaic projects across the country, really kind of replicating that model. We know that these two can coexist, and I think it's an awesome opportunity here to further that. My team has over 20 years of experience in solar development and agricultural planning and sustainable land use. What makes us kind of unique in this space is half of our team come from this solar development background. The other half are agricultural scientists, agronomists. Our chief agricultural officer who led the report here, Jorrit Becking, holds a master's of plant science from Wageningen University, the largest agricultural institute in the world, but also a master's in environmental management from Yale University, where we met. And grew up on a farm as well. But to get into more of the project, Chaberton came to us with a project seeking the viability of agrivoltaics and what could be done here. First, we assessed the soil quality, acidity, drainage, erosion risk, general climate at the Ramir site. We viewed everything from a fresh perspective, despite Chaberton already having kind of some of the required environmental permits. We analyzed all agricultural options on site, including crop production, livestock grazing, apiaries, pollinators, and a combination of those. We also tapped another kind of third party to this called Fundasol, a Stanford and Carnegie Mellon-backed agrivoltaic modeling team. We used some of their advanced thermal, irradiance, WOFOS, and simple modeling tools to give us insights into how change in microclimate factors under the array actually created a more beneficial environment for the agriculture that will be sitting there versus being just in an open space. So on the crop production side, we modeled a variety of common Maryland crops to evaluate their performance, profitability, feasibility, in the current site design. And while our deep analysis found some top performing crops we know that work really well in Maryland, certain fruits and veggies. These fruit and veggie farmers in Maryland also have their own requirements for maximizing efficiency of yields and harvest. So, one example, we know that the increased humidity in the microclimate may not be attractive for farming certain crops like lettuce, tomatoes, potatoes, and instead of, Okavate proclaiming crop farming can be done because of some of the models that we've run, we really rely on the innovation of local farmers, and we help kind of Chaberton put together that RFP where we're inviting local farmers to be a part of this in innovation. This is not a report where we're telling folks, what needs to be done, but really just laying the baseline of, from a technical, empirical, scientific standpoint of, hey, what can be done on this site? And all we've seen is enhancement to the agriculture that currently sits there. On the livestock side, we work with University of Maryland Extension programs livestock grazing profitability tools, and collaborating with their researchers at several twilight tours in various counties to calculate a base profit of around $250 an acre to sheep farmers using their flocks to graze at the Ramir site based on the stocking density of the grasses that were modeled. And grazers would be paid to utilize the land at that point too, and these are, would be local farmers. On the apiary side, through research of other operating apiary plus solar sites, there are several in Virginia. We found beehive installation to be a viable solution as well. Due to the shading of the panels onto the pollinator habitats in Maryland's hot summers, the consistency and diversity of nectar from the plants are much more abundant, which just increases forage, increases pollination that really kind of coincides and goes hand in hand with Maryland State's pollinator plan and a lot of plans set forth by Montgomery County themselves. So we needed to synthesize all this baseline data to prove that these are all viable options on the site, and not that we expect farmers to farm a certain way, but that the groundwork is there, and these options can be done. We use lower spectrums of national USDA crop sale rates, low spectrum of grazing production, profitability, and average local raw honey sale rates, and still found all three mechanisms of crop production, livestock grazing, and apiaries plus pollinators as profitable solutions for farmers that would also be compensated for farming the land. And instead of prescribing to these forms of agrivoltaics for the site, we recommended to empower farmers the flexibility of offering proposals of what can be done, and that all will be evaluated through various criteria, and making sure that the farmers that are selected have a real plan in place that's implementable, and that's a part of the process that we would also assist with. Yeah, so kind of in conclusion, these are reasons why we put together this draft RFP, as well as kind of a second stage to this process, where we'll be collecting proposals from local farmers instead of Oakavate saying this is the way agrivoltaics has to be done. That's not our approach. And this is an opportunity for Montgomery County and the state of Maryland to again lead in agricultural innovation. I think that was the purpose of the Agricultural Reserve back in the 80s. But we look forward to the future innovation and collaboration to bring land access and economic opportunity to Montgomery County. And the Vermeer agrivoltaic project represents that and can be a staple that we support.
Okay, thank you very much. I have a couple questions for you, Mr. Braxton?
Yep,
So
Miles Braxton.
People talk about disturbance of the ground when they install these. Can you tell me how are the solar panels installed? And assuming that they were agrivoltaics, okay?
So given that this is going to be an agrivoltaics project, the topsoil has to be preserved in the project. So typically, that looks like, a construction operation where, things aren't just pile driven, that topsoil is either shuffled or put to the side and then recovered after construction, so that there's still viability for agricultural production, at the end of construction. We also advise very specific pile driver routes and other heavy equipment to be taken into consideration, not to compact the soil. The whole purpose of this project is to make sure there's continued agricultural production, and there are certain procedures in place that would be managed during construction in order to establish that.
So there are specifications for how this is done, and someone verifies that someone met those specifications. Is that what it is?
I can speak to that. Actually, is one of the conditions under the CPCN process that we see routinely is that in order to avoid compaction, especially on prime farmlands, the Power Plant Research Program, which is a consortium of state environmental agencies, they actually recommend a protocol that was developed by the Soil Conservation Service in order to restore the tilth of that soil after construction.
Okay, so and my next question, how do you guarantee that you will do agrivoltaics? What is, you're looking for farmers or someone else to do it, but how, if someone said yes, how do you guarantee that you will do agrivoltaics and not just, what do you call it, apiaries or pollinators, if you were going to do for crop or whatever? What is the guarantee? And if there is, and if you don't do it, what happens? I mean, what's the mechanism for, can you rescind the license? Can we whatever? But how do you guarantee that you're going to do agrivoltaic?
The best guarantee that I can give this board is that I've been on the record before a judge, a public utility law judge, committing the project to agrivoltaics, and I'm committing it again here. There is not a mechanism to necessarily enforce it, but the way the condition has been written, proposed to be applied to this project, is that we would consult with the Montgomery County Office of Agriculture, and they would have the opportunity to approve or contribute ideas on how to improve our plan for agrivoltaics. The project, in theory, could proceed in absence of agrivoltaics. There's nothing obligating us except that I've made these commitments now twice on the public record, and we intend to stand by our commitments.
It's also possible that the Public Service Commission will insert a condition on the license that the license cannot be, they can't go to construction, or, they can, unless there is an approved agrivoltaics plan, they can phrase it in whatever way they think is appropriate. I did not participate in the hearing in front of the administrative law judge for the Public Service Commission, but for the other project that just had its hearing a couple of days ago, but I did watch it. And the hearing officer was very keenly concerned about this exact issue and was really looking for as much information as could be obtained about it. There was also a lawyer who was representing some of the rural communities and civic associations in the county who asked a long series of questions about this. So there's a fully developed record that takes place at the state to talk about exactly this question. How, what should this condition look like? And what happens if it doesn't work? What happens next?
Because,
sorry, go ahead.
because it's not just, I'll try it for a year. This system is supposed to be, what is the 20-year system? I don't know. What
Minimum of 20 years, up to 40 years.
Yeah. So, in the county, they really are concerned about, the agri reserve is primarily agricultural use. If you can show that you plan to use it for agriculture, in addition of also providing energy, that, that's positive, but there's no, so I would think that whatever they do, there's got to be some guarantees, and if there's some penalty if there's not continued use as agricultural. But just as my thoughts. Okay, when did you?
Yeah, kind of related to that. I think last time, one of the things that got my attention was this idea of, in the future, not designing these solar projects to sort of fit agriculture in an existing solar array, but try to sort of compatibly design together where perhaps whatever form of agrivoltaics they choose will have a better chance of thriving. So kind of following up on that, if you receive RFPs that speak to different forms of crop production, for example, and we've seen research from around the country that's showing certain types of crops may thrive or have larger yields with certain types of solar arrangements or certain heights of the solar panels off the ground, or sort of different infrastructure conditions that may change some of the characteristics of the project in any direction, potentially even maybe bringing it down from a 3 megawatt capacity down to, somewhere below 3, if it helps some of those crops. So I guess my question is, do you think that Chaberton will be flexible with some of the built components of the solar system to accommodate and help ensure that the agrivoltaics plan can actually succeed?
I really appreciate the question, and flexibility, I think, is absolutely key. We really pride ourselves on innovation at Chaberton, and we are attempting to do something innovative here by being some leaders in the state on agrivoltaics. So that goes both ways. We want to do what we can to accommodate farming and make it successful. We have some limitations. If we can't put together a commercially viable project, then really no one benefits at the end of the day. But that's really a lot of the expertise that Oakavate brings to the table, is what kind of creative solutions can we bring to light to optimize both the photovoltaic component and the agricultural component.
Do we know what's currently being farmed on the site, if anything? I know that it's current farmland, but is there crop production?
It's a rotation of commodities.
Commodities, so wheat, soy, that kind of thing?
Yep.
Corn.
And that will continue on most of the farm.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think, I don't want to take up too much more time on that, but part of the appeal of agrivoltaics to me, and I think it should be an appeal to the county, is that if we can push forward on crop production, table crops, or crops that are sort of can feed into more of the local economy and aren't sort of part of a chain of production, which is important. But table crops, you spoke to several that you think can thrive in Montgomery County or in different parts of Maryland. That's something that could be real value add that we're not seeing as much of in the ag reserve today. And to the extent that agrivoltaics solar installations can help with that, in part by, because certain crops may be more likely to thrive in those installations in the first place, but also in part because of the microclimate conditions that they can provide, which you spoke to. I think that that's something that we should be attentive to, because not only then are we saying this is staying in agricultural use, we're actually providing something of significant value above that the county is really missing today.
I agree with you. However, it's not in our place to make that decision. There is a requirement for county that it has to be, you cannot have solar, because it was a lot of discussion. I was around. And they came to the agreement that type 2 soil is not going to lend itself. It's a good agriculture soil. And the decision was made that no solar on type 2. So I have to support a staff recommendation. Please let me finish, okay? It's important, and then you can talk. I agree with Commissioner Linden that maybe that's a good idea, but that's something that needs to be put out for discussion in front of the council and come up with if that is something that they want to change or they want to include or what, but allow public to make comments. But at this point, I'm going to support a staff recommendation.
I do want to add that the Class 2 soil was such a poison pill that the state preempted us. The state came and said we can't do that anymore, and on July 1st we won't be able to deny it based on the Class 2 soils. Why should we do it now? Like, why bother to sit there on a thing that's not going to exist in 2 months? Like, we're being preempted by the state because it was such a poison pill to the development of solar that the state came and told us we can't do that. That was not meant, I think, quite honestly, I don't think it was meant as agricultural preservation as much as it was solar denial. I think it was bad policy, and I think that we have a duty as the land use recommend to the county council to tell them they made a mistake, and they made such a mistake that the state came back and said, no, you can't do that. So I think that this is a good project. I think it's remaining 90%. I think we get tons more benefit out of 9 acres of solar than we do out of 9 acres of soybeans. And in 2 months, we're not gonna be able to deny it anyway. Like, it's gonna we're gonna be preempted on it based on the solar bill from the state. As far as I can read it, if I'm reading it correctly. So why rest on that now is what my concern is.
Well, I'll let the staff to chime on that. If that is something that could change and it's up for discussion, I'll let the staff to use their professional opinion and to bring it. I don't know much about that yet.
Sorry. No, just going to say very quickly that any application that's filed prior to July 1st is proceeding under the rules as they exist today. It doesn't change as of July 1st for anything filed unless the applicant withdraws those applications and then resubmits post July 1. So anything that we're dealing with today, the new law actually does not impact yet.
Yeah, no, I wasn't clear about that. I think that's a worthwhile point, but the point is still that we adopted a policy so bad that the state had to tell us to stop because nothing was getting produced. And this is a 3 megawatt solar array that's gonna do more for us as a county than 9 acres of farmland ever will. And I understand that but those were poison pills, and they told us to stop it.
Well, I think that, again, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not going to debate that with you. I think there's a larger discussion statewide, not just Montgomery County. Again, I'll point to Montgomery and Prince George's County are producing the most solar across the state. So regardless of per capita, or et cetera, we're producing a lot of housing as well. And, we don't calculate that per capita. But anyways, I'll just say that Montgomery and Prince George's are leading the way in solar. We want to continue to lead the way in solar and develop a more comprehensive plan at promoting solar. We're committed to this as well, to helping the state reach its goals.
But we're 21st, I believe, was what we said in our presentation. It's 21st state. We're dead, as a state, dead in the middle, not leading. And I mean, we're not Arizona, so maybe we shouldn't. But like, we adopted a policy not that long ago, and the state didn't take that long to tell us to stop and to knock it off. And I just think that this is better than what exists, and we should be moving toward producing more of our energy that does not use fossil fuels. And I mean, you know, if they want to pull it and come back, fine, but I don't know why we should waste time.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Bartley, you haven't spoken.
Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the slides. I have a question about the proposed solar array and it being fenced in and it being an agrivoltaic project. And so if it's fenced in, will the current property owner be leasing the land to you, or will you be purchasing the land? And if it's fenced in and they're leasing the land to you, will they be allowed to enter into the fence to, so my understanding of agrivoltaic, it's a combination of solar energy and farming, correct? All right, so it's being fenced in. So my concern is, with it being fenced in, what is the allowance for the farmer to use that parcel to grow crops or use it as an apiary or allow animals to graze? And interesting side note, I was visiting Kent County, Maryland, and they had some solar arrays, and they seemed to be 10 yards apart, and they weren't fenced in. And they were what appeared to be within the footprint of grain silos and or barns, and they weren't fenced in, and it looked like they were farming in between those solar arrays. But here, this one is fenced in. So my concern is, if it's an agrivoltaic project, why is it fenced in, and will the farmer be allowed access to it to tend to the crops or allow its animals to graze? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a good observation. So we're required under National Electric Code to have at least a 6-foot tall fence around for the safety of operating solar and keeping out, you know, any disinterested parties. But to your question about access, the farmer in this case, we would presume to be separate from the farmer who is managing the other 110 acres that are going to remain in corn and soy production. So they would be allowed to access that array. They would be given the code to enter the fence under, you know, certain conditions. We haven't drafted that exact arrangement. We haven't identified the precise farmer, but it would allow for them to access the interior of the project.
So you're purchasing the land and not leasing it, and then if you're in the current farmer that owns the land could be sublet to another farmer, correct?
We're actually just leasing the 11 acres here. I can't really speak to future uses of the balance of the property, but this would just be under
No,
lease.
I'm not concerned with the future uses of the balance of the property. I'm only concerned with the proposed solar array area. And that's what my questions are with regards to that area. Is it going to actually be used, or is this just a way to get it started, and then you draft a lease that's so draconian that no other farmer could actually use the terrain to farm? So that's my inquiry.
You know, you've seen the RFP that Chaberton intends to put out, and, you know, that's a real document. They, of course, don't know it's yet who's going to respond to that, and exactly what the details would be of the arrangement that follows. But Chaberton does have the right to have agrivoltaic activities happen on site and to contract with a farmer to do those activities.
What guarantee can you give the citizens of Montgomery County that there's actually going to be agricultural activity within the proposed solar array area? That, again, you've given answers that I don't think directly answer my questions. They've been in my opinion, circular. They're not direct.
You know,
Yes or
the-
no? Are they going to, is it going to be farmed? Is it going to be tended to? And if so, why is there a fence around it? And I find it curious that you cite a federal law, and yet some of the solar fields that I've seen in Howard County, Kent County, have no fence around. Thanks.
Is that fencing requirement pertinent to community solar? And perhaps the other arrays that Commissioner Bartley has seen are not community solar? They might just be on the, a farmer who has erected some solar arrays to power activities on the farm. I mean, obviously, we don't know what those facilities are. It's also a county requirement to have a fence. The county zoning code does require a fence, and Chaberton is really trying to comply with as many of the county's requirements as possible. And Chaberton has made a commitment in sworn testimony in front of the hearing officers for the PSC. It's hard to know how to go past sworn testimony as a binding commitment to have agrivoltaics on the property. It is, I guess it's hard to say now that there won't be a farmer who commits to do this for 5 years, and then they find after 5 years that they don't want to do it anymore. They have to find another farmer. There could be some lapse in between, but it is, this is as binding a commitment as they know how to make in this context.
And I don't mean to be glib, but I did testify under the penalty of perjury that this project or its adjacent project, Sugarloaf, would have agrivoltaics. I'll do the same for Ramir before a judge. I don't intend to perjure myself now or any time in the future. So all we can do is commit.
You're not under oath here.
But I am before a public utility law judge.
You are under oath here as well when you sign up to
Yes,
speak.
he is presuming to be telling the truth. But I would also add, as part of the approval that you may or may not receive from the PSC, I presume there's some type of permit or other approval that would probably have as a condition as well that you have to do the agrivoltaics. Just like we attach conditions to our site plans and preliminary plans, it would probably similarly be a condition.
In full transparency, that has been a condition proposed in our Sugarloaf project. It does not bind us to agrivoltaics, but it does, in that case, say that if we are to implement agrivoltaics, we'll do it in coordination with Montgomery County Office of Agriculture.
So this is where I am. If I would be open to approving moving forward with this if there was a guarantee, an absolute guarantee that there was going to be agrivoltaics on the site, and there would be, if there weren't, if for some reason there was, that there would, I don't know, there would be, I don't know, what do you call it, a punishment or whatever? Because that is the spirit of what I thought that in the ag reserve, the key is that we want to keep it as for agriculture, right? And if there's a way that you can do both, I think that's a win, because we do need more solar production in the county. And I think that then that becomes a win when it's in a place where it's hidden on the site. It's important we need solar going long-term, and if there are rules around disturbance and non-disturbance of the soil, and I think then that would be a win-win. That's my opinion.
I mean, maybe one option is that we can, as part of our, this isn't, I guess, an approval, we're recommending, we're providing our recommendation, which will be passed along to the PSC as part of this whole process. But perhaps part of that could be approving with the strong desire for the PSC to apply that condition upon if they choose to approve, that agrivoltaic activity has to be part of this project. And I think that also, for us, focusing on this mandatory referral and the process, I also just wanted to point out that, we obviously, the community has pointed out, and Commissioner Pettingrim has pointed out too, that the zoning code says one thing, and, we appear to be up here attempting to do something else. I take that point. Obviously, I'm not trying to sort of dismiss that concern, but I also want to talk about the mandatory referral uniform standards that guide this board. And there's a section called Planning Board Consideration. It's section 6, subsection point 8, that says whether alternatives or mitigation measures have been considered for the project if the proposal is inconsistent with the general plan. We've talked about Thrive, and I think we agree that it's consistent with Thrive, or other plans or policies, the zoning code, for example, for the area. And so in this case, I think a very reasonable interpretation of that is that the agrivoltaics plan constitutes a mitigation measure. And I would ask Emily if, from legal perspective, do you think that it's fair for us to interpret an agrivoltaics plan that they've committed to, that they have an RFP that they'll release for, could that be considered to be a relevant mitigation measure under the uniform standards for mandatory referral and sort of how we're reviewing this process? Specifically as it relates to the Class 2 soil restriction, because that's intending to keep land in agricultural use, and the agrivoltaics plan will also keep that land in agricultural use.
I think that as part, as you said, of the mandatory referral, you can look at alternatives. Sorry? Okay, you can look at alternative measures and mitigation measures, and those are up to the board's discretion as to what those may or may not be, and whether you think they suffice to balance your recommendation.
And because this isn't regulatory, I think we do have a fair amount of discretion to weigh the relative benefit of both the project and, in this case, the mitigation measure. And obviously, I strongly support this. I think agrivoltaics are the here and now and the future of what we should be doing. I think, to your point, there's no reason at all that Montgomery County shouldn't become a leader in this. No reason at all. We have such a strong history in conservation of agricultural land. But if conservation doesn't adapt and evolve to the times to meet kind of urgent crises, then it's going to become less and less relevant and harder to justify. And agrivoltaics is the closest we're ever going to find to a win-win for climate action, and I strongly believe that. These conversations are often kind of framed in this zero-sum game, and I understand why in some cases, but it doesn't need to be this way. And I think that the more that we learn about agrivoltaics, the more research comes out, the more that we have active projects in the county that we can learn from in Maryland, not on Jack's solar farm in Colorado, although they're doing very good work, not in Massachusetts where they're growing blueberries, not in Oregon where they're, grazing sheep, and there are hundreds of examples around the country, but we need examples in Maryland to learn from. And there's no reason at all that this can't be one of them, and that the Sugarloaf farm can't be another one. So I strongly support this. I think that we can justify it through staff's findings and the additional finding that the agrivoltaics plan constitutes a mitigation measure. And I acknowledge this will be decided by the PSC in the end, but I think we need to send the strong signal that we want solar and we want agrivoltaics, and we need to push forward quickly, because we've talked about this before. The longer we spend debating this, the more time we lose, and time is the one thing we don't have.
So I would agree with you that I would approve this provided there was a guarantee that it will be agrivoltaics, right? Yeah. Guarantee, not I promise, but there's a guarantee, and people can put guarantees in agreements, right? And I like you, I feel it is a mitigation. It's also mitigating that we want in our county our farmland to be used for farming, okay? Particularly used for farming. So if there is some, agreement around providing, making sure the language says guarantee, not.
Can I,
just- yes.
yeah, along that question, Artie, and I want to make sure that, I don't want to overburden the applicant with providing more support for what they say they're going to do than we require other people to say. They have an entire plan in Appendix D that discusses their agrivoltaics. I think we can be comfortable with that, but if we need to, would it be possible to add a condition to the forest conservation plan and then approve the mandatory referral and then move on with our lives?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
We have a forest conservation plan. Is it possible to condition the agrivoltaics within the forest conservation plan that we're removing? I'm asking a really tough question from the dais, I know.
I would not do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. I thought.
appreciate the thought.
But yeah, I don't want to burden, I mean, this is as close to guarantee as we get to anything. You've got an entire plan in Appendix D. They've testified to that effect that there's going to be agrivoltaics. They've discussed the varied types of agrivoltaics that they could have. I'm perfectly comfortable with the guarantee provided that they're going to do agrivoltaics. I think they've been quite forthcoming and have provided detailed information on that. And I don't think there's, if we don't want to condition the forest conservation plan for the government, I think we have considerable support for the idea that there will be agrivoltaics there as a mitigating factor, and then moving on with the mandatory referral. And I know Jason's looking at me, so sorry.
No, I just wanted to see if I kind of get a sense of where we're going with this here. I wanted to see if in the comments that we send, that we transmit, that we can include an acknowledgement of the inconsistency with our existing zoning code, so that there is some consistency from the board in the message from the prior mandatory referral, just so that there's an acknowledgement that that still exists. However, here's why we're making this recommendation instead.
I'm fine with them.
Yeah, but we still haven't, so I feel it's okay for us to say, well, at least I feel it's okay to say that approval with this guarantee. If it goes to the PSA and they don't want it, they do something different, it's different, but for me saying yes, those are my ways to say yes, okay? Because I agreed it was a lot of hard work to get the agri-reserve zone approved. It wasn't easy, right? It wasn't easy. It means a lot to our farmers in the county, but I would feel just fine saying yes, as long as it's a guarantee that it will be used also for farming, in agrivoltaics. That's where I stand. So I don't know how we can come to agreement on some, and maybe in your PSA agreement, there is more teeth to it. I don't know. I mean, just.
I don't want to, I don't want to try and tell you exactly what to put in whatever you're going to write up about this, but it would seem to me that the planning board could say that you recommend approval of this only if there is a condition requiring agrivoltaics on the site. And that might be the strongest way for you to phrase rather than a request to put in that condition or a suggestion that these are the recommended condition. You could say, we're going to go as far as recommending approval only if this is in place. I don't know if there are any other conditions that would be of great importance to you, but I think the other one was stormwater management, which is a legal requirement. So, that goes without saying that it would be in.
For the mandatory referral, in the staff analysis under 4B, we have the applicant must be required to have a farming activity as proposed in the agrivoltaics. Is that strong enough, or do we need something? I will remember to pick up my daughter's Gatorade bottle, as I've reminded myself. So I think, I'm sorry, going back to page, I think it's page, there's no page numbers on there. Second page even. So 4B, the applicant must be required to have a farming activity as proposed. I think the only thing to add there is, and that be a condition of approval by the PSC or something like that. We can add it to strengthen it, but we have that they have to have a farming activity for agrivoltaics in the mandatory referral. And if we take, bullet 1 and 2 and say what we were approving, given the mitigation of agrivoltaics, and agrivoltaics have to be required under 4B under the mandatory or conditions of mandatory referral, then I think we should be good from a standpoint of making sure that we have a requirement for agrivoltaics in there and that we've covered the legal issue of mitigation. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. What do you, our legal staff thinks is just have, I mean,
So I guess, so to be clear, what you're proposing, I guess there's not a motion yet, but I'm presuming there's going to be a motion to recommend approval. And I think as Ms. Carrier, I agree, it could say, condition only if, this recommendation approval is based upon the requirement that there be agrivoltaics. I think, as Commissioner Hedrick has said, there was, that was proposed as, if the PSC approved it, this is your slightly changed position from what the staff recommendation was, which was of denial.
Right.
So I think you would be able to craft that approval condition slightly differently, however you would like to, but with similar type of language.
Okay.
and what about the concern of, you could say, I mean, if there's farming, but, what if there, 5 years from now is no farming, or 10 years from now is no farming? What happens?
I'm not sure how, honestly, how the PSC, operates or enforces if they did something else that violated their approval with them. I presume they would have some type of enforcement authority.
Yeah, all right. And maybe you can say, and if their farming is violated, there's some enforcement, and there's enforcement to that. Maybe I could,
I could respond to that. If it were positioned as a requirement that we have agrivoltaics by the license conditions, if a CPCN were issued, if we do not comply with those license conditions, they can revoke the CPCN and our project would cease to operate.
if you can put an "and there is enforcement." Yeah, great, thank you.
Well, there you go. All right.
For that farming use. Okay, I would be fine with it.
Just very quickly, I'm going to look, I think, to legal to make sure that capturing this correctly. I think we'll give a, it sounds like if the board moves forward with a recommendation of approval, that it'll clearly state they're only recommending approval if there is a condition from the PSC requiring the agrivoltaic use on the property. And then there are other recommendations in addition, and we'll spell those out as they've been indicated in the staff report. And again, as previously stated, we will remove that recommendation about the bike path. But otherwise, I think we'll just sort of reformat that section of the memo for you to transmit to the Public Service Commission if that's in fact where you land.
Great.
Point of clarification,
Okay.
Are you on the record drafting a proposed motion to do something other than the staff recommendation?
Correct. Staff recommended denial, total denial. Okay. And we're because of something, like I feel, and I think some of the other commissioners feel, that there is a mitigating measures here, that the goal was to have farming use in the ag reserve. And we believe that this is also, if it's actual agrivoltaics, there is a farming use, and we also get solar production, which is needed in the county. Okay. If there were no farming use, I would not approve this. I would not recommend, but the goal in the ag reserve is to primarily have agricultural uses. Okay.
So,
Okay, okay. Yeah.
should we run through the conditions?
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put the staff report up on the screen so you can see the conditions as they were in the staff report, and then I'll make a suggestion, and it's page 3. We're on the 3rd page. Yep, okay. So what we can do is draft and you can figure out how to word this into a motion if this is what you agree to. we could draft a transmittal letter that would acknowledge basically 1, 2, and 3, and then say, essentially, nevertheless, the board recommends approval of the project under the condition of essentially just what's B and C here. B being the farming activity, the agrivoltaics, and C being the approval of the stormwater management plan.
Yeah.
I think that works. And I think the memo, it might be, I don't know if this would be helpful in the end, but it might be good to at least include the language around some of the justification around, because condition B is in place, therefore that means that there is a mitigating activity on the site to address the inconsistency with the zoning code or the restriction on Class 2 soils from the zoning code.
We can add some of that
Yeah.
around that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just, I was going to say, I'd make one more comment before we make the motion, but I didn't want to make a motion.
This is for the chair. So prior to taking a vote with regards to voting differently than the staff recommendation, I'm going to go along with the staff recommendation because I don't believe that I've been presented information or evidence here today that would contradict the staff recommendation. And I don't have anything contrary before me today that has the gravamen or weight for me to do something different than the staff recommendation.
Yeah. All right,
I appreciate what you said. I definitely, what is giving me enough weight to say, let's move forward with this is because this whole point is that over and over the past couple of months, this is more of this, as Mr. Linden talked about mitigating measures. It is, if there is farming and there is on this, along with the agrivoltaics, and it is enforced, right? Enforced. I feel comfortable moving forward with it. We do need more energy production. We need more clean energy production in the county.
Yeah.
This is on this farm, it's in a location, as they said, it's not visible. It just, all the sort of, to me, the stars line up for this particular property, right? And as I looked around in the ag reserve, they're pretty much, it's, all class, it's all pretty much, it's hard to find locations that are not class 1 or 2, class 2 soils. And so that's how I feel. But as I said before, and just finish, one quick second, finish this. Jason, it says it must be required to have a farming activity. I agree, as proposed, but I think with, I'm somehow with enforcement, like this whole thing, I'm just concerned that you start something and say it doesn't work, right? And you.
My only hesitation with enforcement is I think there are reasonable scenarios where there could be a gap in farming activity for any number of scenarios. Like a farmer can end the lease. There could be a 3-month gap. It could be an entire year or a season gap. And we're not in a position necessarily to define like what enforcement means. Like when does enforcement kick in? How much time needs to pass before they're sort of no longer in compliance? And I'm not sure we're in a position to even, we're not able to evaluate the quality, but also like when is it appropriate to say, okay, too much time has passed? That's my only concern about specifically enforcement.
That is a very good concern, because even though that if they give guarantee, who is there to support it, to make sure it's happening?
Well,
So
Public Service Commission can pull there.
I just have one question. And maybe Emily can answer that. I understand that it comes in June, things may change, okay? So, but right now it's not June, it's April. The county council passed a resolution requiring this requirement. Can we, as a planning board body, just ignore it? I just don't understand that it's confusing for me that, and it went through a very long public process. I was there. And I feel very uncomfortable after having and I'm not against solar at all. I appreciate, I support, and I appreciate the agrovoltaic that you bring. I 100% support all of those, okay? At the same time, I'm an avid supporter of ag reserve, okay? So I have, a heartburn that it was a resolution passed, and it was great deal of public involvement, and they came up with some kind of compromise that the requirement that you're not following. So we are sitting here and say, okay, ignore it.
Well, we're not ignoring it, and I think that's the key factor.
Yes,
Well,
we
no, we're
are.
not. We're taking the mandatory referral standards.
Well, I haven't received, ask Emily,
Yeah.
but I want to know where Emily put us there. Even though if it comes June and the state preempted, I'm hoping that we still get some kind of guideline coordination to see how we proceed with this. I like to have solar, but I like to have ag reserve also. So, and goes against all the principle we have.
I mean, I would argue that it doesn't.
Let
but
Emily answer.
I,
Sorry, but I
The
want
state has already preempted the county's zoning.
Huh?
The state has already
But
preempted
it's
the
not June
prior
yet.
law.
Yes.
but
No,
the
it
prior
doesn't.
law
The thing
preempted
that
it.
happened,
June, we don't have anything.
Oh,
it already has preempted the state law, the county law. But that doesn't stop you from considering the policies and things that are part of the county zoning.
Yeah.
But the county zoning would say you would need a conditional use or other things for these things. And that doesn't apply anymore. The state has already preempted those restrictions. But again, the case is here for you under mandatory referral because the PSC will make the final decision. And you are perfectly within your discretion to consider the county law when you make your recommendation.
And the county law is still in effect
The
until
county
June.
law is in effect, but it does not apply to this project. Technically, the zoning has already been preempted. That portion of the county zoning that says you cannot be on Class 2 soils has been preempted by the state already. So the prior laws did that. But again, it doesn't mean you can't consider it and use it and your discretionary
Could you
authority.
tell me what you mean by prior laws? Is it, when was?
State law, the
Yeah.
state law.
And
that
did it have an effect? What was the time of effective, that it gets into effect?
That was, I don't know if you have, I mean, a couple of years ago, I'm not sure, but
It was shortly after the county adopted the zoning change that set our limit at 2 megawatts.
20-01, yeah.
My understanding was at the time, the state actually had a limit of 2 megawatts. We then made changes to our zoning code that reflected that 2 megawatts, and then shortly, I think it was within a year or so later, the state was like, actually, you can go up to 5. And so immediately, we were no longer consistent with the state, and anything above 2 megawatts goes through the PSC process, which
Yeah.
our zoning
I'm
and
not
ours doesn't
concerned
matter.
about megawatt. I'm concerned about the type 2 soil.
But
That's
even
my
still
concern.
today,
that's when it applied.
right.
It was over.
So how come we did, based on what we know, they had another project on Sugarloaf, and, how that one is different than this one?
It's 2 megawatts, and it's under our jurisdiction.
No, it's not any different.
It's not any different
It's
now?
not any different?
No, it's different.
Okay,
We just
but
moved it.
now we are sending a different message. That one was denied, and this one looks like that there are 3. I'm still on denial, but 3 that they could pass it. So we are even being inconsistent among ourselves. Okay?
Yep.
That sends a message to everyone.
Right, yeah, so here's the thing, we're going back to this again. You're right. So, in terms of agreements, by saying with, the PSC PSC could, I said that, with some commitment, or whatever, and they can, but we're also sending a signal to them. They're smart people. When we set agreements, you could say, you can go to them and say, yes, there's a commitment, but if I want to change farmers, I have a 3-month period or something, a 6-month period or whatever. I mean, it does, I think there's flexibility. I think they will, they would understand that. There's not like that one day you have a farmer and the next day you don't, so you're kicked out. No, I don't think that that's the case. I'm just saying.
I think the
Chairman, if I
agricultural
may.
community wouldn't understand or going up and down.
Yeah. I'm sorry, there's someone on the line. Katie Griffin.
Yes, Chairman, I'm Katie Griffin from Chaberton. I have in front of me, this is outlined in the Public Utilities Article 3102, essentially how people may make complaints. It gives the owner of the project an opportunity to provide a resolution for that complaint. And then ultimately, the Public Utility Judge and Commission would then open a proceeding based on that complaint. And then with that, Public Utilities Article 13201 outlines the civil penalties that can be put in place if we are found in violation of a ruling or an order made by the commission. So there is already a process that if something is a licensing condition, as to how we can ensure compliance with that licensing condition.
Thank you,
You're
Katie.
responding to that agrovoltaic if it doesn't work. That's what she's responding, correct, Katie?
No, she says complaints.
I think that what she's trying to say is that if there's no farming going on
Yeah.
5 years into the project, 10 years into the project, somebody who drives by and sees that, they can file a complaint with the Public Service Commission. So there are lots of eyes and ears of people who are committed to agriculture in Montgomery County. And, if they can file a complaint and then there's a process by which civil penalties can be applied, I don't practice that area of law, but that sounds like a pretty solid route to effective enforcement to me.
Yeah, well, I would say that, if they believe that, then that's fine. I mean, if this PSC, I would like to have it in there with enforcement. And if they say we already have enforcement, fine, right?
I think that's reasonable. I don't think it's reasonable to have to add to the burden of the applicant after they've provided a lot of, and there's existing enforcement mechanisms through the PSC and everything else. I do want to make one comment too, that I'm going to propose the motion in a minute. But I do want to make sure that when we write our letter and when we send our letter, hopefully supporting the mandatory referral, we have an impact report from Montgomery County for solar in the AR zone that we wrote in December 2023. And it says that we've had no commercial scale solar in the 4 years before that. And unless we've had anyone in the last year, I don't think we've had any more commercial scale solar in the last 5 years. I think it's behooves us to acknowledge the fact that our current rules are not producing the goals that our plans say we want. We have climate action plans, we have general plans, we have transportation plans, we have all of these plans that say that we want zero emissions, reduced emissions, reduced fossil fuels, and I think it's clear that, at least in the case of solar, we're not achieving those goals, or coming even close to achieving those goals. We need, for every rooftop solar, which is fantastic, this commercial scale solar is 500 times more effective than rooftop solar that we are getting. So I do want to make it clear that when we're writing this letter and that we're writing our comments, we have evidence from our own reports that the current ZTA of solar is not producing the amount of energy that we want. and that we need to meet the plans that we've written and been approved by our county council. And it behooves us as the planning commission to tell them that and to let them know that you've put a goal and you're not achieving it. And I think that that's key. And then again, under the mandatory referral, we have the discretion to acknowledge that there are mitigating factors for the existing zoning, and we're basically saying the point that we think the agrivoltaics are mitigating enough to meet the requirements of approving the mandatory referral, which I think they more than are at this point. So I think we come at this from a couple of different ways to get to the point of pushing the idea that it's really nice to say that we want solar, but we have to actually approve and support solar projects. And if we don't, we're never going to meet the goals that we have.
Not on ag reserve.
Yes, in AgriServe.
Well, so let's put your motion out there and let's.
I move that we, in that case, I move that we then approve the mandatory referral.
Second.
With the conditions and with the conditions and the, with the conditions for enforcement of agrivoltaics, with, in referencing our ability to use our discretion.
Second, and I assume the language will be cleaned up to some extent when we,
Again, we record the meetings, thank God.
Yeah, enthusiastically second.
Okay. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to point out that the motion is being made counter to the staff recommendation. And I do not believe we have received enough information to decide something differently than what our well-learned, studied research staff have come up with.
Great. Yeah, duly noted. Okay. Sue, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Opposed.
All right. 3-2. Thank you so much. I don't think there's anything else.
Or we do the forest conservation. I think we still need
that's
to
right.
approve forest conservation.
That's right. So I have a motion to approve the Forest Conservation Plan number F 2025-0480.
Yeah. Move to approve the forest conservation plan.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All opposed?
Nay.
I abstain because there is no sense of approving it because so I abstain on this one.
I will note that the staff recommends.
Well, 1 second though, regardless of what we do, as legal entities tell me they need a forest, even if we had denied it, it would go to the PSC, and they would also need a forest conservation plan, so they need one anyway. So you can, I'm just giving you some background information. So
it's approved anyway. You don't need my vote anyway,
Okay.
so I just stay neutral on that.
Okay, so the vote is 3-1-1 on the forest conservation plan, and it passes. Anything else I'm missing? We're good? All right, thank you so much. This ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.